deathly music. A forgotten vinyl record resurfaces, carrying a haunting melody that every listener finds impossible to resist. Whispers say that whoever dares to play it faces unspeakable horror. Chapter 1. The Ominous Recording. Elena Carter never thought a simple errand could change her life. The sun was sinking behind the old Victorian houses of Ridley Street, leaving the sky awash in smudges of purple and orange as she walked briskly to her grandmother's home. She clutched a small list of items her grandmother had requested, mostly basic groceries, a few oddities for her arthritis, and a note about dusting the attic. Elena had no idea how that one chore would lead her to discover the most unsettling secret her family had ever harbored. Her grandmother, Beatrice Carter, lived in a large, sprawling manor that seemed woefully out of place among the modern townhouses on Ridley Street. The property boasted pointed turrets and weathered, decorative spires. Wooden floorboards creaked constantly, whispering of centuries past. Sometimes, especially at dusk, Elena swore she heard the house breathe, an exhalation of weary old wood. That evening, Elena stood at the foot of a narrow staircase that led to the attic. A single overhead light flickered ominously, casting irregular shadows on the walls. She shivered, hugging herself despite the warmth of late summer. Her grandmother's voice floated up from downstairs, frail but firm. "Don't stay too long up there, dear. The dust isn't good for your lungs." Elena forced a smile and called back, "I'll be quick, Nana." The attic door groaned in protest as Elena pushed it open. Inside, dust motes spiraled through the musty air. Stacks of boxes, old trunks, and rolled-up rugs littered the cramped space. Wooden beams, half consumed by cobwebs, arched overhead like a rib cage. She found the overhead light switch. A small bulb flickered to life, revealing corners blanketed in deep shadow. She sneezed twice, wiped her nose with the back of her hand, and headed to the far side of the room. An old phonograph perched on a rickety table, regal yet forgotten. It was a relic from her grandfather's youth, the brass horn tarnished by decades of neglect. Alongside it were crates of vinyl records, their labels faded, their sleeves worn from handling and time. She was about to begin dusting when something caught her eye, a record sleeve unlike the rest. It was jet black, with no printed title or design. In the center, faint white lettering spelled out a name in an ornate script Elena couldn't quite make out. Intrigued, she brushed a layer of dust from the sleeve. The text revealed itself, Mortuus Melodia, the letters swirling together in an archaic font. On the margin, written in red ink, was a single ominous phrase, "Play at your own peril." A prickle of unease crawled up her spine. Her grandmother's record collection spanned everything from old jazz to classical symphonies, but none of them were labeled like this. She pulled the vinyl record out of its sleeve. It was heavier than the others, thicker almost, as if containing more than just music within its grooves. Elena fought back a surge of apprehension. It was just an old record, after all. Why should it frighten her? Still, that unsteady feeling in her gut lingered as she placed it carefully on the phonograph's turntable. The device itself was ancient, but her grandmother had kept it in decent shape. The mechanical components whirled to life with a screech of protest. Her curiosity blazed. She had to know what kind of music it held. Slowly, Elena set the needle down. The moment the stylus touched the vinyl, a hiss of static crackled through the dusty horn. Then came a sound, low, resonant, almost inaudible at first. It reminded her of a far-off rumble of thunder. The single note seemed to stretch endlessly, vibrating the air with an unnatural depth that made her bones feel heavy. She felt her pulse spike. Why did this simple, droning chord evoke such dread? The music, or perhaps it was only an introduction, shifted to a series of hollow, echoing beats, like footsteps in a deep cavern. With each beat, Elena felt a faint reverberation in her chest, as if the sound was syncing with her heartbeat. She swallowed hard and leaned closer to the horn, straining to catch every nuance. A subtle melody emerged, eerie, fractured violin strings that played a sequence of discordant notes. The effect was chilling, as though the notes were never meant to be heard in sequence. Suddenly, there was the faintest whisper overlaying the strings, as if someone or something was breathing directly into a microphone. The hushed voice, if it could be called a voice, rose in intensity, carrying with it a guttural undertone that made Elena's stomach clench. She found herself rooted to the spot, horrified, yet unable to stop listening. As the track progressed, she realized the composition had an otherworldly quality, both haunting and strangely hypnotic. It painted the inside of her mind with dark corridors, flickering lamps, and trembling shadows. She could nearly taste the cold, damp air those echoing footsteps implied. She had never heard anything so unsettling, yet she couldn't tear her ears away. A sudden, sharp snap jolted her. The record needle jumped, letting out a screech of static. Elena's hand flew to her chest as her heart hammered in panic. The air in the attic felt thicker now, and not just from the dust. She sensed a presence watching her. She scanned the room, half expecting to see someone lurking among the boxes, but there was no one. The record continued, almost seamlessly. This time, the melody took a sinister turn. Deeper tones, slower rhythms, almost like a dirge for the damned. "Elena?" her grandmother's voice called from below, echoing sharply up the attic stairs. She jumped and fumbled for the phonograph switch, turning it off before the track could reach its conclusion. A cold sweat clung to her forehead. She carefully replaced the record into its sleeve and slipped it under the corner of a nearby trunk, as though hiding it from the world. "I'm here," she finally called down, her voice trembling. She descended the staircase, dustcloth in hand, to find her grandmother waiting at the bottom, eyes full of gentle concern. "Everything all right?" Beatrice asked, her frail hands clasped together. Elena forced a laugh. "Just a bit spooked by some of the old clutter. It's dark up there, and I'm not a fan of the creepy ambience." She didn't dare mention the record. Her grandmother nodded, patting Elena's shoulder. "Well, come down for dinner, dear. I made some soup." Throughout the meal, Elena found it impossible to concentrate on anything other than mortuus melodia. The echo of those discordant strings and eerie whispers seemed to linger in her mind. She could almost hear them pulsing in the silence between her grandmother's words. After dinner, she tried to distract herself by reading, but the swirling shapes in the old manor's wallpaper and the quiet creaks of the floorboards became a symphony of unease. That night, sleep eluded her. She lay in the small guest room her grandmother had prepared, the moonlight casting ghostly beams across the wooden floor. Each time she closed her eyes, she recalled the ominous footsteps in the music, the dreadful resonance of the violin, and the voice that indescribable whisper. A few hours into this sleepless turmoil, she sat up in bed and turned on the bedside lamp. The faint glow illuminated a dusty rocking chair in the corner. It swayed slightly despite no visible push or breeze. An unexplainable chill descended on the room, as though the air were alive with spectral undercurrents. From somewhere in the house, a distant sound resonated, a slow scraping, like a chair dragged across the floor. Elena's pulse throbbed in her ears. She couldn't remember the house ever making such a noise. Gathering her courage, she slipped out of bed and into the hallway. The corridor was dark, and the old floorboards seemed to protest every tentative step. She crept toward the attic door, guided by the faint sliver of moonlight filtering through a window at the far end of the hall. The door was closed as she'd left it, but now she felt a strange compulsion to go inside, to see if the record had indeed been real, or if it was some fever dream. Gently, she tried the knob. Locked. That was odd. The attic door had no locking mechanism she was aware of. She pressed her ear to the wood and thought she heard the faint, muffled strains of a melody. It was like a pulse, a slow, foreboding throb emanating from within. Fear crashed over her, but a perverse curiosity gripped her tighter. She knocked, softly at first, then harder. "Hello?" she whispered. No response. No sound, but the distant hum that might have been her imagination. With a trembling hand, she turned the knob again. This time, it opened without protest. Her heart lurched as she peered into the attic. Darkness greeted her, thick and impenetrable. The overhead light was off, though she distinctly remembered leaving it on earlier. She found herself unwilling to enter. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, as though dozens of unseen eyes glowed in the corners. She took a half step back, her breath ragged. Then, a small whisper, distant and vaguely melodic, floated through the darkness. "Don't go. Stay. Listen." Elena yelped, stumbling backward into the hallway. As she did, the attic door slammed shut of its own accord. In her panicked state, she scrambled down the hall, back to her bedroom, where she locked the door behind her. She remained curled on the bed, wide-eyed, until the first rays of morning chased away the nightmares that lurked in the manor's shadows. At breakfast, Elena watched her grandmother's expression closely. Beatrice sipped tea from a porcelain cup, her manner calm and composed. If she sensed Elena's unease, she gave no indication. Elena forced herself to eat a few bites of toast before she finally spoke. "Nana, did you lock the attic door at night?" Her grandmother looked startled. "Lock the attic?" She shook her head. "No, dear, I don't think we even have a key for that door. Why do you ask?" Elena twisted the edge of her napkin nervously. "I couldn't get in last night. It was locked, and I heard something. Music, I think." Beatrice frowned, her brow creasing in concern. "Music?" She paused, her eyes flicking away as though she were recalling something long buried. "I haven't gone up there in ages, Elena. Ever since your grandfather passed, I've left most of his things as they were." The mention of her grandfather sent a pang of guilt and fear through Elena. She wondered if Mortuus Melodia had belonged to him, or if he'd known about it. Bracing herself, she asked softly, "Did Grandpa ever mention an unusual record?" Her grandmother's eyes widened, and for a split second, Elena saw fear etched in those gentle wrinkles. Beatrice recovered quickly and forced a shaky smile. "I'm not sure, dear. Maybe it was just a nightmare. You know how old houses can be. They creak and groan, and sometimes our minds fill in the gaps." Elena didn't press further. She saw in her grandmother's gaze an unspoken plea to leave the topic alone. But that morning, before leaving for her own apartment across town, Elena snuck back into the attic. She found the record exactly where she'd hidden it, under that battered old trunk. With trembling hands, she slid it into her bag, determined to uncover its secrets, away from the oppressive confines of the manor. Elena spent the next few days researching old composers and rare records. She scoured the local library and combed through online archives, searching for any mention of Mortuus Melodia. The phrase itself seemed to be Latin, translating roughly to dead melody, or more poetically, melody of the dead. Yet no official documentation existed about a composer, nor was there a listing in the usual vintage record catalogs. It was as though the recording had never been officially produced, or if it had, all records of its existence were meticulously erased. One evening, she took the record to her friend Marcus's studio apartment. Marcus was a music student at the local university, and he had an impressive modern setup for digitizing vinyl records. If anyone could help her extract the audio, maybe even analyze it, Marcus could. She pulled the record out carefully. Marcus examined the label with a mix of curiosity and unease. "This is weird," he muttered. "It feels heavier than normal vinyl. And the grooves." He tilted the disc under the bright overhead lamp. "They look deeper, almost like they're etched into stone rather than pressed into vinyl." They placed the record on his high-end turntable, hooking it up to his computer. As soon as the stylus made contact, that same low thunderous hum filled the room. Even through modern speakers, the resonance was uncanny. Elena felt her pulse quicken, the small hairs on her arms standing at attention. Marcus's expression changed from curiosity to alarm. He turned dials, adjusting the levels to reduce distortion. The ominous footsteps began, then the eerie violin. Marcus shot Elena a baffled look. "This is I've never heard anything like it. It feels wrong. He fumbled with his keyboard, starting a recording session to capture the audio. The music swelled, layering cryptic whispers over the strings. It felt as though the room itself was listening, leaning inward to absorb every dreadful note. A flicker of movement in the corner of Elena's eye made her jerk her head, but nothing was there, only shadows cast by Marcus's floor lamp. Then came the scraping noise, a sharp, claw-like resonance that set Elena's teeth on edge. Marcus pressed pause. The record kept turning silently. I need a minute, he stammered, running a hand through his hair. His face had paled considerably, beads of sweat forming at his temples. The waveforms! They're off the charts! He pointed to the screen, where jagged spikes indicated the sound levels. There are frequencies in there that shouldn't be possible for standard instruments. Infrasounds. They say infrasound can cause anxiety, even panic. Maybe that's why it's freaking us out. Elena managed a shaky nod. It's more than that, though. Doesn't it feel malevolent? Marcus didn't argue. He simply ejected the record and handed it back to her. I can convert what we have into a digital file, but honestly, Elena, I'm not sure we should keep listening to this. I've heard stories about cursed media, and this gives me serious chills. I'll do one more pass to see if I can glean any hidden details, but let's not overdo it. They agreed to meet again in a few days once he had more time to analyze the audio. Elena went home, her mind a whirl of half-formed fears. The mention of cursed media hammered at her imagination. She recalled the cryptic warning in red ink on the record sleeve, "Play at your own peril." Could it be a hoax? Or was there truly something evil embedded in those grooves? That night, Elena's dreams were a cacophony of tortured instruments and echoing footsteps. She saw dark figures dancing in a corridor, lit only by flickering lanterns. In the dream, they turned to face her, their mouths open in silent wails, as though the music had stolen their voices. She woke in a cold sweat, heart pounding, with the taste of dread on her tongue. Over the following days, bizarre incidents plagued her. The lights in her apartment flickered at odd intervals. Doors that she was sure she'd locked stood ajar when she returned from errands. She'd catch fleeting glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces a mirror. A window, only to find empty rooms behind her. Every now and then, she heard a faint melody at the edges of her hearing, whispering just out of reach. Marcus called her 2 nights later, his voice tense. Elena, I don't know what I found, but something is embedded in the recording. What do you mean, embedded? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. It's like a hidden layer, like a backward track, or multiple tracks even. It's extremely low frequency. I had to slow the audio down and filter it. When I did, there was this voice. I can't explain it, but it's chanting in some language I've never heard. I can send you the file, but I'm almost too scared to let you hear it. Elena's heart fluttered with fear and curiosity. Marcus, I need to know. Send it, and I'll decide if I should listen. He hesitated, then agreed. Moments later, Elena's laptop chimed with a new email attachment. Marcus had written a short note. Be careful. This is not just music. Her apartment felt impossibly quiet. She turned on every light, as though brightness could shield her from whatever malevolence lurked in those audio files. Plugging in her headphones, she braced herself. The slowed, filtered track began with a low hum, much like the original. Then, something else slid into focus. At first, it sounded like the distant roar of wind in a canyon. But as it sharpened, it took on the distinct cadence of speech, rhythmic, guttural. Her blood ran cold. She didn't understand the words, but each syllable felt more unsettling than the last. There was a throbbing undertone that vibrated through her body, making her vision waver. She could almost picture a circle of hooded figures chanting in a crumbling cathedral. Then came a sudden, discordant shriek, the violin from the record, or something akin to it, blaring in her ears. She tore the headphones off, pressing a hand to her mouth to stifle a scream. The air in her apartment felt suffocating. She gulped for breath, wondering if she'd just invited something monstrous into her life. Pacing the room, she questioned her own sanity. Why didn't I just leave this alone? She thought bitterly. But it was too late. She sensed a presence now, a dark aura that clung to her like a second skin. The corners of the room seemed to crawl, as if straining to close in on her. A knock at the door made her jump. She checked the time. Nearly midnight. Heart hammering. She approached the peephole to find no one there. Another knock sounded, this time from the back window. She spun around, terror pounding in her veins, but her living room curtains were drawn. Summoning her courage, she inched toward the window and peeked through a gap in the fabric. Nothing. Only the empty alley, dimly lit by a flickering street lamp. She let out a shaky breath, stepping back. Then her phone buzzed. Marcus again. She answered quickly, her voice trembling. "Marcus?" "Elena," he whispered. Something's not right here. My lights are flickering, and I keep hearing footsteps in the hallway. Are you?" His voice cut out, replaced by static. In the background, she heard the faint strains of that cursed melody. Then the line went dead. Her mind spun. She grabbed her keys and ran out the door, determined to check on Marcus. The corridor lights in her building flickered, casting spastic shadows against the walls. As she reached the elevator, the overhead lamp shattered, raining glass shards around her. She yelped, flinching away. Scrambling down the stairwell, she could almost hear that same chanting echoing in the concrete space. Thud, thud. The sound of her shoes hitting each step mimicked the foreboding beats from the record. Outside, the night air was cold against her sweat-soaked skin. She half expected to see robed figures lurking under the street lamps, but Ridley Street was empty, desolate. Silence draped the neighborhood. She jumped into her car and drove across town, heart pounding. Arriving at Marcus's building, she found the main entrance ajar. The security camera above the door hung by its wires, sparking occasionally. She climbed 3 flights of stairs, each corridor darker than the last. At Marcus's door, she found scratch marks etched into the wood, as though some wild animal had tried to claw its way in. Her hand trembled as she turned the knob. "Marcus?" Her voice echoed in the gloom. The lights inside were off, but the glow of his computer monitors cast dancing shadows across the walls. One screen displayed a frozen audio waveform, likely the last thing he'd been analyzing. Another screen had a single line of text typed in shaky letters. "It won't stop." Then, from somewhere deeper in the apartment, she heard a faint scraping sound. "Marcus?" she repeated, her voice cracking. She stepped forward cautiously, each footstep feeling like a thunderclap in the eerie hush. The scraping grew louder, more frantic. Her eyes swept over scattered papers, all scrawled with music notes or strange symbols. The curtains billowed unnaturally, as if tugged by invisible hands. At the end of the hall, in Marcus's bedroom, the door stood half open. Light from a nearby street lamp illuminated the silhouette of a figure hunched near the wall. She recognized the shape of Marcus's hair, his favorite hoodie. Relief and dread flooded her simultaneously. "Marcus, oh my God," she whispered, rushing forward. He turned slowly, face etched with terror. His eyes locked onto Elena's, but he seemed not to fully recognize her. In his hands, he clutched a piece of paper. Patterns, small circles, lines, and cryptic runes were scrawled in black ink. "It's in my head," he rasped, voice hollow. "The music, it won't stop playing. I tried to block it out, but it just kept getting louder." Elena knelt beside him, gripping his shoulders. "Marcus, we'll figure this out. We have to destroy the record or—" She froze as she heard a faint, melodious whisper emanate from behind her. The same chanting from the audio file. She spun around to see only darkness pressing in, yet she felt a malignant presence looming. Marcus groaned, covering his ears. "Make it stop," he begged. Elena's throat tightened. She remembered the cryptic warning, "Play at your own peril." Everything about Mortuus Melodia radiated evil. She realized, with mounting dread, that simply destroying the vinyl might not be enough. The music had already sunk its claws into them, into their minds, their lives. She pulled Marcus to his feet, her determination fueled by raw adrenaline. "We'll leave this place," she said, voice trembling but resolute. "We'll go to someone who can help, someone who knows about this kind of thing. We can't stay here." Yet as they stepped back into the hallway, an abrupt gust of freezing air slammed the door behind them. The corridor lights flickered, intensifying the shadows that crawled along the walls. The oppressive melody pulsed in Elena's mind. She steadied Marcus, who was nearly collapsing from terror. They stumbled down the stairs together, each step echoing with that infernal beat, that horrifying whisper. Even the darkness seemed alive, shifting just beyond their vision. At the threshold of the main entrance, Elena spotted a reflection in the glass doors, a faint outline of a gaunt figure standing directly behind them, features warped by the gloom. She whipped around, nothing there, but the music persisted, a silent chorus in her ears. She knew without a doubt that whatever lurked within Mortuus Melodia was following them, feeding on their fear. And as they fled into the moonlit streets, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The composition had awakened, and it demanded an audience. They had no idea how far its cursed notes would echo, or the horrors it would unleash on anyone who dared to listen. Chapter 2: Shadows in the Score. Elena Carter clutched Marcus's arm as they sped away from his apartment building under a moonlit sky. The echo of Mortuus Melodia lingered in her mind, like a sinister phantom quietly humming in the back of her thoughts. Next to her, Marcus was equally tense, one hand gripping the passenger door handle while he stared out the windshield. His chest rose and fell rapidly, as though he couldn't quite catch his breath. The events of the last hour, flickering lights, strange mockings at Elena's door, and that final horrifying phone call felt surreal, yet both knew they were terrifyingly real. Outside, Ridley Street was deserted, the storefronts walked and dark, the street lamps casting weak circles of light on the asphalt. Every shadow seemed alive, morphing into impossible shapes. A siren wailed somewhere in the distance, its lonely cry underscoring the pounding of Elena's heart. She eased the car around a corner, half expecting some monstrous figure to lurch into the headlights. The city slept on, oblivious to the nightmare that had taken root in their lives. They reached a small diner on the outskirts of town, a 24-hour establishment that, at least from the outside, promised strong coffee and neon comfort. Elena pulled into the empty lot, cut the engine, and leaned her forehead against the steering wheel. "What are we going to do?" she whispered, her words muffled by the cramped silence of the car. Marcus inhaled unsteadily, then exhaled, trying to calm himself. "We can't just keep running. We need to learn more about this record, what it is, and why it's doing this. There has to be an explanation." Elena raised her head, brushing damp strands of hair away from her face. She recalled the cryptic Latin name scrawled on the sleeve, Mortuus Melodia. "I tried to research it," she said, voice trembling, "but there's almost nothing. It's like it never officially existed. Even the online archives at the library turned up no record of a composer or pressing date, only scraps of references to a so-called dead melody." Marcus fiddled with his phone, but the screen remained stubbornly blank. "No signal," he muttered. His apartment had had sporadic outages too. It was as if the presence of Mortuus Melodia distorted more than just minds. It bent technology to its will. They exchanged a look. Wordless understanding passing between them. The diner would serve as a temporary sanctuary. Grabbing their jackets, they stepped out of the car. The night air felt colder than it should for late summer, pressing in with a clammy touch that raised goosebumps along Elena's arms. Inside, the diner was dimly lit by fluorescent panels that flickered like tired fireflies. The decor was vintage, the walls adorned with faded posters advertising soda brands long since discontinued. They slid into a booth near the back, as far as possible from the large windows overlooking the parking lot. A lone waitress approached a middle-aged woman with circles under her eyes and a pencil stuck in her hair bun. "What can I get you?" she asked, her voice husky from too many overnight shifts or perhaps too many cigarettes. "Coffee," Elena replied. "Lots of it." Marcus nodded in agreement. "Same, black." The waitress scribbled on her notepad and wandered off, leaving them in uneasy silence. Nearby, an old jukebox stood silent, though a small neon sign on its side blinked, "Play Me." Elena eyed it warily, half expecting the cursed record to start blaring from its speakers. She forced her gaze away, trying to refocus on the immediate problem. Marcus cleared his throat. I was thinking about what I heard in the hidden track, the chanting. Maybe we can identify the language. I can try to run it through a phonetic database at the university, or something. Maybe Professor Howard in the musicology department can help. He studied archaic musical forms. Elena's stomach churned at the thought of playing the track again. She could still feel its malignant resonance. It's worth trying, but we have to be careful. This thing, it's dangerous. You saw what it did to you, to your apartment. There was something else in there, Marcus. I could feel it. His eyes flicked downward. I felt it too, he admitted. It was like the music had a consciousness, a dark will that seeped into the walls. Their conversation paused as the waitress returned with 2 steaming mugs. The smell of stale coffee offered some comfort against the gloom that clung to their thoughts. When she left, Elena cradled the mug between her palms, savoring its warmth. We should go see my grandmother, she suggested, after a few sips. She might know more about Grandpa's old collection than she let on. I got the sense she was hiding something. She practically begged me not to go digging. Marcus nodded, but a frown tugged at his lips. Are you sure you want to involve her? If this record is truly cursed, maybe it's better we keep her out of it. Elena hesitated, the memory of her grandmother's frightened eyes flickering in her mind. I don't like it either, but if Grandpa had anything to do with Mortuus Melodia, Nana might have crucial information. Otherwise, we're fumbling in the dark. They made their plan in hushed tones, the neon lights buzzing overhead. Outside, the diner's sign cast faint reflections on the windows. Every so often, Elena glimpsed a shape flicker by in the glass, just at the edge of her vision. Turning quickly, she found only the empty lot. The sense of being watched gnawed at her. She tried to drown it in coffee. When they finally left the diner, the waitress's farewell sounded oddly distant, as though muffled by the same unseen pressure that weighed on their chests. On the road once more, Marcus insisted on driving. Elena, exhausted, sank into the passenger seat, but rest eluded her. The radio hissed with static, occasionally popping with a snippet of the dreaded melody. She snapped it off, opting for silence. Though that provided little comfort. As they drove toward her grandmother's manor, the outskirts of town dissolved into open fields and patches of dense trees. The moonlight cut through the dark like a pale blade, illuminating the winding road. The car's engine hummed steadily, a lullaby that almost lulled Elena into a half-doze. She was jerked back to alertness by a shrill sound, like violin strings under too much tension. It was faint, but unmistakable, slicing through the hush of the night. She grabbed Marcus's arm. "Do you hear that?" she asked. He tensed. "Yeah," he said in a low voice. "It's faint, but..." He turned the wheels slightly, pulling the car to the shoulder. They fell silent, straining to listen. On the breeze came a ghostly refrain, one that felt maddeningly familiar. "It's the record," Elena whispered. "It's following us. Or maybe it never left." The monstrous realization squeezed her heart. Perhaps the music now lived inside their minds, an ever-present echo that would never be silent. She urged Marcus to keep driving. The last thing they needed was to stop on a desolate road with the unearthly notes creeping closer. By the time they reached Beatrice Carter's manor, the first hints of dawn teased the horizon. The house loomed in half-darkness, its pointed turrets and archways casting twisted shapes across the lawn. Elena's grandmother must have seen the headlights, for the front door cracked open just as they parked. The old woman stood in the threshold, clutching her bathrobe tightly against the chilly air. "Elena?" she called, voice trembling. "What on earth?" Elena and Marcus hurried up the porch steps. Without a word, Beatrice ushered them inside, her expression a mix of confusion and fear. In the foyer, the antique clock chimed softly, marking the half-hour past 4. The halls smelled of furniture polish and old books, and the wooden floor creaked beneath their weight. "I'm sorry, Nana," Elena began, "but we had nowhere else to go. Something happened." Beatrice's gaze flickered to Marcus, then back to Elena. "Let me make some tea," she offered, her voice shaking just enough to betray her concern. "We'll talk in the sitting room." Minutes later, they sat on a worn sofa, steam rising from delicate teacups. Beatrice perched on an armchair, her frail hands cupped around a floral teacup. Shadows from a single lamp played across the wallpaper, forming ghostly outlines that seemed to waver with each breath. "Elena," Beatrice said quietly, "what did you find in the attic?" Elena felt a surge of guilt. She reached for Marcus's hand, took a breath, then confessed. "A record, black vinyl, with a Latin title Mortuus Melodia. It was with Grandpa's collection. I played it, and something's wrong with it, Nana. It's not just music. It's cursed, or haunted, or I don't even know. But it's brought terrible things into our lives." Her voice wavered at the end, tears threatening to spill. Beatrice closed her eyes, exhaling as though letting out a deep secret she'd kept for too long. "Your grandfather, he discovered it while traveling in Europe. Decades ago. He studied music, you see, not just as an art, but as a living force. He believed certain melodies held power beyond our understanding. And that record, he found it in a forgotten estate sale outside of Prague. He should have left it there, but curiosity got the better of him." She paused, eyes misting with old memories. "He played it only once in this house, back when you were just a toddler. Afterward, he locked it away, determined never to hear it again. But it haunted him. He said it was like the music was alive, feeding on whoever listened. That's why I sealed the attic after his passing." "I didn't want anyone stumbling upon it." Elena's heart lurched. "Why didn't you destroy it, Nana? Why keep it at all?" Beatrice's voice fell to a whisper. "Your grandfather tried. He took it to a furnace. The vinyl wouldn't melt. He even tried to smash it with a hammer. It cracked, but the next morning it was whole again, as though it healed itself. That was when he realized this was no ordinary piece of music." Marcus set his cup down, the rattle of porcelain against the saucer betraying his shaky hands. "We need help, Mrs. Carter," he said, politely but urgently. "The music is following us. It's affecting our minds. We need to find a way to break its hold." A tear slipped down Beatrice's cheek. "I never knew how. Your grandfather spent years researching. He found references to an ancient text that supposedly contained instructions for silencing cursed melodies. But those notes burned in a fire in our fireplace when he tried to replicate something from that text. I remember hearing him shout before the pages burst into flame." Elena leaned forward, desperation fueling her every word. "Nana, please, if there's anything else you remember, any clue, we can't live with this thing in our heads." For a few moments, only the soft ticking of the mantel clock disturbed the silence. Then Beatrice nodded, seeming to reach a decision. "All I have left are some letters he wrote before he died. I kept them in a trunk upstairs, not the attic, my bedroom. He mentioned the possibility of a counter melody that could neutralize Mortuus Melodia. He never managed to compose it, but perhaps you two can pick up where he left off." She rose unsteadily, motioning for them to follow. Upstairs, the manor was dimly lit by antique sconces. The floor groaned as they passed closed doors, leading to rooms Elena had seldom entered. At the end of the corridor was Beatrice's bedroom, modest but full of vintage charm. A canopy bed with lace drapes, a dresser lined with old photographs, and a large trunk sitting at the foot of the bed. The trunk bore intricate carvings of musical notes, birds, and vines twisting in elaborate patterns. Kneeling, Beatrice worked the latch. It opened with a creak. She carefully lifted out a stack of yellowed envelopes tied with a ribbon. "Your grandfather's final letters," she explained, handing them to Elena. "He wrote these in his last year, when his illness confined him to bed. Some days he muttered about shadows in the score. He believed the composition itself contained hidden intervals, some blasphemous arrangement that bound spirits to the music." Elena's heart pounded at the phrase, "shadows in the score." She accepted the bundle reverently, as though it might crumble at the slightest wrong touch. Marcus knelt beside her, scanning the handwritten script on the topmost envelope. A sudden thump echoed behind them, like a single piano key hammered with force. The curtains rippled, though the window was closed. Elena felt the tiny hairs on the back of her neck prickle. They all exchanged tense glances. "It's here," Elena thought. The music is here. Beatrice's fragile composure cracked. Elena, Marcus, you must leave this house. Take the letters, do what you can, but don't remain here another night. Her voice quivered with panic. It's awakened again, and I can feel it prowling these halls. Marcus helped Beatrice to her feet. What about you? He asked. I'll be fine, she insisted, though her trembling hands belied her confidence. I've lived with its presence for years. It's you two it's after. Fresh souls who've listened to it fully. Go, before it festers. Elena wanted to protest, but another vibration shook the window pane, as though something had tapped it from outside. The overhead light flickered ominously. Making up her mind, she tucked the letters into a messenger bag and hugged her grandmother tightly. She felt Beatrice trembling. I'll come back, Elena vowed, as soon as I know how to stop it. Beatrice's only response was a nod, tears glistening in her eyes. Then Elena and Marcus bolted down the stairs and out the front door, hearts hammering. Dawn was nearly upon them, the sky lightening to a pale gray. The car sat in the driveway like a solitary beacon of safety. They climbed in, tossing the messenger bag onto the back seat, and pulled away from the manor without a backward glance. They found temporary refuge in a small motel on the edge of the next county, an unremarkable place with chipped paint and flickering neon that read VAC NCY. Marcus insisted on renting 2 adjacent rooms for a sense of security, but they both crowded into one room initially, too frightened to separate. In the cramped motel room, the hum of the air conditioner provided a strange sort of comfort. Elena spread her grandfather's letters across a small circular table by the window. Marcus sat on the bed, scanning the lines as she read them aloud. Most were musings on obscure musical theory, or references to texts Elena had never heard of. But scattered throughout were lines that sent chills crawling over her skin. The shadows cling to each note, seep into the spaces between. A chord that summons the watchers from beyond. Only a counter-melody formed of pure intervals might dispel the malign resonance. Yet how to compose it when every attempt ends in dissonance? Night fell again, though neither Elena nor Marcus had slept more than a handful of minutes in the past day. Exhaustion weighed on them, intensifying their sense of dread. As the wind picked up outside, the cheap motel walls rattled and the overhead light swung slightly, casting shifting shadows. The air conditioner sputtered, then kicked back into its steady drone. A sudden thump-thump from the room next door made both of them jump. Marcus set down a page covered in references to demonic intervals. It's just someone else staying here, he said, though his voice wavered. Elena closed her eyes, trying to center herself. We have to be rational. Grandpa believed in a counter-melody. Maybe we can build on his notes or figure out how to replicate it. You're a music student, after all. Is that possible? Marcus rubbed the back of his neck. In theory, sure, but this is beyond normal composition. We're talking about intervals that apparently defy standard theory. I'd need to experiment with instruments, digital software, something. And we'd have to be careful not to unleash more of this curse. Elena pulled out her phone, which now had a single bar of reception. I'll email you Grandpa's notes. Maybe you can import them into a composition program. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can cross-reference these references to archaic texts. Marcus nodded, stifling a yawn. He clicked onto his laptop, a battered machine with stickers for various bands. As it booted, the screen flickered ominously. If my computer will cooperate, he muttered. They worked in strained silence for a while. Outside, the wind howled, branches of a nearby tree scraping against the motel's siding like sharp claws. Now and then, Elena would hear an auditory illusion like the faint hum of that dreadful violin. She tried to ignore it, forcing her concentration onto the faint handwriting in her grandfather's letters. A loud bang on the motel wall startled them both. Marcus nearly dropped his laptop. For a moment, they froze. The wind shrieked again, but the banging sound didn't repeat. Elena exhaled shakily. This is getting to me, she admitted, rising to check the flimsy door lock. She slid the chain in place and peered out the peephole, seeing only the dark walkway outside. Time slogged forward. The motel air conditioner occasionally coughed, its motor stuttering. Marcus typed furiously, eyes locked on the flickering screen. Elena meticulously scanned letter after letter. At one point, she found a line that tugged at her memory. Shadows in the score, hidden rests, intervals that devour silence. They are the doorway. The composition calls them forth. She whispered the words to Marcus, a creeping dread filling her chest. He's talking about the rests, the spaces between notes. Maybe that's where the malevolent force hides. Marcus nodded grimly. It would explain the bizarre waveforms I saw while analyzing the record. The sound was laced with inaudible frequencies. Maybe that's what your grandfather meant by shadows. Before Elena could respond, the lights in the room dimmed, then surged back to full brightness. A high-pitched whining noise emanated from the air conditioner, like a violin string stretched to breaking point. The motel room door rattled violently, and a gust of cold air swept across the room, fluttering the pages of the letters. Both of them stood, hearts hammering, as a deep resonant hum filled the small space, so low it was almost felt rather than heard. It reminded Elena of the opening moments of Mortuus Melodia, that thunderous drone that set her teeth on edge. The electric hum buzzed in her skull, raising hairs all over her body. She glanced at Marcus, who wore the same expression of mingled terror and fascination. Then, just as quickly as it started, the room fell silent. The air conditioner coughed back into its normal whir, and the overhead lights stabilized. Elena's pulse thundered in her ears. She swallowed hard, trying to compose herself. Marcus shakily ran a hand over his face. It's as if the record is trying to break through, even when it's not physically here. He stood, stepping carefully to the table. We have to hurry. If this thing keeps manifesting, we might not be able to fight it much longer. Elena nodded, her throat too tight for words. They dove back into the letters, searching for anything that resembled a direct method to craft a counter-melody. Hours passed in a haze of scrawled notes, half-baked theories, and references to long-lost treatises on occult music. Sleep tugged at them, but the relentless sense of danger kept them awake. Eventually, Marcus stumbled upon something in one of the letters. One must invert the intervals that bind, a scale reversed, culminating in a pure, perfect fifth. All must be performed in direct counterpoint to the cursed chord. Marcus's eyes lit with the faintest spark of hope. This might be it. If we can identify the exact chord in Mortuus Melodia, we might build a reversed sequence, a counterpoint that neutralizes its resonance. Elena recalled the digital file he'd made. We have a recording on your laptop, right? The partial analysis you did. Can you parse the chord structures from that? Marcus nodded, already launching the audio program. I'll try, but we only have bits and pieces. The record itself might still hold secrets we haven't heard. He looked at Elena, dreading what he was about to suggest. We might need to listen to it again, carefully. Elena's stomach churned. The thought of putting on that accursed music again made her skin crawl. Yet she saw no alternative. If they didn't face the record head-on, it would continue to torment them and possibly spread to anyone else who accidentally heard it. Her gaze drifted to the letters, words swirling in her exhausted mind. Shadows in the score, intervals that devour silence, a counterpoint to break the cycle. She squeezed her eyes shut, feeling tears threaten once more. Grandpa, if only you had found a way. Marcus closed the laptop, having saved what progress he could. It's almost morning, he noted, glancing at the thin curtains. The sky beyond them glowed a pale rose. Let's get a couple hours of rest. We can't tackle this if we're on the verge of collapsing. Reluctantly, Elena agreed. They unfolded the motel's spare bedding. She insisted Marcus take the bed while she settled into a threadbare armchair. The overhead light remained on. Neither had the courage to plunge the room into darkness. Before Elena drifted off, she heard it again. That sound. A faint, whispered note, like a violin played in a distant room. She squeezed her eyes shut, praying for reprieve. In the half-world between wakefulness and sleep, she sensed movement behind her eyelids, as though some presence loomed. She heard the slow creep of dissonant piano keys, each note hammered softly, summoning an almost childlike lullaby warped into horror. She tried to tell herself it was a dream, but it felt far too real. Eventually, exhaustion claimed her, and her mind slipped into uneasy dreams filled with black corridors and chanting figures. A twisted lullaby followed her through each dreamscape, echoing with malignant glee. She jolted awake to Marcus gently shaking her shoulder, the morning sun filtering through the curtains. He looked haggard, but determined. "I think I found a lead," he said, voice low. "A music archivist named Professor Howard. He's known for studying rare and forbidden compositions. I found a reference to him in my university's database. He might be able to help us decode the chord progression of mortuous melodia." Elena pushed aside the scratchy motel blanket and rose, her body aching from the cramped chair. "Then that's our next move," she said, ignoring the heaviness in her limbs. "We go see Professor Howard. Maybe he can guide us to that counter melody." Outside, the sky was a dull, overcast gray, as though the world itself shared their dread. They hurried to the car, the precious letters and Marcus's laptop clutched tight. Despite the daylight, the shadows seemed longer, infused with a quiet malevolence. The wind whispered through the motel's parking lot, and in it, Elena thought she heard the faintest echo of the cursed record's opening hum, a reminder that the horror was far from over. She slammed the car door, her gaze meeting Marcus's. In his eyes, she recognized the same mixture of terror and determination that burned in her own soul. One thing was clear. Until they deciphered the shadows in the score and crafted the rumored counter-melody, they would never be free. The music had chosen them, and it would not relent until they faced it or were consumed by it. With the engine roaring to life, they sped away from the motel, leaving the flickering neon and cheap walls behind. The letters lay on Elena's lap, a final gift from her grandfather that might hold the key to salvation or the gateway to deeper darkness. And as they drove toward whatever awaited them at the university, the cursed strains of mortuous melodia lurked at the edges of their minds, waiting hungrily for its next performance. Chapter 3. Midnight's First Victim. A pale sun hung in the sky as Elena Carter and Marcus steered onto the university's main drive. The campus sprawled out before them, a mix of modern glass buildings and older, ivy-covered halls. Students milled about, backpacks slung over shoulders, their chatter and laughter a stark contrast to the suffocating tension that weighed on Elena's heart. Every time she glanced at Marcus, she recognized the same haunted look in his eyes. Mortuous melodia had wormed its way into their minds, a relentless presence neither daylight nor crowds could fully dispel. Elena's fingers tightened around the binder of her grandfather's letters, carefully hidden inside her canvas messenger bag. She had read them so many times, the words burned behind her eyelids. They offered hints of a counter melody, but no concrete instructions on how to compose it. Professor Howard, a scholar known for studying rare and forbidden musical compositions, was their best lead. Parking near the music building, Marcus switched off the engine. A hush fell between them. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the sycamore trees lining the walkway. Yet, to Elena, every whisper of leaves sounded ominous, like the muted hiss of that cursed violin. She shook off the thought. "Let's go," she said quietly. Marcus nodded. They stepped out of the car, crossing a courtyard where students sprawled on the grass, reading or tapping on their phones. To Elena's bleary, paranoid eyes, it felt surreal how normal everything seemed. If only they knew the horror she and Marcus carried with them, bound in a black vinyl record. They found Professor Howard's office on the second floor of a grand neo-Gothic building. Sunbeams streamed through stained glass windows, painting kaleidoscopes of color on the polished floors. They followed a corridor lined with portraits of stern-faced academics, each glare seeming to judge them. At last, they reached a door labeled Dr. Arthur Howard, Department of Musicology. Rap gently, anxiety churning in her stomach. A voice beckoned them in. They entered a cluttered office where shelves bowed under the weight of books on music theory and dusty vinyl collections. A tall, thin man with a bushy gray mustache stood behind an antique desk, his tweed jacket worn at the elbows. His piercing eyes flicked toward them. Dr. Howard? Marcus asked, voice trembling with fatigue. I'm Marcus Bennett, a grad student in the music department. This is my friend, Elena Carter. Thank you for agreeing to meet us. Howard nodded curtly. Take a seat, he said, gesturing to 2 chairs stacked with papers. He cleared them off, apologizing as pages fluttered to the floor. Now, Marcus said on the phone that this is about a dangerous piece of music? The quiver in Marcus's voice betrayed more than words could. Yes, sir. It's a record called Mortuus Melodia. We believe it's cursed, or something like that. Howard arched an eyebrow, his skepticism showing. Cursed is a strong word. There are certainly compositions rumored to be malefic, but I'm a scholar of facts, my boy. Show me what you have. Elena exhaled slowly, withdrawing the binder from her bag. She opened it to display her grandfather's notes, the references to an ancient chord progression, the cryptic phrases about shadows in the score. Howard's critical gaze softened with growing interest as he flipped through the documents. Demonic intervals, hidden rests. A reversed scale culminating in a perfect fifth, he read aloud. Yes, these are advanced music theory concepts, but combined with esoteric language. Your grandfather was delving into something unorthodox. He cleared his throat. May I see or hear this Mortuus Melodia? Elena and Marcus exchanged uneasy glances. They had the digital file on a thumb drive, but playing it again felt like inviting doom. Yet they couldn't hope to gain Howard's help without letting him hear at least a snippet. With a sinking feeling, Elena nodded. Marcus passed the small device to Howard, who plugged it into his computer. I'll keep the volume low, the professor promised, fiddling with the speakers. Let's see what we're dealing with. When the file began, an initial static hiss gave way to a low, resonant hum. Immediately, the overhead light seemed to dim, as though the room itself grew wary. Then the hollow, echoing footsteps started, those ominous beats that pulsed in Elena's chest. A violin note scratched through the static, high and discordant, sending icy pinpricks down her arms. Howard listened intently, though his face betrayed mounting unease. That is disconcerting, he murmured. Hand pausing on the volume knob. The frequencies are quite unusual, especially this sub-bass drone. It sets the nerves on edge. He advanced the track, skipping to a section where guttural whispers merged with the violin, forming a spine-chilling chorus. Marcus's breath quickened. Elena's pulse hammered. Even at low volume, the cursed melody wrapped the air in a suffocating dread. That's enough, Elena said sharply, bracing herself against her chair. She felt a deep urge to fling the speakers from the desk, to silence the madness. Howard acquiesced, pressing pause. The abrupt quiet left the office echoing. For a long moment, Howard said nothing. Then he exhaled shakily. I see why you use the word cursed. There's an undercurrent, an energy that defies normal explanation. I've studied many so-called forbidden compositions, but this, he tapped a trembling finger on his desk, is something else. He took off his glasses, massaging the bridge of his nose. Let me consult some texts. There's an old book in the archives, Harmonia Maleficarum, rumored to detail supernatural music phenomena. It's rarely requested, so I might be the only faculty member who knows where it's shelved. He stood, gathering his coat. Meet me in the special collections wing at 8 tonight. That's when it closes to the public, and we can work undisturbed. Elena's stomach sank. The idea of lurking in a library at night with such a malevolent presence around felt reckless. But they had little choice. We'll be there, she said. Thank you, Professor. He managed a tight smile, clearly rattled by what he'd heard. If there's a solution, we'll find it. They left Howard's office, stepping into the corridor where evening shadows crept along the stained glass panels. Marcus glanced at his watch. It was barely past 5. 3 hours until they'd reconvene in the library. Elena's mind churned with questions, each more terrifying than the last. She and Marcus walked in uneasy silence, heading back to the car. The drive to a nearby cafe offered a temporary reprieve. They settled into a corner booth with large, steaming mugs, ignoring the hum of casual chatter around them. Elena's eyes stung from lack of sleep, and Marcus looked barely better, yet adrenaline kept them alert. "This might be our chance," Marcus said, voice hushed. "If Howard finds something in Harmonia Maleficarum, we might learn how to compose that counter-melody." Elena nodded, picking at a pastry she had no appetite for. "We have to be careful, though. Every time we delve deeper, the record seems to respond." "I feel like it's watching us." He laid a hand over hers. "We'll get through this," he said, though she noticed the tremor in his voice. They left the cafe under a sky bruised by twilight. The university library rose in the distance like a fortress, an imposing structure of ancient stone towers and modern glass additions. By the time they reached the grand entrance, a few last students trickled out. An announcement over the PA system reminding everyone that the library would close in 10 minutes. Elena and Marcus slipped inside, heading for the special collections wing on the lower level. They descended a sweeping staircase, footsteps echoing eerily against marble floors. A lone security guard nodded at them but said nothing, presumably aware they had permission to meet a professor. The special collections area was sealed behind a set of ornate iron gates, which Howard unlocked with a tall key. He greeted them with a subdued nod, leading them down a narrow corridor lined with rows of old wooden shelves. The stale scent of ancient paper filled the air. The overhead lights buzzed softly, casting elongated shadows across the floor. "There," Howard murmured, stopping before a locked glass cabinet. He retrieved another key from his pocket and opened it. Carefully, he slid out a massive leather-bound volume with gold-embossed letters, Harmonia Maleficarum. The cover depicted musical staffs twisted into serpentine shapes. Even from a distance, Elena felt a faint, unsettling vibration emanating from the tome, as if it recognized their purpose. Howard carried the heavy volume to a nearby reading table. Marcus and Elena gathered around while he flipped through ancient pages, each one crackling under his touch. The text was written in medieval Latin, accompanied by cryptic diagrams of musical notes swirling around arcane symbols. Some pages bore illustrations of bizarre rituals, cloaked figures performing incantations with instruments shaped like bones. Elena's skin crawled at each dark image. She heard a faint tap-tap-tap in the distance, like footsteps echoing in an empty hallway, but she couldn't tell if it was in the library or in her mind. Howard's fingertip hovered over a section of text. "Here," he whispered, eyes alight with discovery. A mention of a De Mortuis Sonata, the Sonata of the Dead. It could be referencing your Mortuis Melodia. The passage says it was once used by necromancers to commune with restless spirits. They believed certain intervals could open a path between worlds. He traced further lines. But there's also a reference to a cantus inversus, an inverted chant that might seal such a path, preventing the dark resonance from consuming the living. He read slowly, translating from the Latin. "Only in the hour when shadows are at their zenith, midnight, may the devouring chord be bound by the reflection of its own intervals." Elena's breath hitched. "So we have to perform the counter-melody at midnight." Howard nodded grimly. "Yes, according to this text, that's when the veil is thinnest." "The cursed music is at its strongest then, but also most vulnerable to its inverse." Marcus's face paled. "We don't even have the full chord progression." Howard turned to Elena. "You have the record, don't you? The original vinyl might hold details the digital file missed. We could examine the grooves under a spectral analyzer here in the lab." Elena hesitated. "It's in my car. I've been terrified to keep it close." The professor set his jaw. "We should study it tonight. If we wait, we risk more exposure to its malignant influence." She and Marcus exchanged looks. Fear coiled in Elena's chest like a living thing. Yet she knew Howard was right. They needed every advantage. "I'll go get it," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. Marcus touched her arm. "Not alone. I'll come too." They left Howard poring over the arcane tome and retraced their steps up the staircase. The library felt eerie now that it was officially closed. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the wide aisles sat empty, the hush of abandonment wrapping around them. They stepped outside into a courtyard lit by a single flickering lamp. Dark silhouettes of leafless trees loomed, branches scraping the sky. It was nearly midnight. Elena checked her phone and saw the digits read 11:47 p.m. The air was cold enough to make her shiver, though the day had been warm. "It's too quiet," Marcus murmured as they approached the parking lot. Not a single car or pedestrian in sight. The distant city lights glowed faintly, but here on campus, everything looked deserted. Even the chirp of insects seemed muted. They found Elena's car in a far corner of the lot. She popped the trunk. Rummaging through scattered blankets and an emergency kit until her fingers found the smooth, black sleeve of Mortuus Melodia. A chill ran through her. Each time she touched the record, it felt heavier, as if burdened with all the souls it had tormented over the years. Marcus swallowed. "Let's go back quickly. We don't want to be out here longer than we have to." Elena nodded. Just as she turned to shut the trunk, a bang ripped through the silence, so loud and sudden that Elena screamed. It reverberated across the lot like an echoing gunshot or a slammed iron door. Marcus spun around, heart pounding. What was that? Then they heard it. A shrill, piercing scream that shredded the night. It came from somewhere across the campus, a cry of pure terror cut short by a sickening, abrupt silence. Elena's blood turned to ice. Instinctively, she clutched Marcus's jacket, the record sleeve pressed between them. Another scream rang out, this one more distant, echoing off the tall buildings. It was the anguished shriek of someone witnessing unimaginable horror. Elena felt her muscles lock, her mind reeling. Images of monstrous silhouettes and twisted shadows flashed behind her eyes. Marcus found his voice first. "We have to go see if someone's hurt," he said, although fear thickened every word. Elena nodded numbly. They hurried across the empty courtyard, each footstep slapping against the concrete. The library's imposing entrance loomed ahead. Another thud sounded, and somewhere close by, glass shattered. Elena's heart hammered so hard, her vision blurred. A young night custodian appeared around the corner, her face contorted in terror. "Help!" she cried, sprinting toward them, eyes wild. Someone... She tripped, sprawling onto the pavement. Marcus darted forward to help her up, but she scrambled away in a panic, babbling. "In a library, oh God." The lights started flickering, and I saw, she choked on her words, tears streaming. Elena glanced in the library doors. They stood ajar, swaying in a faint breeze that smelled like dust and old books. Dread crawled up her spine. "Howard," she whispered, "we have to get back to Professor Howard." Marcus gently urged the custodian to keep moving. "Get outside, call the police," he instructed. She staggered away, face ashen. Despite her obvious terror, the custodian snatched her phone and ran toward the campus security building. Elena and Marcus exchanged a grim look, then rushed in. Inside the library, the overhead fluorescents flickered wildly, casting the hall in strobing patches of light and shadow. Books lay scattered on the floor, as if someone or something had knocked them from the shelves. Each flicker revealed glimpses of chaos, overturned chairs, a broken display case. A chill wind blew through the corridor, though no doors or windows were open. That was when they heard the distinct wail of a violin string, a single note, stretched impossibly high, resonating across the silent stacks. It reminded Elena of the record's most harrowing section, the violin that scraped at the edges of sanity. "Oh no," Elena breathed. She clutched the record sleeve tighter, the edges biting into her palms. They retraced their steps toward the special collections wing. Echoes of labored breathing and muffled sobs reverberated off the marble walls. Another shriek stabbed through the hallway. Someone else had seen something unspeakable. Elena's legs felt like lead, but she forced them to move faster. At last, they reached the iron gates. They stood wide open, one hinge bent. Beyond them, the special collections reading room lay in disarray, tables overturned. Ancient tomes strewn about. The overhead lamp sparked, illuminating a smear of dark liquid on the tile floor. Elena's breath caught in her throat as she realized it was blood. Then she saw him. Professor Howard lay slumped against a bookshelf, his eyes open but unfocused, face pallid, Blood pooled around his torso, his arms stretched out, fingertips barely touching the massive Harmonia Maleficarum fallen beside him. Elena rushed over, tears burning her eyes. "Professor!" she cried, voice cracking. He gasped for air, lips trembling. I tried to fight it," he wheezed. "The music, it manifested, like a living shadow." He coughed, flecks of crimson staining his mustache. "It took form, attacked me." Marcus hovered behind Elena, horror etched into every feature. "We'll call for help, an ambulance. Just hang on." But Howard's eyes fluttered. "No time! You must finish the counter melody!" He winced, a spasm of pain contorting his expression. "Midnight, oh God!" A ragged breath rattled in his chest. "If it's not stopped, more will die." His gaze locked on Elena. She saw desperation and fear. "Don't let it devour!" His words trailed off, and with a final shudder, his eyes glazed over. The hush that fell was as suffocating as a coffin lid closing. Elena pressed her hand to her mouth, tears slipping free. Marcus lowered his head, anguish twisting his features. A moment later, they felt it, a presence in the room, cold and suffocating. The overhead lights buzzed, stuttered, then blinked out, plunging them into darkness. In the blackness, the cursed melody echoed, soft at first, then rising like a malevolent tide. Footsteps, distant and hollow, thudded in slow, menacing rhythm. Elena bit back a sob. "Professor Howard is gone!" She glanced at her phone. 12:02 a.m. Midnight. She realized with a surge of horror that the text from Harmonia Maleficarum had warned them. The cursed chord was strongest at this hour. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a shape shifted, a tall silhouette that defied logic, its edges bleeding into the darkness. An unearthly whisper hissed from its direction, a combination of wind and vocal cords. The hairs on Elena's neck prickled. She sensed the overwhelming hatred emanating from it, an insatiable hunger for more victims. "Run!" Marcus shouted, grabbing Elena's hand. They stumbled through the dark, guided only by fleeting emergency lights in the corridor. Behind them, a shriek erupted inhuman, echoing like a demonic choir singing a single agonized note. Elena's blood turned to ice. She and Marcus sprinted down the hallway, each footfall resonating with that dreadful violin pitch in her head. They raced past open study rooms, furniture in splinters, books torn from shelves. Faint moans drifted from corners where other late-night staff or students cowered, too scared or injured to move. Another piercing cry reverberated from behind a sound so raw it made Elena's vision blur. This is what the record does, she thought frantically. It's unleashed something terrible, maybe a manifestation of the music itself. At last, they saw the faint glow of exit signs. Marcus rammed his shoulder against the door, and they spilled out into the cold night air. The campus floodlights seemed painfully bright after the darkness inside. Sirens wailed in the distance. Campus security or local police alerted by frantic calls. Elena doubled over, gasping for breath. She noticed she still clutched Mortuus Melodia. We have to. She couldn't finish the thought. Howard was dead. The cursed presence remained free to roam, and midnight had only just begun. Marcus placed a shaking arm around her. "Elena, we need to get out of here. That thing, it's not going to stop. We have to find a safe place and figure out the rest of the counter melody. The professor's notes, his last words. There has to be a clue in Harmonia Maleficarum." Elena's eyes brimmed with tears, thinking of Howard's body in the reading room. He said we have to finish it, or more people will die. Midnight's first victim. That's what the record claimed. She fought back a sob. "God, it took him. He's gone." Marcus's jaw clenched. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. His eyes flicked to the swirling lights on the campus roads. Security vehicles converging on the library entrance. He swallowed hard. "Let's go." Before they lock everything down, we can't risk them confiscating the record. The cops won't understand. Despite every fiber of her body screaming at her to stay, to help the wounded, Elena recognized the grim truth. If the authorities seized Mortuus Melodia, they'd have no hope of neutralizing it. They'd lose the only chance to end this nightmare. Guilt knotted her stomach, but she knew Marcus was right. "Come on," she whispered. Together they slipped into the shadows of the courtyard, circling around the main walkway where security officers and paramedics rushed to respond. As they reached their car, each siren wail felt like an accusation. "You're running away," a voice inside Elena's head scolded. "You're leaving them to face that thing." But she also knew the alternative. If they were caught now, the cursed melody would spread unchecked. They had to see this through. Inside the car, Elena gripped the steering wheel, tears streaking her cheeks. "Where do we go?" she asked, voice trembling. Marcus looked pale but resolute. "We'll find a remote spot, a place we can study these texts and figure out the rest of the counter melody. We only have partial notes, but maybe we can recall what Howard found in that book." He read enough to mention midnight as the key moment. Elena wiped her face. "We'll need instruments, some kind of setup to play. This can't be done on a whim." "We'll figure it out," Marcus said, though the uncertainty in his tone was palpable. "One step at a time." The engine roared to life, and they sped away from the university, from the wail of sirens and the horror inside those walls. On the passenger seat, the black sleeve of Mortuus Melodia seemed to thrum with dark energy, as though reveling in the chaos it had unleashed. Elena glanced at the time, 12:15 a.m. The night stretched ahead, long and perilous, with the cursed chord still echoing in her mind. Professor Howard had become Midnight's first victim, and the question gnawed at her soul. How many more would the record claim before they found a way to silence it forever? Chapter 4. Eerie echoes from the past. Night clung to the horizon like a tattered veil as Elena Carter and Marcus sped down the winding highway, away from the university's haunted silence. The horrific events of midnight, Professor Howard's death, the flickering lights, the unearthly shrieks played on repeat in Elena's mind. Her knuckles were white against the steering wheel, heart hammering with guilt and fear. The battered sleeve containing Mortuus Melodia lay on the passenger seat, seemingly heavier with every breath she drew. Marcus leaned his head against the window, exhaustion etched into the shadows under his eyes. He stared vacantly at the passing darkness, occasionally flinching as if he heard sounds she couldn't. Inside the car, the air felt suffocating, thick with the aftertaste of terror. Elena couldn't shake the sense that someone or something was watching them from the gloom. "How far do we have to go?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marcus tore his gaze from the window. "Anywhere but here," he muttered. "We need a place to hide, to study the scraps of notes we salvaged and figure out how to finish that counter melody." Elena nodded, exhaling shakily. "There's an abandoned cabin up near Lakeshore Road. My family used to own it. My grandfather would go there sometimes when he wanted solitude. It's remote, but not completely off the grid. We might be safe long enough to work." "Safe," Marcus repeated, as though the very concept was alien now. "Let's hope so." They continued in tense silence, the road a ribbon of black asphalt stretching through an endless tunnel of trees. An hour later, the headlights revealed an old, moss-covered sign reading Lakeshore Road, 2 miles. Elena turned onto the narrower lane, the canopy of branches overhead blocking out the feeble moonlight. Wind gusted through the trees, making them rustle and groan with a deep hollow sound, reminiscent of distant wails. At last, the driveway appeared, 2 ruts in the ground, leading up a slight hill. Elena parked beneath a drooping elm. The cabin stood a short distance away, little more than a silhouette with a sagging porch and boarded windows. A chill scuttled across her skin, like a premonition of something lurking in the shadows. They gathered their bags, laptop, papers, the dreaded vinyl record, and hurried toward the door. Grass swished around their ankles, each step an unsettling crunch in the dense undergrowth. Somewhere in the distance, a loon called out over the lake, its eerie lament echoing through the still night. "Let's hope the key box is still here," Elena said, bending down near a loose board on the porch. Her fingers fumbled until they found a small, rusted container. With some effort, she pried it open. Inside lay a single tarnished key, miraculously still there after all these years. She unlocked the door, and a stale, musty smell drifted out, decades of dust and disuse. Marcus found the light switch. One lone bulb flickered overhead, casting faint illumination on threadbare furniture, a stone fireplace blackened by old soot and cobwebs clinging to every corner. But at least it was sheltered, and for the moment, quiet. They stepped inside, locking the door behind them. Marcus tried the faucets. Water sputtered and coughed, then trickled out in a rusty stream. He caught some in his hands, splashing it over his face. "It's better than nothing," he said, voice tinged with weary resignation. Elena set the record on a small coffee table. Its presence weighed on her like a malignant eye. "Just a few hours ago, it killed Professor Howard," she reminded herself, images of his slumped form surfacing in her mind. She swallowed a wave of nausea and turned her attention to the fireplace. The night was cold, and she could barely feel her fingertips. "I'll get some kindling," she said. She found a hatchet near the door and stepped back outside. The wind whipped through the trees, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. In the distance, the lake glistened under moonlight, a smooth obsidian sheet. She chopped a few pieces of rotting wood from a small pile stacked under a makeshift lean-to, ignoring the creeping feeling that every sound in the forest was something creeping closer. When she returned, Marcus had cleared a space on a dusty table where they could spread out the notes. As she knelt to start a fire, she heard him muttering under his breath. "Professor Howard said we need the complete chord progression, that we had to identify the intervals hidden in the grooves. We barely have anything from Harmonia Maleficarum." Elena struck a match and lit the paper under the logs. The flame flickered, struggled, then caught. Warmth began to seep into the room. She placed the grate back and dusted her hands on her jeans. "We have my grandfather's letters, plus the pages we scanned from the professor's library notes before everything." Her voice faltered, "before it all went wrong." Marcus inhaled sharply. "Yeah, I can compare them. See if we can reconstruct the missing sections. Maybe your grandfather wrote something about this place too. He came here to compose sometimes, right? He might have left behind clues." Elena nodded, remembering how her grandfather often described the cabin as his secret workshop for trying out new pieces. "It's worth looking around. Check the drawers, see if any old sheet music is lying around." They spent the next hour rummaging through dusty cabinets and scouring every corner by flashlight. Spiders scattered from the beams, and the smell of moldy fabric rose whenever they lifted old blankets or overturned ancient cushions. The wind outside intensified, rattling the windows with a mournful moan. Occasionally, a sharp knock sounded from the walls, as though the old cabin had a heartbeat protesting their presence. At last, Elena found an old trunk in what must have been her grandfather's makeshift study. A cramped room with a warped desk and shelves full of crumbling books. The trunk's lid squeaked open, revealing a jumble of yellowed papers, a few battered journals, and a leather-bound notebook. She recognized her grandfather's handwriting on the cover of the notebook. "Compositions, drafts, and experiments." Her pulse fluttered with excitement. "Marcus!" she called, stepping away from the trunk. Her flashlight revealed swirling dust motes caught in the beam. She heard Marcus's footsteps pounding across the floor as he rushed in. "This might be it," she said, holding up the notebook. "My grandfather's rough sketches." Marcus nodded, eyes lighting up. "Let's see." They carried the notebook back to the main room, where the fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Elena eased herself onto an old armchair, flipping the notebook open carefully. The pages contained bars of music, some heavily annotated, others crossed out. Certain phrases were circled with urgent notes scribbled in the margins. "Thank you, she said. "Thank you. Thank you." A tempting inversion of the cursed intervals. Hard to sustain the perfect fifth over the sub-bass drone. Discovered that layering dissonance might disrupt the main chord, but it's excruciating to hear. Fear the record has a will of its own, warping my attempts at every turn. Elena's heart panged with sympathy for her grandfather. How tormented he must have been, wrestling with dark forces he could scarcely understand. A couple of pages later, she found more references that matched the text from Harmonia Maleficarum. At the stroke of midnight, the barrier is thinnest. The chord resonates with full power, But the inverse chord, if perfectly tuned, might seal the rift, must ensure no mistakes. Marcus tapped the page. Look at these intervals he wrote. F sharp, C, then the inversions. It's incomplete, but at least we have a roadmap. They dove into the notes, comparing each measure to the references from the professor's partial translations. Outside, the wind howled, rising and falling in eerie waves, like a wailing chorus. Occasionally, a soft scrape echoed beneath the floorboards, as though something was crawling underneath the cabin. Neither Elena nor Marcus dared investigate. They both sensed the presence of the cursed music stirring in every corner. As the hours slipped by, they managed to piece together a sketch of the counter melody. Marcus scribbled notes in a separate pad, occasionally plugging headphones into his laptop to test digital mock-ups. Each time he did so, Elena held her breath, terrified the music would bleed out and summon the malignant force. But they had little choice if they wanted to craft a precise arrangement. Near dawn, Marcus slumped back in his chair, dark circles under his eyes. We're missing a final piece, and there's an unresolved measure at the end. Your grandfather's notes mention a unique chord that has to be struck, but he never wrote it down. Elena sighed, exhaustion tugging at every muscle. He must have hidden it somewhere else, or maybe he never figured it out at all. They stared at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. Finding that missing chord might be the only way to banish mortuus melodia, if it even existed. They slept fitfully that morning. Lulled into a brief doze by sheer exhaustion, the sun was well above the horizon by the time Elena woke, the interior of the cabin bathed in a grayish-yellow light. The fire had died down to embers. Marcus stirred from the couch, rubbing his eyes. Outside, the wind had calmed, leaving an uneasy silence in its wake. Elena stepped onto the porch, yawning, and gazed at the lake. Light shimmered over the water's surface. For a moment, it looked almost tranquil, an illusion shattered by a distant crack that echoed across the stillness, like something snapping in the forest. She wrapped her arms around herself, remembering how the library's halls had rung with those unimaginable screams. No place is safe now, she thought. Not until the curse was broken. Marcus joined her, laptop under one arm. I'm going to run some further analysis, see if there's any clue in the waveforms we haven't spotted. Elena nodded. I'll keep looking through the trunk in the study. There might be more diaries or notes. They parted ways. Back inside that cramped study, Elena methodically sorted through piles of dusty books. Some were in languages she couldn't decipher. Others were classic music texts, heavily annotated by her grandfather. She flipped through them, searching for anything referencing mortuus melodia or the cursed intervals. Now and then, the old walls let out a low groan, the sort of sound a settling structure might make. But in her heightened state, it felt like the cabin breathed around her. Half an hour later, she unearthed a small wooden box tucked behind a row of old sheet music. A brass latch secured it, and when she clicked it open, she found a single reel of old magnetic tape labeled Elijah Carter Personal Recording. Her breath caught. Elijah Carter was her grandfather. This could be a private audio reel, maybe a test session he'd done while developing the counter melody. She carried the box to the main room, where Marcus sat at the table with headphones on, scribbling frantic notes. Marcus, look, she said, setting the box down. It's an old tape reel. Could be my grandfather's personal recordings. Marcus pulled off his headphones, curiosity sparking in his tired eyes. We can't play it without a reel-to-reel tape deck, he pointed out. Elena glanced around, heart thrumming. My grandfather might have stored one here. He loved using antique equipment. A quick search of the cabin revealed a small side closet. Beneath a pile of moth-eaten coats stood a portable reel-to-reel machine. Dust coated its surface, but Elena dared to hope it still worked. Marcus wiped it off, inspected the wiring, and found a power cord. He plugged it into a battered generator behind the cabin. Thankfully, the ancient gas-fed machine still chugged to life with a sputter. As they gathered around the table once more, Elena placed the tape on the deck spindle with trembling hands. A sense of both dread and anticipation churned in her stomach. Marcus switched it on. The tape spun. producing a faint whir. A hiss of static issued from the small built-in speaker. Then her grandfather's voice. This is Elijah Carter. Attempt number... God, I've lost count. The record's presence is stronger every night. I believe the only way to neutralize it is through a precise inversion of the cursed intervals. Elena's throat tightened. Hearing his voice, grainy and tired, felt like a window into the past. A pang of sorrow and pride flooded her simultaneously. The tape continued with Elijah's labored breathing. I've nearly succeeded in constructing the inverse chord structure. But each time I approach the final measure, an unexplainable dissonance bleeds through. It's like the music itself resists me, twisting the notes. A brief silence followed, broken by a scratchy echo of a piano chord, presumably from her grandfather's makeshift playing. Elijah's voice returned, subdued and trembling. This last chord, the resolution, remains elusive. I suspect it must be something akin to a pure harmonic triad, yet with a twist, a suspended tone that breaks the hold of the cursed melody. But I can't find it. Each variation fails. Static crackled, and the piano chord repeated, accompanied by what sounded like a low, droning hum. Elena recognized it instantly, the same sub-bass resonance from Mortuus Melodia. A chill slithered up her spine. Even on this old reel, that sinister timbre lingered, like a malevolent ghost overshadowing Elijah's attempts. Then a sudden bang on the recording, like a door being thrown open. Elijah's startled exclamation made Elena jump. The machine picked up scraping sounds, frantic footsteps, and then a terrible screech, a high, distorted violin note that distorted the tape's audio into painful static. Elijah's voice cut through the interference, panting. "No, stay back!" More crashing, as if furniture was being knocked over. A terrifying shriek tore from the speaker, making Elena and Marcus reel back in horror. It sounded like a person caught between agony and fury. An unnatural timbre somewhere between a shrill wind and an animal's death cry. Moments later, the tape fizzled, the audio warping into squeals. Then silence. The reel continued spinning, but nothing more came out. Marcus broke the hush, voice trembling. "Your grandfather was attacked?" Elena stared at the now empty reel, heart pounding. That must have been when he realized there was no easy way to complete the composition. He must have sealed everything away in the attic after that. The tension in the cabin felt like a living presence. Each flickering shadow on the walls suggested a lurking figure. Every puff of wind under the doorframe spoke of intangible watchers. Elena reached for the record on the coffee table, almost expecting it to pulse in her hand. "The missing chord has something to do with a suspended tone," she said. He said it had to break the hold of the cursed melody. Marcus sank into a chair, raking a hand through his hair. "We have the partial melody, plus his notes about inversion. Now we know we need a suspended tone. But how do we figure out the exact chord?" Elena set the record aside, pacing restlessly. "Maybe we can replicate his process. We have a piano in the city. If we bring the record there..." Marcus cut her off, voice urgent. "Going back to the city is too dangerous. The authorities are probably searching for us, or at least investigating what happened at the library. Plus, that creature might still be roaming around." She grimaced, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Right, so we need a keyboard or some instrument here." She glanced around. My grandfather might have kept one. He was known to drag old keyboards or small pianos to any place he worked. They rummaged around, searching closets and peering into forgotten rooms. After half an hour, they discovered a dusty upright piano jammed into a corner of a storage shed behind the cabin. Rodents had gnawed parts of the wood, and the strings were likely out of tune, but it might serve their needs. With considerable effort, they managed to drag it onto the porch. Under the gray sky, they tested the keys, wincing at the discordant sounds. Some notes stuck. Others rang with a dull thud. Still, they had something that resembled an instrument. Marcus took out his phone. No signal, as expected, but used a tuning app he downloaded. Working slowly and carefully, he began to adjust the piano's worst offenses. The process was maddening, each twang of the strings resonating in Elena's chest like a warning. She kept glancing behind them, sure she would see a hunched shadow creeping closer. Hours dragged on. By the time the piano was in halfway decent shape, twilight had settled once more. Crickets chirped in the brush, their collective trill oddly subdued. A faint wind returned, rustling the pine trees and carrying the faint scent of damp earth. "Let's try the notes we have," Marcus said, voice hoarse from disuse. He positioned the scrawled staff lines on the piano's stand. Elena stood beside him, occasionally referencing her grandfather's notebook. They struck the first chord, an inversion of F sharp, C, and a dissonant note that clashed with any standard scale. The resulting sound was eerie, like the echo of a church bell ringing in a deep tunnel. Then they moved to the next measure, layering in the sub-bass line. Each new note seemed to build tension, as though the air itself wavered in protest. At the final measure, Marcus thews. "This is where your grandfather's notes stopped. We need a suspended tone. Something that can transform the dissonance into resolution." Elena closed her eyes, remembering the reel's last words. A suspended tone that breaks the hold. Tentatively, she pressed a black key. The chord shifted, but the clashing resonance only grew, making the small hairs on her arms prickle. Marcus tried a different note, then another. Each attempt either collapsed into a painful cacophony or faded into a negligible resolution that felt empty, lacking the power they needed. They spent hours at this, each failure weighing heavily on their hearts. The sun sank completely, and darkness claimed the sky. The only illumination came from a lantern they'd hung on a hook by the porch. Its weak glow cast flickering patterns over the piano and their pale, drawn faces. Suddenly, the forest erupted with a shrill screech. Elena's hands jumped off the keys. She and Marcus looked up, alarmed. The sound was distinctly inhuman, echoing across the lake and reverberating through the cabin walls. It carried the same wrongness as the audio from the reel, the same pitch that spoke of something monstrous. A second screech answered from deeper in the woods, followed by the snap of branches. Terror coiled in Elena's stomach. "It's here," she whispered, voice trembling. "The music, or whatever it summoned, it's followed us." Marcus's eyes locked on the record, which still lay on the table inside. "We have to hurry. If we don't resolve the chord, there might not be another chance." Elena's mouth was dry. She rested her fingers on the piano keys again, swallowing hard. "Let's try a different approach. If we can't find the chord by guesswork, maybe we think about the intervals mathematically. Grandpa's notes mention a suspended tone that resonates an octave above the root. That suggests a certain shift in the intervals." Marcus nodded, scanning the lines. "Okay, so if the root is F sharp, maybe we need to shift a half step in the upper register, something like G." He pressed the key lightly, wincing as it merged with the chord. The dissonance flared, then quickly receded into a strange harmony that hovered on the edge of resolution. Elena's heart thumped. "That's closer!" She replayed the chord, letting the notes hang in the air. A faint vibration passed through the porch, like distant thunder. She tried a slight variation, adding a note just a semitone above G. The chord snapped into a sudden, almost luminous sound, the dissonance melting into an uplifting resolution that resonated powerfully. A rush of energy seemed to flow through Elena's arms, as if the chord itself had a life. Her eyes widened. Was that it? Marcus stared at her, mouth slightly open. "Play it again!" She did, pressing each key in sequence, layering the sub-bass note that matched the cursed record's droning frequency. The result was haunting yet triumphant, a chord that shimmered with a delicate balance between tension and release. Goosebumps rose along her arms, and for a split second, she could almost swear the night itself held its breath. "That's got to be it," Marcus whispered, awe and relief mingling in his tone. "We just found the suspended tone your grandfather couldn't finalize. If we can incorporate this chord into the full inverse melody at midnight." A sharp crash from inside the cabin cut him off. They both whipped around to see the lantern flicker, as though a gust of wind had just blasted through. Another bang followed, and then a distinct scratching sound near the door. Elena's pulse skyrocketed. "It's trying to stop us." Marcus grabbed her arm. "We have to get inside and protect that record. If this entity gets it first, who knows what might happen?" They dashed back into the main room, skidding to a halt. The front door, which they had locked, now stood ajar, curtains fluttering in the wind. Shadows writhed across the walls in the lantern's flickering light. The record was still on the table, but as Elena reached for it, a soft hiss filled the air, a low, inhuman whisper that slithered around the room like a snake. Then came a horrific shriek, a piercing, tortured wail that reverberated in Elena's skull. She clapped her hands over her ears, eyes watering from the sheer intensity of the sound. Marcus stumbled backward, nearly toppling a chair. In the corner, a shape coagulated out of the darkness, tall and distorted. It had no distinct features, only the vague outline of an elongated torso and limbs that seemed to merge with the cabin's shadows. Its presence exuded an otherworldly dread, the same feeling that had pervaded the library when Professor Howard died. "Elena!" Marcus yelled, voice muffled by the raw noise. She forced her hands from her ears, lunged toward the table, and seized Mortuus Melodia. Her breath came in ragged gasps, adrenaline spiking. The creature hissed again, stepping closer, each movement accompanied by a sickening wet scrape, as though it dragged pieces of itself across the floor. Marcus fumbled for a weapon, anything, and spotted the iron poker near the fireplace. He snatched it up, brandishing it between them and the entity. The creature snarled, emitting a resonant note that rattled the windows. A wave of crippling fear slammed into Elena, nearly driving her to her knees. It felt like every nightmare she'd ever had, multiplied by the malevolent force thrumming through the cursed record. But something flickered inside her, an ember of resolve. "We found the chord," she reminded herself. "We have a chance." She clutched the record under her arm and locked eyes with Marcus. He nodded, understanding flashing in his gaze. They had to retreat to the piano. If they could play the completed countermelody at the stroke of midnight, maybe they could banish this horror forever. But midnight was still hours away. Could they survive until then? The entity let out another unearthly screech, lunging forward, limbs contorting in a blur of shadow. Marcus swung the poker, the iron tips slashing through empty air, no solid mass to strike. The creature's face, if it had one, twisted in silent rage. Elena bolted for the open door, and Marcus followed, brandishing the poker behind him to keep the monstrosity at bay. Outside, the porch was drenched in shadow, the moon hidden behind clouds. She could barely see the upright piano in the corner, a sentinel in the dark. The record felt hot, or perhaps it was her own body trembling. The creature followed, a slithering shadow crossing the threshold. Its presence seemed to sap the warmth from the air, making Elena's breath fog. The night, once filled with chirping insects, was eerily silent now. Nothing dared make a sound. Only the faint crackle of the old generator behind the cabin and the frantic pounding of Elena's heart broke the hush. Marcus spotted the old truck parked near the shed, a relic from who knows when, possibly still functional. "We can't fight this thing head on," he shouted. "Let's load the piano if we can, or at least find a way to keep the record safe until midnight." Elena nodded wildly. "But we need to finish the chord at midnight, wherever we are." Her eyes flicked to the deformed figure closing in. She could feel its hatred, a living entity that thrived on fear. Behind them, the forest parted under a gust of wind, branches swaying in a violent dance. Another screech rang out, reverberating from deeper in the woods, echoing the first. A horrifying notion arose in Elena's mind. There might be more than one. Her grip tightened on Mortuus Melodia. She sensed the cursed composition pulsing, as though it drank in every heartbeat of terror. Marcus stood tense, the poker quivering in his hands, eyes darting between the shadow thing and Elena. They had found the final chord, but finishing the counter-melody would demand perfect timing and unwavering resolve. And with each passing minute, the monstrous echoes of Mortuus Melodia grew louder, dragging horrors from the darkness of the past into their fragile present. The entity hissed again, inching closer, limbs scraping against the cabin's porch. As thunder rumbled in the distance. Chapter 5, The Forbidden Conservatory. Elena Carter stood on the porch of her grandfather's cabin, clutching Mortius Melodia to her chest. Wind rattled the rickety boards beneath her feet, carrying with it the sharp tang of rotting leaves and damp earth. A hulking shadow moved across the clearing, limbs grotesquely elongated, scraping at the edges of reality. It emitted a hiss that vibrated in the back of Elena's skull, a sound as eerie as the record's distorted violin notes. Beside her, Marcus held an iron poker in a trembling grip, his knuckles white. The entity, a living nightmare conjured by the cursed record, loomed in the periphery of the lantern light. Its formless face glistened, swirling as though struggling to hold a shape. Just behind it, the dark silhouettes of ancient pines fenced the clearing, their branches moaning in the gusts. "We have the chord," Elena whispered, eyes darting to the upright piano they dragged from storage. "But it's not midnight yet." Marcus cast a panicked glance at the battered truck near the shed. "We can't hold out here. We'll be cornered." A wave of adrenaline pulsed through him, feeding a desperation that made his breath hitch. "Let's get to the truck. We'll figure it out on the road, somewhere safer." Elena swallowed, nodding. Running felt cowardly, but she was no fool. The shadow thing hissed again, inching closer. She forced her legs to move. Clutching the record under one arm, she dashed from the porch steps into the damp grass. Twigs cracked beneath her boots. Marcus followed, brandishing the poker to keep the entity at bay. A piercing screech like nails on metal rang out from somewhere behind the cabin. A second shadowy figure slithered into view, cutting off their path to the truck. This one was smaller, but just as malevolent, tendrils of darkness swirling around its warped limbs. Elena's heart slammed in her chest. "There are two of them?" she choked out. Marcus flinched at the unholy noise radiating from the new arrival. "We'll never make it to the truck if we're trapped on both sides." Panic quivered in Elena's voice. "Inside! Back inside! We can barricade ourselves. Maybe there's a way out through the rear window." With no better plan, they lurched back onto the porch, the monsters converging from both sides. Marcus yanked the cabin door shut and shot the deadbolt home. They dragged a heavy oak table against the door for good measure. Outside, the first entity slammed against the wood with a sickening thud. The entire frame shook, dust drifting from the rafters. Breathing in ragged gasps, Elena darted to the rear window. Beyond the cracked panes lay a thicket of dense undergrowth and twisted tree trunks. "We can break through, but it's a mess out there," she said, slamming a fist against the glass experimentally. Marcus, pale with terror, hunched beside the fireplace. "That might be our only shot," he said. "Unless—" He paused, eyes flicking to the battered upright piano, still visible through the open back door to the porch. They hadn't hauled it inside. The thing was far too heavy, and time had been short. Elena followed his gaze. "No, Marcus," she whispered, shaking her head. "It's outside, with those things." She set Mortuus Melodia on a side table, taking a moment to steady her breathing. Her mind whirled with fragments of their plan. The cursed record had to be countered with a precise arrangement at midnight. They had found the chord, the final suspended tone that could disrupt the vile frequencies of the record. But there was no time, and no safe place to attempt a performance here, not with these monstrous silhouettes prowling the property. Another heavy slam rattled the front door, the table screeching across the floor. A thin crack appeared in the wooden frame, letting in a sliver of moonlight and a pungent odor that reminded Elena of stale earth and wet stone. Marcus darted to the back room again, scanning the clutter. "Come on, Elena," he called. "We'll break the window. We just need to get out." She joined him, adrenaline fueling her strength as they pushed aside a dilapidated cabinet. With an old broom handle, they pried at the window's rotten frame until the glass shattered outward with a violent crash. A gust of cold air rushed in, bringing the musty scent of forest decay. Elena climbed through first, biting back a yelp as a jagged shard scraped her leg. Marcus shoved the rest of the frame aside and followed, dropping into a patch of damp earth. They crouched, scanning the shadows. In the distance, the horrors pounded at the cabin, their guttural shrieks bouncing off the timbers. "Run!" Marcus hissed. They tore into the trees, weaving through twisted trunks and low-hanging branches. Briars snagged their clothes. The ground squelched underfoot, half mud from recent rains. Elena clutched the record to her chest, each breath ragged. After what felt like an eternity, the undergrowth thinned, and they stumbled onto a dirt path illuminated by the wan moon. Marcus doubled over, panting. Elena's heart hammered so loud it drowned out the distant roars and screeches. "We need some place," she gasped. "Some place to perform the chord, to break the curse, without getting killed in the process." Marcus wiped sweat from his forehead, leaving a streak of brine. "We can't do it in the open. We need acoustics, some shelter." He paused, recalling a half-forgotten rumor from campus. "Remember the old conservatory on the outskirts of Silver Lake Town? The one that was shut down years ago because of structural problems?" Elena nodded uncertainly. "The building with the huge domed ceiling? I heard it was condemned. Someone called it the Forbidden Conservatory. They said weird stuff happened there during midnight recitals. My friend once mentioned seeing ghost lights in the windows." Marcus exhaled. "We might not have a better option. It has a pipe organ and a grand piano, if they haven't gutted it. That organ could replicate the sub-bass frequencies from the record, or at least give us enough range to produce the entire chord the way we need it." A chill crawled up Elena's spine. Breaking into a condemned conservatory in the middle of the night with monstrous shapes hunting them sounded insane. But what choice did they have? If the cabin was no longer safe, if they couldn't hold out until midnight to attempt the performance there, maybe the conservatory was their best shot. "All right," she managed, voice trembling. "Let's try it. But how do we get there?" Marcus nodded toward the faint glimmer of lights in the distance. "We circle back to the truck, but from the rear side of the cabin. It's risky, but maybe the creatures are still near the front door." They exchanged grim looks, then followed the dirt path around the perimeter of the property. The night pressed in, alive with foreboding. Every rustle of leaves made Elena's pulse spike. Once they heard a distant wail like a human scream, but stretched and distorted into something monstrous. Both froze, hearts pounding until it faded. Finally, they glimpsed the old pickup silhouette. A single flickering lantern from the shed's interior cast enough light to show a mostly clear path. Marcus motioned for Elena to wait, then crept forward, iron poker raised. He peered inside the cab, then waved for her to come. "Hurry," he whispered. "Keys should be inside. Your granddad kept them above the visor, right?" Elena nodded, sliding into the driver's seat. To her profound relief, she found a tarnished key tucked precisely where her grandfather always kept it. She turned the ignition, half expecting silence. Instead, the engine coughed and sputtered. On the third try, it roared to life in a cloud of oily smoke. Marcus hopped into the passenger side, slamming the door. "Go!" Elena slammed the gas pedal. The old truck lurched forward, nearly fishtailing on the wet grass. She gritted her teeth, guiding the vehicle through a gap in the trees and onto the dirt path. The front headlights barely penetrated the darkness, but she could see enough to avoid major obstacles. A furious shriek tore through the night. Something large burst from the tree line, a blur of writhing limbs and blackened mass. It lunged toward the truck's flank, slapping the metal side with a jarring impact. Elena screamed, instinctively jerking the wheel. The creature's elongated arm left a deep dent before it vanished into the gloom, screeching in frustration. "Drive!" Marcus yelled. Elena pushed the accelerator to the floor. The wheels spun in mud for a terrifying second, then gained traction. They careened onto the gravel road leading away from the cabin, leaving the monstrous shapes behind, but not gone, not defeated. They traveled in charged silence for nearly an hour, passing only occasional farms and clusters of trees. The old truck rattled and groaned with every bump. Mortuous Melodia rested in Elena's lap like a malignant weight, radiating quiet menace. Every so often, a strange, static crackle erupted from the ancient radio, an echo of the cursed composition they carried. Eventually, the road widened into a rural highway. A decrepit sign pointed toward Silver Lake Town, 15 miles. Elena's hands ached from clutching the steering wheel so hard. Marcus stared out the window, scanning the roadside for any sign of pursuit. "You really think this conservatory is still standing?" Elena asked, her voice low. Marcus nodded grimly. "It was boarded up, but I doubt they demolished it." Rumor had it the building had historical significance. Nobody wanted to pay the cost to restore or tear it down. "It's just rotting away." They pulled into Silver Lake Town shortly after midnight. The streets were mostly deserted, lampposts casting a sickly orange glow. A row of shuttered storefronts lined the main avenue. No sign of life, but a single neon sign above a late-night diner, flickering in and out. Elena slowed, turning onto a side street that led toward the old district. The houses grew older, grander, some with boarded windows, others leaning precariously. Finally, they spotted the conservatory's looming silhouette, a massive stone structure crowned by a tarnished copper dome. Part of the dome had caved in, and the walls were streaked with grime. Weeds sprouted through cracks in the courtyard. ... A rusted gate stood wide open, squeaking in the breeze. Elena parked behind a dead oak tree, cutting the engine. They sat in the truck for a moment, gazing at the forbidding edifice. The wind rustled through broken stained glass windows, producing a dissonant chime like wind chimes tuned to a sinister scale. Marcus licked his lips nervously. "We might find what we need inside a piano, possibly an organ." Elena nodded, her stomach churning. The hour was late. They were well past midnight. She remembered her grandfather's notes. The chord resonates most strongly at midnight. They had missed the exact stroke, but maybe, if they prepared, the next midnight could serve as the stage for their final stand. "Let's go," she whispered. They stepped onto the cracked pavement, weapons and bags in hand. Marcus carried the iron poker and a flashlight. Elena held the record close, as if reluctant to let it out of her sight. As they approached the ornate double doors, they saw they had been sealed with heavy chains, now snapped, as if by some enormous force. The chain links lay twisted on the ground. Elena's spine tingled. "Something's been here," she breathed. Marcus said nothing, but his tight grip on the flashlight spoke volumes. They pushed the doors open, which groaned like the lament of a giant. A wave of stale air rolled out old dust and mildew. Inside, the foyer stretched into a cavernous hall with marble floors and peeling gilded pillars. Rotting posters flapped on the walls, advertising concerts from decades past. Each step echoed loudly, as though the building were whispering back. A series of archways led deeper into gloom. Elena's flashlight picked out a sign reading Main Auditorium with an arrow. They followed it, the slants of moonlight from broken windows guiding them. Water dripped somewhere, each droplet hitting stone with a hollow plink. The entire place felt drenched in an unearthly hush. At last, they emerged into the main concert hall. Row after row of dusty seats faced a stage, flanked by collapsed curtains. The vaulted ceiling soared overhead. Part of it caved in to reveal the night sky. A massive pipe organ stood to the right, its once stately pipes bent and tarnished. Next to it, half hidden by drapes, crouched a grand piano on a small platform. Marcus shone the flashlight over the piano. "There," he said softly, relief warring with apprehension. It might still work. They trudged down the aisle, the plush carpet squelching under their feet. Elena sensed movement at the edges of her vision, shadows that might have been illusions or something more. She remembered the monstrous figures at the cabin. They could be anywhere, she thought, heart drumming in her ears. Near the stage, the boards creaked alarmingly. Marcus tested the piano lid. It opened with a shriek of hinges. He pressed a few keys, releasing a plunk that echoed in the eerie space. The piano was woefully out of tune, but perhaps fixable. Elena set Mortuus Melodia on the piano bench. She gazed up at the menacing pipes of the organ. "This place," It's perfect for acoustic resonance, she said. We can replicate the sub-bass frequencies if the organ still functions. Marcus began examining the organ's console, running his fingers over the dusty keys. No electricity, he murmured. But older pipe organs sometimes used bellows or manual pumps. Maybe there's a mechanism we can power by hand. Suddenly, a faint clang resounded from somewhere backstage, like metal striking concrete. They froze. Hearts in their throats. Another clang, followed by a scraping noise, sent goosebumps rippling across Elena's skin. "Do you think it's them?" she whispered. Marcus's Adam's apple bobbed. "Or someone else. This place has been abandoned a long time. Could be squatters or vagrants." They locked eyes, silently agreeing they had to check. If it was the creatures, they needed to know before setting up. Elena retrieved her flashlight, and together they edged toward the backstage area. Torn velvet drapes dangled from broken rafters. The corridor behind the stage was cramped, littered with broken music stands, shattered light fixtures, and graffiti scrawled in peeling paint. A thump reverberated from a side room. Marcus raised the poker, stepping carefully. Elena followed, breath quivering. The door to the room hung half off its hinges. Inside, a single overhead fixture dangled precariously, revealing dust-choked crates and battered instrument cases. "Hello?" Marcus ventured. His voice echoed eerily, unanswered. Elena took a cautious step forward, and her flashlight beam revealed a hunched figure at the far corner. She stifled a gasp. The figure was a man, maybe in his 40s, wearing tattered clothes. He clutched a crowbar in one hand, eyes wild and haunted. The moment he saw Elena's light, he bared his teeth in a startled snarl. "Get back!" he rasped, brandishing the crowbar defensively. Elena lifted her hands. "We're not here to hurt you." He squinted, evidently assessing them. His posture eased slightly, though the crowbar remained raised. "You shouldn't be here," he growled, voice raw. "This place, it's cursed." Marcus almost laughed bitterly. "You don't know the half of it." The man slid closer to the dim overhead bulb, revealing sweat-soaked skin and a frantic expression. "I've seen them," he whispered, eyes darting to the corridor. "Shapes in the halls, glimpses of shadows that move on their own. They took my friend. We were just looking for shelter. He's gone." His voice cracked. "Gone!" Elena's heart clenched. So the creatures have been here, she thought with dawning horror. "I'm sorry," she managed. "We've seen them too." The man blinked, confusion and despair clouding his face. "You have? Then why are you still alive?" Marcus exhaled. "We're trying to end it, or at least stop it from spreading. We need this conservatory to perform a piece of music that might—" He glanced at Elena, unsure how much to reveal. "It might banish them," he finished. The man swallowed hard, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Banish them, if you can do that." He let out a trembling breath, struggling to keep composure. "My friend's name was Robert. We came here after they closed our shelter. Thought maybe we'd hide out. Then the shadows came." A crushing silence fell, broken only by dripping water somewhere behind the walls. Elena felt a surge of sympathy, but she also knew time was short. If the creatures prowled this building, they had to prepare quickly. "We're sorry about your friend," she said gently, stepping back. "We need to get to the stage. If you want to help, or at least stay close, you're welcome. But it's going to be dangerous." The man hesitated, shoulders trembling. Finally, he lowered the crowbar. "I'm Raymond," he said, voice hoarse. I'll try to help if I can." Marcus extended a hand, but Raymond did not shake it. Instead, he trailed them into the corridor, glancing over his shoulder at every creak. His breath came in anxious gulps, as if expecting a monster to leap from the shadows any moment. Back in the auditorium, Elena guided them to the organ. She and Marcus examined the pipes more closely. Several were bent or missing, but the main row of larger pipes seemed intact. They found a side lever that presumably operated manual bellows. Marcus tried pumping it, and a soft wheeze of air circulated through the pipes. No actual notes sounded. Perhaps the stops weren't set, or the console needed more pressure. This might be salvageable, Marcus said, brow furrowed. If we can get enough airflow, we can generate the deep frequencies needed to match or counter the record's sub-bass. Raymond hovered near the stage, crowbar in hand. I heard a rumor this place was known for freak accidents. People said at night you could hear the organ playing on its own. He shuddered. I figured it was just ghost stories, until I saw those things. Elena took Mortuus Melodia from the piano bench, forcing herself not to recoil at its cold, oppressive aura. She recounted a condensed version of The Curse, the record's unholy composition, her grandfather's research, and how they'd discovered a final chord that might neutralize the malignant intervals. Raymond listened, blanching at the mention of cursed media and shadows in the score. So you plan to perform this inverted melody? He asked. Marcus pressed a few organ keys, muscle memory guiding his fingers. A thin wheeze escaped the pipes, almost like a dying gasp. Yes, he said. We want to do it at midnight, when the record is at its peak, at its most vulnerable. If we get it right, the evil lurking in those grooves might be banished. Raymond gave a hollow laugh, eyes darting around. Another midnight. That's hours away. Elena's voice caught in her throat. We need that time to prepare, figure out how to repair the organ, or at least tune the piano enough for the chord. We'll have to hold out against whatever's in here. A sudden crash echoed from the rear of the auditorium. Elena's heart leapt. They're here, she whispered, hugging the record protectively. Marcus scanned the dark rows of seats. The meager moonlight offered little visibility, but something moved in the periphery, twisting shapes, slinking through the aisles. A faint tick-tick-tick resonated, like claws tapping on marble. Raymond's crowbar trembled in his grip. What do we do? Marcus grabbed Elena's arm. We can't fight them directly. We have to hide somewhere. We'll come back for the organ. Elena's gaze darted around the stage. She remembered glimpsing a small control room overhead, a balcony for stage lights. Up there, she hissed, pointing to a metal staircase near the stage's side. It might give us a vantage point. They hurried across the warped floorboards, each step sending echoes through the chamber. From the corner of her eye, Elena saw a silhouette slip between rows of seats, impossibly tall and contorted. Its low hiss reverberated like a bass drone. Another shape answered from the opposite side, an ear-splitting screech that ricocheted off the walls. Raymond stumbled, nearly dropping his crowbar. Marcus steadied him as they climbed the spiral steps. The door at the top was half rotted, easy enough to kick open. Inside lay a cramped booth with dusty controls, shattered dials, and a wide window overlooking the stage. Elena and Marcus pressed against the window ledge, flashlights out. Down below, faint moonbeams revealed two monstrous forms prowling near the organ pipes. One braced itself against the console, elongating an arm that melded with the shadows. The other hovered in the center aisle, faceless head cocked as if sniffing the air. Raymond let out a shaky breath. God, he whispered. Marcus knelt beside him, one hand on the control panel. We wait them out. We can't complete the chord unless they're distracted or we have enough time to set up. Maybe they'll retreat until the next midnight. Elena shook her head, trembling. They might wait for us to come down. They know we're trapped. Outside, thunder rumbled, though no lightning cracked the sky. Elena wondered if the weather sensed the curse building within the conservatory. She sank to the floor, exhaustion tugging at her. The adrenaline of fleeing the cabin, the terror in the forest, and now this standoff had drained her body and mind. Marcus slid down next to her. We'll figure something out, he whispered, though his voice quivered with doubt. Raymond hovered by the doorway, crowbar poised, as if expecting an attack. The silence that followed was tense and profound. Now and then, an echo of the creature's movements drifted up, the scrape of claws on marble, the guttural hiss that sounded like a broken violin string. Minutes crawled by. No sign of the monsters entering the upper levels yet. Elena shut her eyes briefly, remembering her grandfather's voice on the reel, the raw desperation in his final recordings. He never completed the composition. We have to. Her gaze drifted to the wrecked control panel. A scattering of old circuit diagrams lay on a desk, evidence of some technician's last attempt to save the building from disrepair. Beneath those papers, she found a battered spiral notebook. Opening it, she discovered the scrawled notes of a caretaker or stagehand. The organ's manual bellows can be accessed from the basement crawl space. Pressure lines need constant supervision. She tapped Marcus's shoulder, showing him the text. His eyes lit with a spark of hope. If we can get the bellows working, we can get the organ to produce the sub-bass note properly. The piano alone might not be enough. Raymond frowned. Basement crawl space? That sounds like a nightmare. You really want to go down there with those things lurking around? Marcus hesitated. If we don't get full range, the chord might not resonate correctly. We can't half-bake this. We either banish Mortuus Melodia or die trying. Elena stood, swallowing fear. They're still in the auditorium, but maybe we can slip around the other side, find stairs to the basement. If we're quiet, we can avoid them. A sudden clack from the corridor outside the booth made them all jerk upright. Elena clicked off her flashlight, pressing herself against the wall. A watery sliver of moonlight highlighted Raymond's face, wide-eyed and pale. Slow. Heavy steps approached, the floor creaking with each shift. The handle jiggled, then rattled. Elena covered her mouth to stifle a whimper. Marcus gripped the iron poker so tightly his knuckles turned white. The creature on the other side emitted a low moan, an echo that rose like a twisted cord reverberating through the booth. Time seemed to freeze. Elena pictured that looming silhouette on the other side of the door, its elongated fingers probing cracks in the rotted wood. For one breathless moment, she expected the door to shatter. Then, silence. The footsteps retreated, each thud receding down the spiral staircase. Elena exhaled, body trembling with relief. Marcus sagged against the control panel, sweat beading on his forehead. Raymond let out a shaky expletive under his breath. They're toying with us. Elena steeled herself, stepping toward the door. We have to move before it comes back. Now? Marcus asked, eyebrows raised. Now, she insisted. We'll circle around the top balcony, then find the stairway down. If we can get the organ working, we can prepare for tomorrow night's midnight. We can't waste any more time. Marcus and Raymond looked at each other, weighed by fatigue, but no one argued. Together, they slipped out of the booth, stepping with painstaking caution. The corridor was empty, lit in flickers by a stray beam of moonlight from a collapsed section of ceiling. They wound through the upper galleries, each step on the decaying floorboards threatening to give them away. Occasionally, a distant moan echoed from below, or a sudden scraping noise made them freeze in terror. But they pressed on. At last, they found a narrow staircase marked Maintenance, Basement Access. The door hung askew, revealing a downward spiral of stone steps. A rancid draft rose from the darkness, carrying the scent of moss and stagnant water. Raymond grimaced. Smells like a tomb down there. Elena's heart pounded. She activated her flashlight, slicing through the blackness. Let's go! Step by step, they descended. The air turned clammy, their breath pluming in the light. Water dripped from the ceiling, forming puddles on the uneven floor. Strange echoes bounced off the damp walls, a distant drip, 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 plus a low hum that could have been wind or the faint memory of the organ's pipes. They emerged into a warren of old storage rooms, some with collapsed shelves, others crammed with decaying costumes and instrument cases. Rusted signs pointed to a boiler room and electric panel, but they needed the bellows. Marcus consulted the caretaker's notebook, shining his light on a blurred diagram. Looks like the bellows are in a chamber behind the organ's foundation. Over here. They followed an arched tunnel that led to a heavy wooden door. Elena put her shoulder into it, and with a groan of protest, it swung open. Inside, the odor of mildew and rotting paper was overpowering. Long, mechanical arms of wood and leather bellows lay collapsed on the floor, connected to a series of pipes that disappeared into the ceiling. This must be it, Marcus said. He squatted beside the bellows, wiping away thick dust. If we can patch these tears and manually pump air, the organ might come to life. Elena quickly searched the clutter for tools, old scraps of canvas, a rotting trunk filled with adhesives that had hardened long ago. Raymond found a coil of duct tape in a corner, half rusted but still sticky enough to use. Working together, they patched the most obvious rips, hoping the makeshift repairs would hold. Thunder boomed overhead, the entire structure trembling. Elena paused, every sense on high alert. Were the creatures smashing around in the upper floors? Or was it just the storm? She bit her lip, focusing on the bellows. If they succeeded, they would have a fighting chance. Marcus pushed the bellows lever, testing the airflow. A weak gust of air hissed through the pipe. "We'll need to keep pumping during the performance," he muttered. "There's no automated system." Raymond tilted his head. "I can do that. Just tell me where to stand and what to do." Marcus met Raymond's gaze with gratitude. "Thank you. Elena and I will handle the chord and the final composition. If you can keep the bellows going, we might generate enough volume to shatter this curse." Elena exhaled, glancing at her phone. Still no signal, but the time glowed in the darkness. 2:43 a.m. "We have less than 22 hours until the next midnight." She rubbed her tired eyes. "We'll have to barricade ourselves somewhere safe to rest. Tomorrow night is our only shot." A sudden, unearthly shriek reverberated through the basement corridor, impossibly loud. The walls seemed to ripple with the force of it. Dust showered from the ceiling. Raymond staggered, dropping the duct tape. Marcus fumbled for the poker. "That was close," Elena whispered, panic blooming in her chest. She pictured the monstrous silhouettes clawing at the basement door. Light flickered in the hallway, faint, dancing shadows. Footsteps, heavy and irregular, approached from the direction they'd come. Another screech echoed, so distorted it seemed to vibrate the very air. Raymond's eyes widened. "They know we're here!" Marcus grabbed Elena's arm. "We have to hide. Come on, over there." He pointed to a side alcove behind the collapsed bellows, where an old partition stood. They scrambled behind it, hearts pounding. Through a crack, Elena saw the basement door creak open, letting in a thin beam of pale light from above. A long, spindly limb slid into view, its surface shimmering with inky darkness. The creature's body followed a roiling mass of shadows, vaguely shaped like a human torso. It uttered a guttural hiss, turning its faceless head as if sniffing the damp air. Elena pressed a hand over her mouth, muffling a whimper. Next to her, Marcus gripped the poker so tightly his fingers shook. If the entity discovered them, it might be all over. 10 seconds crawled by. The creature slithered around the bellows, clawed limbs tapping on stone. Its chest rose in slow, deliberate expansions, as though breathing in their terror. A pulse of dread flooded Elena's senses, an inaudible hum that made her teeth ache. Finally, a crash from somewhere else in the basement shattered the silence, perhaps a falling beam. The monster jerked its head, letting out a hiss of irritation. Then, in a fluid motion, it turned and vanished back into the corridor. The faint echoes of its steps retreated, lost to the labyrinth of halls. Elena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Raymond sank to his knees, tears glistening in his eyes. "This is insane," he whispered. Marcus waited another moment before peering out. "They're gone," he said quietly, "at least for now." Elena felt exhaustion bearing down on her like a weight. But the remnants of fear and adrenaline kept her mind on edge. "We should find a place to rest. We'll need our strength to survive until tomorrow night. Then we can lure them to the stage, play the chord at midnight." Marcus helped Raymond stand. "We'll keep watch in shifts. At dawn, we'll see if we can scavenge any more supplies, food, water, maybe something to barricade the doors. If we can keep them at bay long enough to perform the melody." His words trailed off. The unspoken "if we fail" hanging in the air. They made their way to a small maintenance office near the bellows room, its door intact. They barricaded it with a heavy toolbox, then collapsed on the dusty floor. The stench of mildew mingled with the coppery tang of fear. Outside, the conservatory groaned, battered by the building's storm. Elena clutched Mortuus Melodia as if it might leap from her arms and strangle her in her sleep. The vile record seemed to thrum against her chest, an echo of the monstrous chord that threatened to devour them all. Stay alive until tomorrow night, she told herself, heart thrumming. That's all we have to do. Then we play the chord and end this, or we die trying. Above them, thunder rumbled. Deep within the old stone walls, a chorus of ghostly echoes stirred a chilling prelude to the final showdown awaiting them in the forbidden conservatory. Chapter 6: The Composer's Secret Obsession. A single, flickering flashlight beam danced across the cramped maintenance office as Elena Carter, Marcus, and Raymond huddled together. Hours had passed since they barricaded themselves inside, but the sense of dread never left. Outside the makeshift shelter, the old conservatory groaned and rattled, as if it were protesting their presence. Some distant corridor echoed with the occasional scrape or hiss, terrifying reminders that the shadow creatures rode freely in the labyrinth of halls. Elena sat on the cold cement floor, her back against the wall, Mortuus Melodia tucked protectively under her arm. She couldn't shake the feeling that the record was almost breathing. Each time she shut her eyes, she heard faint strains of the cursed music, low, droning bass lines, or that wretched violin pitch scraping at the corners of her mind. Marcus rubbed his temples, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. "We need a plan for tonight," he said. Voice scratchy from lack of sleep. "We found the bellows. We can power the organ. But we still need to figure out how to keep those creatures at bay long enough to perform the entire inverted melody at midnight." Raymond shuddered, eyes darting warily at the closed door. "I'll help pump the organ, like we said, if that's what it takes to end this nightmare." He trailed off, hugging himself as if to ward off a chill. Elena's stomach rumbled in protest. They had hardly eaten since fleeing her grandfather's cabin. A single battered vending machine in the conservatory's lobby offered no help, long emptied by whoever last wandered these halls. She found a stale packet of crackers in her bag, splitting it among them for minimal sustenance. Outside, a low thump reverberated from the walls, as though something large was shifting overhead. Elena felt her heartbeat spike, imagining one of the creatures prowling the upper galleries. The weight of the record pressed against her side, and she tried to focus on the final chord they'd discovered. If they could survive until midnight, if they could lure these horrors into the auditorium, if the organ and piano both cooperated, if everything aligned, maybe they'd end this. A question burned in her mind. Who wrote Mortuus Melodia in the first place? Her grandfather's diaries hinted at an ancient origin, but never named the composer. If they understood that composer's obsession, maybe they could glean more clues about the curse's nature. "Marcus," she said softly, "did we ever find anything that mentioned the original composer? My grandfather's notes referred to some necromantic traditions, but not the composer's name." Marcus shook his head. "All we have are references to an entity who toyed with forbidden intervals. It's almost like the composer's identity was deliberately erased." Raymond cleared his throat, capturing their attention. I heard rumors once, back on the streets. A guy used to talk about a death melody from Eastern Europe, said it was composed by a madman centuries ago. Something about a secret society that worshipped sound as a gateway to darker realms." He gave a rueful shrug. "I thought it was just drunk talk. Now, I'm not so sure." Elena's eyes widened. "Secret society?" "The things we read in Harmonia Maleficarum mentioned necromantic cults using music to bridge life and death. If the composer was part of that, it could explain why Mortuus Melodia is so cursed." Marcus stood, stretching the stiffness from his limbs. "We have time before nightfall. We should see if there's any archive or library in this conservatory. Maybe we'll find clues about how the original composer tried to harness these intervals." Raymond brushed dust from his clothes. "I'll stay here if you want. Keep watch. The fewer footsteps out there, the less noise we make." Elena and Marcus exchanged glances. Splitting up felt risky, but the maintenance office provided relative safety. Raymond could bolt the door from the inside. If Elena and Marcus went quietly, perhaps they could slip past the lurking shadows. "All right," Elena agreed. "Lock the door behind us. We'll knock 3 times when we're back." Raymond nodded, hand tight on his crowbar. "Just be careful." They left the maintenance office, stepping into the basement corridor. The musty air closed in around them like a warning. Elena's flashlight illuminated wet stains on the walls, drips of condensation forming shimmering trails down the stone. Far above, the wind howled through broken windows, making the building moan in protest. The route back to the main floor was surprisingly clear. No sign of the creatures, though the tension in Elena's gut never eased. Their steps echoed in the gloom, each footstep a heartbeat of dread. Soon, they emerged onto a side hallway behind the auditorium. Light from a dusty skylight revealed cobwebbed signs pointing to practice rooms and administrative offices. Marcus gestured to a sign reading Archives and Musical Library. "That way," he whispered. Elena followed, nerves on edge. The corridor opened into a tall, arched space with glass-fronted cabinets and battered wooden shelves. A desk with a broken lamp slumped in the center. Papers lay strewn across the floor, covered in footprints and streaks of mold. Overhead, some of the ceiling tiles had caved in, letting in beams of hazy daylight. Elena's flashlight revealed spine after spine of old bound volumes. Programs from recitals, theoretical treatises, and history books about the conservatory's founders. She ran her finger across the spines, pausing at anything that hinted at forbidden music or dark composers. "Here," she murmured, pulling out a tome labeled The Forbidden Composers of the 18th Century. The cover depicted a foreboding silhouette of a robed figure playing an organ. Dusting it off, she flicked through the brittle pages while Marcus kept watch. Within minutes, her pulse quickened. A paragraph jumped out at her. Among the rumors of cursed compositions, one name surfaces repeatedly: Karen Novak, an eccentric composer rumored to have dabbled in necromancy. Little remains of his work, save cryptic references to a death sonata that allegedly corrupted those who performed it. "Karen Novak," she whispered. It was the first time she'd seen a potential name for the creator of Mortuus Melodia. Marcus angled the flashlight closer. "That has to be the guy," he said, voice hushed. "Death sonata, death melody, it all lines up." Elena scanned further, excitement and dread coiling in her stomach. Novak's obsession with bridging life and death through musical intervals led him to create the fabled composition. Some accounts claim he used the bones of the dead as instrument parts, and that each performance stirred malicious spirits. Novak disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and his manuscripts vanished. Scholars debate whether he truly existed or was a cautionary legend. She shared the excerpt with Marcus, who let out a shaky breath. So Mortuus Melodia might be Novak's lost masterpiece, a composition that literally tears open the veil between worlds. He shook his head, face grim, and we're the ones trying to close it. Elena closed the volume. If we can find any more direct mention of his methods, maybe how he intended the piece to end, it could confirm that final chord is correct. Marcus's eyes swept the dimly lit aisles. "Let's keep looking." They separated to search different shelves, stepping quietly as the building groaned overhead. Now and then, Elena heard faint sounds, like the scratch of nails on stone or a muffled hiss. Each time, she jerked the flashlight upward, heart pounding, but saw only drifting dust motes. Finally, Marcus let out a soft exclamation from a corner where the shelves had partially collapsed. He pulled free a slender notebook bound in cracked leather. The cover bore no title, just a symbol like two overlapping crescents. Inside, spidery handwriting filled the pages, some in archaic script, but a few lines in modern commentary had been inserted, presumably by a researcher. Elena hurried over, peering at the cramped text by flashlight. Marcus tapped a particular section. Novak believed that the final chord of his composition would grant him mastery over death itself. He wrote of a suspended tone that transcends mortal dissonance, allowing him to command restless spirits. Yet sources differ on whether the chord is to complete the melody or to destroy it. Rumors suggest that if the chord is struck incorrectly, the composition would unleash horrors upon the world, irreversible and unstoppable. Elena's stomach twisted. If the chord is wrong, we might make things worse. She forced herself to steady her breathing. We have to trust my grandfather's notes and the chord we discovered. Marcus nodded, swallowing hard. We have no other choice. Novak wanted to harness that chord for power, but we want to use it to seal the composition. This text suggests that the chord can do either, depending on the composer's intent. A sudden, resounding bang shattered the silence, echoing from deeper in the archives. Both of them stiffened, hearts leaping into their throats. Another crash followed, this time accompanied by a hideous scraping noise. "It's them," Elena whispered, hugging the forbidden tome to her chest. Marcus flicked off the flashlight, pressing a finger to his lips. In the dimness, they heard wet, slithering steps dragging across the tile floor. A guttural snarl reverberated through the archways. The shadows beyond the shelves seemed to writhe, morphing into monstrous silhouettes that prowled among the dusty rows. Elena gently set the book on a shelf, grabbing Marcus's hand. They crouched behind a fallen cabinet, breath tight in their lungs. Something moved on the other side, long limbs gliding across the floor, accompanied by faint squeals, like a violin bow scraping corroded strings. She dared to peek through a gap in the fallen cabinet. A black shape flowed between the shelves, one of the twisted creatures that had attacked them before. It paused, arms elongating, then whipped its head around, as though sniffing the air. Elena stifled a gasp. It knows we're here. A second creature emerged from behind a shattered display case, hissing softly. Its spidery fingers trailed over a stack of rotted sheet music, leaving behind a film of inky residue. The two abominations seemed to communicate in rasping noises, scanning the dark corners like predators on the hunt. Elena's mind reeled. They followed us. They're searching for the record. She clutched her bag, feeling mortuous melodia throbbing against her side. Marcus pressed close, voice barely a breath. We can't fight them. We have to distract them and run. She nodded, trying to quell her rising panic. Rummaging in her bag, her hand brushed the small portable radio they'd salvaged at the cabin, a relic that only received static. An idea formed. Maybe we can lure them away. She lifted it, fiddling with the volume dial. The faint crackle of static hissed forth. At once, the creatures' heads snapped in their direction. Elena bit her lip. That was too loud. But it was too late to hesitate. She cranked the volume, letting the static boast fill the archives with eerie noise. The creatures snarled, surging toward the sound. Elena lobbed the radio down an adjacent aisle, letting it clatter behind another shelf. A horrifying screech rang out as both beasts lunged after the noise. Elena and Marcus took that chance to slip out from behind the cabinet, crouch-walking through a gap in the shelving. Their hearts thundered, each second feeling like a step on the edge of a razor. A furious crash behind them signaled the creatures had found the radio. The device's static sputtered, then died with a crunching sound. Snarls reverberated through the chamber. Elena clenched her jaw. We have to move faster. At last, they spotted the corridor leading back to the auditorium. They scrambled into the hallway, slamming a splintered door behind them. Heavy thuds shook the other side. Marcus shoved a broken bench against the door, hoping to delay pursuit. Then they bolted toward the basement stairs, the rhythmic pounding of their footsteps echoing. They returned to the maintenance office to find Raymond perched on a stack of crates, crowbar ready. Jolted at their entry, then relaxed, letting them inside. His gaze flicked between their ashen faces. I heard noises, he said. You two okay? Elena nodded, breathless. We found out the name of the composer, Karan Novak. Looks like he created Mortuus Melodia centuries ago, hoping to cheat death. A mirthless chuckle escaped Raymond. Well, he sure as hell cheated something, until it turned on us. They locked the door, pushing the toolbox back into place. Marcus braced his arms against his knees, trying to calm down from the sprint. Those creatures almost cornered us. We had to bait them with a radio. They're definitely searching for this record. Elena exhaled, sliding down the wall to sit. She noticed the shadows under everyone's eyes, a trembling in their limbs. They were exhausted, hungry, and terrified. We learned something else. The chord is a double-edged sword. If we don't strike it exactly right, we could make things worse. Raymond groaned, leaning his head against the wall. Worse? That's even possible? A grim silence followed, broken only by the faint drip of water from the overhead pipes. Finally, Marcus spoke, voice low. "We have until midnight. That's our best window to seal the rift or whatever link these intervals have created. We'll have to gather all our courage. Or else these monstrosities will keep spreading." Elena pressed her palms against her eyes. She pictured the battered pipe organ, the half-broken piano. "We need to rig the organ's bellows, tune the piano as much as possible, then find a way to keep them away while we perform. The moment we strike that final chord, it has to be perfect." Raymond squared his shoulders. "I'll pump air for the organ. That's me out of the fight, but I'll do whatever it takes." Elena managed a faint smile, gratitude mingling with dread. "I'll handle the piano. My grandfather taught me to play well enough, though I'm hardly a virtuoso." She locked eyes with Marcus. "You'll handle the organ keys for the sub-bass intervals. Between the two instruments, we can replicate the entire cursed composition, then invert it." Marcus nodded, though a flicker of fear crossed his face. "I'm not exactly used to playing a pipe organ, but it's probably easier to manage than these demon things." He tried to joke, but no one laughed. From somewhere in the building, a distant clang shattered the quiet. It was followed by a high-pitched wail that made Raymond shiver. "They're still searching," he whispered. Elena's hands clenched into fists. "Then we prepare now. If we can fix the bellows and do a partial run-through before they find us, we'll be ready for midnight." They spent the next few hours in a flurry of frantic activity. Marcus and Raymond returned to the bellows chamber with duct tape, bits of wood, and scraps of canvas. By the faint glow of flashlights, they patched and braced every tear, tested the airflow, and triple-checked the manual lever. The organ's pipes were battered, but hopefully enough remained functional for their purpose. Meanwhile, Elena spent long minutes in the basement workshop. Rummaging through the caretaker's old tools, she found a small set of piano tuning implements and loaded them into a sack. Memories of her grandfather's cabin returned. How they had tried to tune that upright piano, the one that was now lost thanks to the shadow creatures. "This time we must succeed," she told herself, gritting her teeth. By late afternoon, they reconvened near the organ in the auditorium. The creatures were nowhere in sight, though their presence weighed like a pall over the silent seats. A single beam of sunlight fell through a cracked dome overhead, illuminating floating dust motes. The stage smelled of moldy drapes and rotting wood. Elena approached the grand piano next to the organ. Gently, she lifted the lid. A cloud of dust erupted, making her cough. She brushed aside cobwebs and tried a few keys. Several stuck, and most notes sounded off-pitch, but could still produce an audible melody. "I'll need an hour or two," she said to Marcus. "Try to see if the organ console responds." Marcus knelt at the organ, pressing random keys. Air hissed through some pipes, producing thin, raspy notes. A few pipes boomed with surprising volume, revealing hidden pockets of resonance in the chamber. Others stayed stubbornly silent, likely clogged by debris. Raymond hovered between them, crowbar in hand, looking around nervously. "I'll keep watch while you two work. If I see or hear anything, I'll shout." Elena nodded. "Thank you." Time blurred into a frenzied race. Elena painstakingly tuned the piano's worst offenses, removing dead mice and debris from within the frame. Each jarring note she played felt like an invitation for the creatures. Every so often, she froze mid-keystroke, heart pounding, expecting a monstrous silhouette to appear at the edge of her vision. But each time, the hall remained still, its emptiness somehow more terrifying than an outright attack. Marcus discovered certain stops on the organ still functioned. By adjusting them and pumping the bellows, he coaxed out low, rumbling notes that shook the very floor. The thunderous vibrations made Elena's bones buzz. If we can control that power at midnight, she thought, maybe we really can drown out the curse. As dusk approached, the final rays of sunlight gave way to a dim, gray twilight. Storm clouds gathered outside, thunder grumbling in the distance. The library's broken stained glass windows no longer offered comforting light, just a purple gloom that deepened the shadows. Elena wiped sweat from her brow, Satisfied, she'd done the best she could with the piano. A chord progression was possible now, albeit with a few keys that might stick. She moved to join Marcus at the organ. He showed her how the manuals and pedals responded. The sub-bass pipes, though battered, could still resonate with spine-chilling depth. They worked quietly, stopping only to listen for creeping footsteps. At some point, Raymond returned from a brief scouting mission, panting. "They're in the front lobby," he reported grimly. "I saw them from behind a column. They're waiting." The three of them exchanged fearful glances. "They're not attacking yet," Elena muttered. "It's like they know they'll have the advantage once it's dark," Marcus grimaced. "They might also sense the record's power peaking around midnight." Raymond's hands shook around the crowbar. "That it's us versus them, and the clock's ticking." Night fell, bringing with it an uneasy quiet that settled over the auditorium. The wind howled outside, rain splattering through the broken dome to patter against the stage. Occasional bursts of lightning revealed glimpses of the seats and rafters. In each flash, Elena half expected to see a monstrous form perched in the balconies, eyes gleaming with malevolence. But if the creatures lurked, they hid in the deeper shadows. 10 minutes to midnight, Marcus announced, checking his watch with trembling fingers. His voice carried that note of finality, like a man reading his own verdict. Elena lifted Mortuus Melodia, feeling the cursed record's aura pulse with dark energy. She placed it on the piano's stand. "We have to play the cursed intervals first," she reminded herself. The plan was to replicate the record sequence up to the final chord, then invert it with the suspended tone. Only by weaving the original dark notes into their performance could they properly seal the composition. Raymond took his position at the bellows lever behind the organ, face slick with sweat. Marcus settled on the organ bench, adjusting the stops for the sub-bass line. Elena sat at the piano, inhaling deeply to steady her nerves. She felt the presence of her grandfather watching from beyond the grave, urging her onward. A clap of thunder rumbled across the sky, echoing in the dome. Midnight drew closer, tension thick enough to taste. Elena's heart pounded so violently, she thought it might burst from her chest. "This is it." Marcus shot her a glance. "Ready?" Elena nodded, though she felt anything but ready. Lightning flared outside, flooding the hall with harsh white light. As it faded, the silhouettes of two creatures appeared in the front entrance, drifting into the aisle with dreadful slowness. Their wet, rasping breaths sliced through the still air. Another flash revealed a third monstrosity emerging from a side corridor, elongated arms skittering across the walls. Raymond's voice trembled. "They're coming." Marcus's hands shook over the organ keys. "We start now." Elena pressed the piano's opening notes, echoing the cursed intervals from Mortuus Melodia. The tone was ominous and discordant, thrumming with the same malignant energy that had haunted them for days. Marcus joined with the organ's sub-bass, unleashing a rumble so deep it seemed to vibrate Elena's very soul. The monstrous chords swelled in the auditorium, resonating off the curved ceiling. A chorus of hisses and shrieks erupted from the creatures. They prowled down the aisle, drawn or enraged by the cursed notes. Each step brought them closer, their twisted forms shuddering under the flicker of lightning. Elena's lungs constricted, but she forced herself to keep playing, hammering the dissonant progression. The notes felt like shards of ice, stabbing into her mind. Marcus's face was white with concentration, sweat dripping down his temples. Raymond furiously pumped the bellows, grunting with effort. Thunder crashed, and the leading creature lunged forward, only to recoil as the organ's pitch spiked. It clutched its ears, if it had ears, and let out a choked moan. The second creature flanked the stage, jaws parted in silent fury. The third scuttled along the seats, climbing over them like a spider. All three advanced, drawn like moths to flame. Elena's hands blurred over the piano keys, replaying the cursed intervals. The malignant chords soared, then dropped into a heart-stopping lull. She glanced at Marcus, tears in her eyes. "Now," her expression said. He switched stops and pounded a new chord, the beginning of the inversion. Elena followed, weaving the suspended tone they'd discovered. The result was a clash of darkness and light, a swirling mix of dissonance and tenuous harmony. each measure built upon the last, pushing the air to a crescendo that made Elena's ears ring. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the creatures as they snarled and clawed at the stage. Wood splintered where their limbs impacted, spraying debris across the floor. One lunged at Elena, missing Ho by inches. She yelped, mind racing. Focus. Don't stop playing. Raymond gave a shout of alarm, doubling his efforts on the bellows. The organ thundered, releasing a sub-bass note so powerful it rippled the puddles on the stage. Elena's arms shook, but she forced her fingers to keep pressing the keys in sequence. With each chord, the oppressive presence of mortuus melodia crashed against her mind, as if the record itself resisted their attempt to unravel it. The final measure loomed. Elena's heart hammered, sweat drenching her palms. She reached the suspended tone, balancing the chord's tension between her left hand and right. Marcus layered in the organ's final blast of bass, matching her chord. A wave of raw power pulsed through the conservatory, echoing in every battered pipe and battered seat. The creatures shrieked, staggering under the barrage of sound. Their bodies contorted, limbs flailing as though they struggled to remain anchored in this reality. One emitted a spine-chilling scream that rose to a keening pitch. Another slammed against the stage, convulsing in the light of a sudden lightning flash. Elena's arms burned from the force of her playing. Her ears rang as if dynamite had gone off next to her. Just one more chord. She pressed the suspended notes, heart pounding dangerously fast. The final harmony burst forth with a transcendental clarity that sent a shockwave through the hall. For a fraction of a second, everything went silent. No thunder, no screaming, no hissing. Even the dripping water paused, as if time itself held its breath. Then, a vortex of sound erupted. Swirling with the combined resonance of the cursed intervals and their carefully wrought inversion, Elena and Marcus clung to their instruments, eyes squeezed shut against the blast. A sudden, deafening roar tore across the auditorium, accompanied by a flash of brilliant light. The monstrous figures arched their backs, jaws wrenched in silent agony. Their bodies warped, dissolving into columns of black mist that spiraled upward. In the swirling haze, Elena glimpsed flickers of tortured faces, ephemeral silhouettes of lost souls. Then, one by one, the shadows ripped apart as though consumed by the chord's unstoppable force. A final thunderclap rocked the conservatory, shaking dust from the rafters in a thick cloud. The monstrous shrieks were cut off mid-scream, leaving behind an echo that resonated in the battered pipes. A howling wind tore through the aisles, spinning the black mist into nothingness. And then, silence. Real silence, so profound it made Elena's ears ring in the absence of terror. She slumped over the piano keys, gasping for air, tears rolling down her cheeks. Marcus collapsed against the organ console, chest heaving. At the bellows, Raymond sank to his knees, every muscle trembling. For a long moment, none of them spoke. The only sound was the patter of rain through the broken dome, dripping onto the stage. Finally, Elena gathered the strength to lift her head, scanning the auditorium. No sign of the creatures, no swirling shadows. Just broken seats, shattered debris, and the faint haze of dust dancing in the electric glow of distant lightning. A whisper escaped her lips. We did it! Marcus managed a weak nod. They're gone, he croaked. I think the chord worked. Raymond, still shaking, let out a trembling laugh that bordered on a sob. Oh, God, thank you. He slumped onto the floor, burying his face in his hands. They're gone. Elena let out a ragged breath. The record, Mortuus Melodia, sat silent on the piano stand. No more humming menace, no vile resonance. As she tentatively reached out, it felt cold and inert, like an ordinary piece of vinyl. End. Whatever dark energy once lived in its grooves seemed to have evaporated. She clutched it, letting tears of relief mingle with exhaustion. Her mind drifted to her grandfather, imagining he was watching. A wave of sorrow and gratitude washed over her. We finished what you couldn't, Grandpa. It's over. Lightning flickered again, revealing a dawn sky beginning to lighten. A new day beckoned, free from the oppressive horror of mortuus melodia, or so Elena prayed. In the hush that followed, Marcus rose shakily, offering Elena his hand. She took it, standing on unsteady legs. Together, they helped Raymond up. The three of them surveyed the ruined auditorium in grim triumph. Outside, the storm's ferocity lessened, as if nature herself had sighed in relief. Elena swallowed the lump in her throat, voice hoarse. "We should get out of here. The record is drained, but I don't trust this place." Marcus nodded, eyes still darting around for any lingering threat. "Agreed." Raymond picked up his crowbar, gripping it with a measure of lingering fear. "I'll walk with you both." "I'm done staying in condemned buildings." Carefully, they made their way up the aisle and through the front lobby. Broken glass crunched underfoot, but no looming silhouettes greeted them this time. The front doors stood damaged, but passable. Together, they stepped outside into the morning air, where the last drops of rain spattered the empty streets of Silver Lake Town. The sky glowed with the first hints of a pale sunrise. Clouds parted, revealing streaks of pink and gold. A fresh wind rustled through the deserted sidewalks, carrying the scent of wet pavement and the promise of a new beginning. Elena clutched Mortuus Melodia against her chest one final time. It felt strangely lighter now, as though the malevolent presence had melted away with Novak's undone curse. She met Marcus's eyes, both of them sharing the same disbelieving relief. They had survived. Mortuus Melodia was neutralized. And somewhere in the swirling darkness, Karen Novak's secret obsession, the vile intervals that bridged life and death, had been severed. Elena exhaled, leaning against Marcus. Behind them, the forbidden conservatory stood like a silent monument to madness, its battered dome glistening with fresh rain. The monstrous chords had been silenced within those walls, a testament to both the horrors of a deranged composer's ambition and the resolve of those who refused to become its victims. In that quiet dawn, they walked away from the broken threshold, three weary souls stepping toward whatever fragile normalcy lay beyond. Elena still felt the echoes of the final chord vibrating in her bones. A haunting reminder that the line between life and death could be as delicate as a single suspended note. Chapter 7. Whispers at the Witching Hour. Dawn broke over Silver Lake Town, its streets still glistening with the remnants of last night's storm. In the soft morning light, Elena Carter, Marcus, and Raymond trudged away from the forbidden conservatory, each burdened with exhaustion and disbelief. Only hours earlier, they had risked everything to perform the counter-melody that finally silenced Mortuus Melodia, the cursed composition that nearly consumed their souls. Yet, as they moved through deserted side streets, a strange hush followed them. The wind rustled the garbage and alleys, but no cars passed. No curious onlookers stepped outside to ask why they were limping through town, drenched and filthy. It felt as though the rest of the world was blissfully unaware of the horrors they had banished in the dark. Raymond's grip tightened around his bent crowbar. He had barely spoken since they emerged from the conservatory. With his broad shoulders hunched and eyes distant, he seemed lost in some private terror that refused to let go. "You okay?" Marcus asked softly, placing a hand on Raymond's shoulder. Raymond swallowed, nodding without looking up. I can't believe it's over," he muttered. "Those things, they tore through everything. And now they're gone." Elena still clutched Mortuus Melodia against her chest. Even though they had neutralized the composition, she felt strangely reluctant to discard it. Where could one dispose of such a record? Fire, acid, burial. Her grandfather had tried everything to no avail. Now it seemed inert in her arms, no longer emanating that buzzing dread. Yet a persistent worry gnawed at her. Is it truly harmless, or merely dormant? "Let's get some rest," she said at last. "We've been on our feet all night. I know a small motel on the edge of town. After everything that happened at the university, the cabin, and the conservatory, we need a place to breathe. Marcus and Raymond exchanged a weary glance. Despite their misgivings, they both nodded in agreement. They found an old motor inn by a disused highway ramp, its neon vacancy sign sputtering in the daylight. The lone desk clerk, a wiry man with bloodshot eyes, barely glanced at them as Elena paid for 2 adjoining rooms. If he noticed their torn clothes, the mud on their shoes, or the haunted cast of their faces, he said nothing. Inside the cramped, stale-smelling room, Elena dropped her bag and sank onto a creaking mattress. Marcus sat on the edge of the second bed, rummaging through what few belongings they had managed to keep. Next door, Raymond had taken the second room, presumably to find a moment of solitude. A cheap clock radio displayed 9:32 a.m. The red digits glowed with dispassionate normalcy, as if mocking the cosmic horrors of the night before. Elena studied Mortuus Melodia, turning it over in her hands. The black vinyl looked dull, lacking the faint shimmer it once had. No hum beneath her fingertips, no chill crawling along her spine. She slid it back into its tattered sleeve and set it on the small motel desk, half expecting it to pulse or whisper. But the record lay still. "Do you think it's really over?" she murmured, voice trembling. "We played that final chord. The creatures vanished. The record feels empty, but I can't help feeling something else is coming." Marcus sighed, scrubbing a hand over his face. "We did everything your grandfather couldn't. We discovered Kara Novak's name. We harnessed the organ's sub-bass. We used the suspended tone. By all logic, that should have ended the curse." He hesitated, glancing at the record. "Yet maybe it's normal to worry. We've been living in fear for days." Elena nodded. "I guess so, but let's stay cautious. If something stirs again, I want us to be ready." They agreed to rest in shifts, just in case. Marcus insisted that Elena sleep first, while he'd keep watch. Exhaustion slammed into her, and before she could argue, she sank onto the bed fully clothed and drifted into a dreamless oblivion. She woke to the sound of an argument outside. The flimsy motel walls did little to muffle noise. A man's voice, sharp and panicked, drifted in from the walkway. Instinct flaring, Elena jumped off the bed and glanced at the clock. 2:17 p.m. She had slept for nearly 5 hours. Marcus was at the door, peering through the grimy curtains. "There's someone out there, yelling at the desk clerk," he whispered. "Looks like they're talking about screams, or some kind of disturbance in the night." Elena's heart pounded, though the mention of screams no longer surprised her. She joined Marcus, carefully parting the curtain. Outside, a frantic-looking older man in a weathered jacket gesticulated wildly at the desk clerk, who looked more annoyed than concerned. Words floated on the breeze. "Heard it last night. Unholy shrieking. Near the old conservatory." Elena and Marcus exchanged worried looks. Could it be a local who heard the final confrontation? The older man seemed on the verge of the breakdown, pointing toward the horizon in the direction of the conservatory. After a final burst of ranting, he stomped away, his posture rigid with fear or anger. The clerk only shrugged, returned to the front desk, and lit a cigarette. Business as usual. Marcus let the curtain fall. "Guess we weren't the only ones who noticed something." Elena's stomach tightened. "Let's hope there's nothing left to find. With any luck, the conservatory is empty. The shadows are gone. End of story." A hollow feeling warned her that it might not be that simple. After a silent lunch cobbled from vending machine snacks, Elena stepped into Raymond's adjoining room, where she found him sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at a blank TV screen. The crowbar leaned against the nightstand, as though he still needed it for protection. "You haven't slept yet?" she asked gently. He shook his head, dark circles under his eyes. "Every time I close my eyes, I see them," he muttered. "It's like a memory burned into my brain." She sat down beside him, placing a tentative hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Raymond. We've all been through something unimaginable. But the creatures are gone now. ... We heard them vanish." Raymond's gaze flicked to her, uncertain. "You sure?" A small thread of guilt coiled in Elena's chest. "No, but we did everything the old texts and my grandfather's research said would break the curse. We have to believe it worked, or we'll never move on." Raymond nodded, though his expression remained troubled. "Thanks," he said quietly, exhaustion thick in his voice. "I'll try to sleep." That evening, the three of them regrouped, deciding it was best to leave the motel before too many questions arose. They loaded their meager belongings back into Elena's old sedan. Marcus's car had been abandoned at the university in the chaos. No one was eager to return there immediately. Elena placed Mortuus Melodia in the trunk, now wrapped in layers of old blankets. The decision felt strangely final, like laying a ghost to rest. Just in case, she told herself. I can't leave it lying around for someone else to find. Where to now? Marcus asked, stretching out the kinks in his arms. Should we head back to your grandmother's place, Elena? Elena considered. Nana is probably worried sick. I told her we were dealing with something dangerous, but I never gave details. Fear fluttered in her chest. I still don't know how I'll explain all of this. Raymond cleared his throat. Mind if I tag along? I know it's your family thing, but I've got nowhere else. Elena smiled faintly. Of course you can. I owe you so much for helping us. Nana's house is big enough to give us space, at least for a while. They set off, the sun setting behind them in a wash of fiery orange. The highways were mercifully quiet, and the hum of tires on asphalt proved almost soothing after the horrors they'd endured. Elena kept her eyes on the road, trying to ignore the tension in her neck. Every so often, her gaze flicked to the rearview mirror, as if expecting to see some monstrous shadow lurking behind them. By the time they reached Beatrice Carter's old Victorian manor, dusk had deepened into an indigo sky strewn with a handful of early stars. The house stood at the end of Ridley Street, its spired roofs outlined against the faint glow of street lamps. A porch light beckoned them. And the silhouettes of lace curtains stirred in an upstairs window. Looks like Nana's awake, Elena murmured, relief battling a fresh spike of anxiety. She parked, and the three of them walked up the porch. Marcus carried Raymond's crowbar, though no one had voiced it. None of them felt safe going unarmed. The door swung open before they could knock. Beatrice Carter, slight and frail, peered out with concern etched into every line of her face. "Elena!" she exclaimed, voice trembling. "Oh, my dear, I was worried sick. I heard about some terrible incident at the university. Police everywhere. Then your phone wouldn't connect." "Come inside, come in." She ushered them into the foyer, eyes darting to Marcus and then to Raymond. "And you must be Marcus. And I'm sorry, I don't think we've met." "Raymond," he said, offering a polite nod. His posture was stiff, as though uncertain how to act in a normal household. "Thank you for letting me stay, ma'am." Beatrice gave him a kind but anxious smile. "Any friend of Elena's is welcome here." They gathered in the parlor, a dimly lit room with overstuffed chairs and a large grandfather clock that chimed the half-hour. The clock's soft bong reminded Elena of a distant bell, tolling for the dead. She forced the image away. Over tea and some hastily arranged sandwiches, Elena recounted a heavily edited version of their ordeal, explaining that they had found the cursed record, discovered how to neutralize it, and that the immediate danger was gone. Beatrice listened, knuckles whitening around her teacup. She looked both horrified and strangely relieved. "Oh, Elena," she whispered, voice wavering, "I'm so sorry you went through that. Your grandfather, he wanted to protect you from that world. I wish he could have told us more." Elena gently placed a hand over Beatrice's. "He did what he could. Now we finished what he started." A hush fell over them as they sipped tea. Outside, crickets chirped, accompanied by the soft whir of passing cars. The ordinary sounds of evening felt surreal, a stark contrast to the nightmares from which they'd just escaped. Later that night, the household retired. Beatrice insisted that Raymond use the guest room on the main floor, while Marcus was given the same second-floor bedroom Elena had once used. Elena found herself alone in her grandfather's old study, which had been converted into a spare sleeping area with a small cot. The room smelled of old books and pipe tobacco, dredging up childhood memories of running around while her grandfather pored over music scores. She felt uneasy, as though the walls themselves remembered the cursed records stored in the attic for all those years. The quiet of the house pressed down on her, and she found it impossible to relax. A single window overlooked the street, curtains half drawn. She could see a wedge of night sky, the stars partially obscured by drifting clouds. Somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaked. Elena stiffened. The old manor was prone to such noises she'd grown up hearing them, but after recent events, every small sound seemed threatening. She took a slow breath, reminding herself the record was neutralized, sealed away in the trunk of her car. We're safe now. Yet a whisper of doubt lingered. She dozed fitfully, falling into a shallow sleep around midnight. Her dreams were fractured scenes of organs and pianos, swirling shadows that shrieked in the corners of her vision. She saw the shape of Karan Novak reaching out from centuries past, his spidery hands sliding over black piano keys. The melody twisted, dissonant and horrifying, echoing through the corridors of her subconscious. Then came a noise, soft at first. A tap, 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 so gentle it might have been water dripping. In her dream, it blended with the sub-bass hum of the organ. But gradually, it pulled her to wakefulness. She blinked, struggling to separate reality from nightmare. Tap, tap. She rose from the cot, heart thumping. The sound came from the window, as though something knocked lightly on the glass. Impossible, she thought. The window was on the second floor. She forced her feet to move, creeping toward the window. Moonlight spilled through the curtains, illuminating the floor with a dull glow. She peered outside. The street below was empty, the porch roof angled just beneath the window. A tall elm tree rustled in the yard, branches swaying in the breeze. Nothing else. No sign of a prowler. Tap. The sound repeated. Even though no one was there, Elena's pulse hammered. She opened the window an inch, letting in the cool night air. The elm's branches clacked gently against the siding. Offering a mundane explanation, she exhaled, nerves still on edge, and shut the window again. Just as she turned away, she heard it, a faint whisper, as though carried on the breeze. She froze, every hair on her neck standing up. The voice or voices were too quiet to distinguish any words, but the cadence was unmistakable, a susurration of syllables drifting in from nowhere. Her throat went dry. Is this just my mind playing tricks? She pressed her ear to the glass, straining to listen. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling leaves. For a heartbeat, she heard nothing else. Then, Elena. Elena. Her heart jolted. That whisper was not the wind. It spoke her name, drawn out in a hissing sigh. Elena. She stumbled back, nearly tripping over the cot. Stay calm, she told herself, swallowing a surge of panic. This can't be real. The record is done. The curse is broken. Yet the voice lingered in her ears, echoing the final moan of a vanishing dream. Without thinking, she dashed into the hallway, nearly colliding with Marcus. He stood there in his pajamas, eyes wide, breathing ragged. Did you hear it too? He asked, voice shaking. A whisper, calling my name. I thought it was the wind, but... Elena nodded, heart pounding. It called me too. A soft clank from downstairs made them both jump. Raymond's voice emerged, trembling. Guys! They raced to the first floor, finding Raymond and Beatrice in the foyer. Beatrice clutched a flashlight in her frail hands, while Raymond wielded his crowbar, looking pale as a ghost. Beatrice's voice shook. I heard footsteps in the living room. Then a whisper, saying my name. Oh, dear God, what's happening? A sudden bang from the kitchen rattled them. Everyone whirled to face the source of the noise. The overhead chandelier flickered, as though an unseen hand toyed with the electricity. Marcus raised a quivering arm, pointing at the archway. We sealed that record. It's not inside the house. This is something else. Elena felt dread coil around her spine. She motioned for them to follow, leading the way into the kitchen. It stood dim and empty, the faint smell of leftover tea blending with the metallic scent of fear. The back door was locked, curtains drawn. Pots and pans hung from a rack near the ceiling, swaying gently as if recently disturbed. Raymond flicked on the overhead light, revealing nothing unusual. Just plates on a shelf, an old gas stove, and a small table. But the sense of presence was unmistakable, like a pressure in the air. Beatrice's flashlight beam quivered. I swear, I heard footsteps. Elena, is the curse truly gone? Her eyes shone with desperation, searching her granddaughter's face for reassurance. Elena felt tears break at her own eyes. I don't know. The record shouldn't be able to do anything from the trunk. We neutralized it. Her gaze swept the kitchen, half expecting a monstrous figure to leap from the shadows. Another whisper drifted through the room, too faint to pinpoint. The hair on Elena's arms stood on end. It seemed to carry no clear words, only an eerie chant of half-formed syllables. The hush of the witching hour pressed upon them, distorting normal sounds into ominous echoes. Marcus rubbed his forehead. This might be psychic residue. After everything we unleashed, maybe the house is resonating with leftover energy. A violent crash suddenly erupted from the living room. The clamor of shattering glass jolted them all into action. Raymond rushed forward, crowbar at the ready. Elena and Marcus trailed close behind, with Beatrice bringing up the rear, flashlight beam dancing across the walls. They burst into the living room to find the large mirror above the mantel in shards. Glittering on the floor, a frigid breeze swept the room, though every window remained shut. Elena's eyes roamed the corners, searching for any sign of an intruder. She found only darkness. Then, from the hallway behind them, came a high-pitched shriek. It was a raw, tortured sound, like a child's scream layered with static. Beatrice gasped, dropping the flashlight as her knees wobbled. Marcus and Raymond spun around, hearts hammering, but saw no one. "What was that?" Raymond croaked, his voice trembling. "It sounded like—" Another scream, more distant, echoed through the walls. It died in a gurgling hiss. Elena felt paralyzed. The manor's old wallpaper, once patterned with roses, now seemed alive with shifting shadows. The overhead light flickered, dimming, until only the faintest glow remained. Marcus tore his gaze from the hallway to meet Elena's eyes. "It's like the house is haunted," he whispered. "But that can't be right, can it?" Elena shook her head, clinging to logic despite the terror clawing at her throat. "Whatever's happening, it's new. It wasn't here before we dispelled the creatures at the conservatory." Beatrice sank into an armchair, face pale. "I don't understand. If the record's power is gone, then what is this?" Before Elena could answer, a faint swirling mist coalesced in the corner of the room near the curtains. They all froze, watching as it flickered in and out of sight, like a manifestation struggling to take shape. Elena's stomach twisted with fear. Could it be another shadow creature? Raymond brandished his crowbar, voice shaky. "I won't let them get us again." The mist churned, then with a low whoosh, it vanished. The overhead lights snapped back to full brightness. Silence reigned, broken only by the ragged breathing of 4 terrified people. Marcus exhaled, shoulders slumping. Maybe it's gone, but Elena wasn't so sure. She moved to the shattered mirror, stepping carefully over the fragments. Gazing into the largest shard, she spotted her own reflection, eyes too wide, face damp with sweat. Then, for a moment, she saw something else reflected beside her, a gaunt silhouette with hollow eyes, pewing from behind her shoulder. She spun around, heart galloping. No one stood there. A shaky sob escaped her. "We should be safe. Why aren't we safe?" Beatrice reached for Elena's hand. "I feel it too, dear. A presence. Sometimes these old houses have secrets. Or maybe we awakened something else when we broke the curse." Elena forced herself to think clearly. "Marcus is right. Could it be some leftover energy? Or is it something new that latched onto us after the conservatory?" She shivered, recalling the whisper that called her name. From the corner of the room, the grandfather clock chimed midnight. The hollow toll resounded through the manor, each chime sending a jolt of dread through Elena's body. Midnight again, the witching hour. Beatrice grabbed Elena's arm. We can't endure more nightmares. We must find out what it wants or how to drive it away. We can't let the house fall prey to whatever this is. Marcus set his jaw. We can investigate. We've faced worse. We'll stick together, search the house. If there's some manifestation left behind, we'll confront it. Raymond exhaled, eyes scanning the living room. Broken glass glittered under the flickering ceiling light. Let's do it then. I'm done with being scared in the dark. Elena nodded, adrenaline spiking anew. All right, let's check the attic first. That's where we originally found the record. If anything unearthly is stirring, maybe it's drawn to the place where Mortuus Melodia stayed hidden all those years. Beatrice stood, her frail body trembling with determination. I'll come with you. Elena wanted to protest, to keep her grandmother safe, but recognized that leaving her alone in another room might be more dangerous. Instead, she squared her shoulders. Then we all go. Stay close. They formed a tense line with Marcus leading, flashlight in one hand and the dusty crowbar Raymond relinquished to him in the other. Raymond followed, carrying a smaller table leg he had grabbed in the chaos. Beatrice walked behind them, clinging to Elena's arm. The corridor stretched before them in heavy gloom, the floorboards groaning with each step. Every so often, that inexplicable whisper wafted through the air, swirling just beyond comprehension. Goosebumps riddled Elena's arms, and she wondered if they were chasing a phantom, or if the phantom was leading them deeper. At the base of the attic staircase, Marcus paused. The overhead light fixture flickered once, then blinked out entirely, plunging them into near darkness. The only illumination came from the narrow beam of his flashlight, trembling over the steps. Taking a breath, Elena reached for the attic door. It creaked open, releasing a stale, dusty smell that felt oddly familiar. A smell of secrets best left undisturbed. Memories of the cursed record flared in her mind. They climbed, boards squeaking underfoot. Beatrice's grip on Elena's arm was iron tight. At the top, the small landing opened into a wide attic space, cluttered with old furniture and boxes. The single overhead bulb flickered, a weak glow casting jagged shadows on the rafters. Boxes loomed like silent sentinels, coated in cobwebs. Shine the light around, Elena whispered. Marcus swept the beam across dusty trunks and moth-eaten drapes. The attic looked the same as when Elena first found Mortuus Melodia, except for a wide patch of clear dust where the record once lay. Tension coiled in her chest, no sign of the presence, but I can feel it here. Hello? She ventured softly, though the idea of calling out to a ghostly entity made her skin crawl. Only silence answered. Then, just as they lowered their guard, a scraping sound erupted from the far corner, like nails dragged across wood. Elena stifled a scream as the group spun to face the noise. Marcus's flashlight revealed a battered rocking chair, swaying of its own accord in a breeze that didn't exist. Raymond tensed, holding the table leg high. What is that? The rocking chair's motion slowed, squeaking to a halt. Tap, tap, something small tapped on the floor behind it. Marcus moved forward, shining the light around. They saw a scattered pile of old sheet music, pages crumpled and yellowed. Each page bore the distinctive swirl of archaic notation similar to the cursed intervals in Mortuus Melodia, but not quite the same. Elena's breath caught. Are those different scores? Beatrice's gasp broke the hush. Your grandfather's old manuscripts. He locked them away when he hid the record. Elena took a step closer, kneeled, and gingerly picked up a page. The notation was disjointed, incomplete, a handful of measures that looked like twisted variations on the cursed melody. She recalled that her grandfather had tried composing partial counter melodies before. But these were new to her, more experimental, scrawled with references to summoning or banishing certain frequencies. Suddenly, an anguished shriek split the air, a wail so raw it seemed to tear through the attic walls. Elena dropped the sheet, hands flying to her ears. Marcus cursed, nearly dropping the flashlight. The overhead bulb blinked off entirely, throwing them into pitch darkness. Get down! Raymond shouted, but none of them could see clearly. A swirl of cold air engulfed Elena. something brushing past her like a tattered cloak. She gasped, stumbling, the shriek reverberating inside her head. The attic felt alive with chaos, boxes tipping, furniture scraping. A faint presence skittered by, trailing a frigid wind. "Stay together," Marcus yelled. But in the darkness, panic took hold. Elena felt Beatrice's fingers slip from her arm. She groped blindly, calling. "Nana!" Another shriek raked the air, followed by a crashing sound. Her heart thundered. "I can't lose her in here." Lightning from outside the attic window flashed, momentarily revealing a swirling shape near the rafters, like a ragged swirl of smoke. It formed a contorted face, mouth open in silent fury. Then the light vanished, plunging them back into darkness. Elena's voice trembled. "Nana? Marcus? Raymond?" Overhead the bulb flickered again, this time sputtering to life in a surge of pale, ghostly light. Marcus lay sprawled against a box, breathless but conscious. Raymond crouched near the rocking chair, crowbar replaced with trembling fists. Beatrice stood in the center of the room, her face a mask of terror, and behind Beatrice, the swirling shape reappeared, looming tall. A chorus of whispers filled the attic, layered and discordant. Elena, Marcus, Beatrice. Before Elena could warn her grandmother, a shape surged forward. Beatrice gasped, toppling sideways. In that single, horrified moment, Elena saw the face in the mist, again, agonized, contorted. Then it vanished, leaving only a swirl of gust motes in the fading light. Elena rushed to Beatrice's side, gently helping her up. "Nana, are you hurt?" she asked, voice shaking. Beatrice clung to Elena's hand, trembling all over. I'm fine," she managed. That thing, is it another shadow creature?" Marcus hauled himself upright, pressing a hand to his chest. "It didn't look the same. Not exactly. More like a ghost or an echo?" Raymond wiped sweat from his brow. "It was real enough to knock her down." In the silence that followed, Elena became aware of the scattered papers again. The pages fluttered in the breeze, seeping through the attic's eaves. She picked one up, heart pounding. The final measure on the page included a chord suspiciously similar to the one they had used to banish Mortuus Melodia. Yet there were additional notes scrawled in the margin. The reversed chord alone is not enough. Another voice is required, a whisper, at the threshold, to guide lost spirits away. The composition must evolve. Elena's mind spun. Another voice? Another composition? Beatrice drew a ragged breath, eyeing the swirling dust with fear. "Elena, I recognize your grandfather's handwriting. He must have lined something after locking away Mortuus Melodia." Something about spirits not crossing over. Marcus took the page, scanning it with a troubled expression. "So, there's more to this. We ended the immediate threat, but we might have left something undone. Perhaps the energy that fueled the curse is still here, tethered to the house." Raymond stared at the ghostly corner, gripping the table leg again. "So we fought off demon shadows just to be haunted by spirits now?" Elena looked at her grandmother, tears pricking her eyes. "Nana, I thought we were done. But maybe Grandpa discovered a final step, a more delicate melody that leads restless souls. Somewhere else." A fresh hush enveloped them, broken only by a faint tap, tap from the corner. The overhead bulb flickered again, threatening darkness once more. Marcus swallowed hard. "We have no choice. We have to explore this new composition. If there are ghosts, lost voices that never departed, we need to let them go." Beatrice stood straighter, though her hands still trembled. "Then let's do it together, Elena. For your grandfather, for all of us. I can't stand this half-life of fear." Raymond nodded, though his eyes flicked warily around. "Count me in. I'm not leaving you to face this alone." Elena squeezed Beatrice's hand, her voice steadying with renewed resolve. "We'll figure it out. Grandpa was obsessed with freeing people from this curse, not just banishing the monsters." Maybe that's what these whispers at the witching hour truly are. Spirits trapped between worlds, needing a final guide. We'll find that guide, or compose it ourselves. A distant roll of thunder underscored her words, as though the night sky itself listened. In the flickering attic light, the four of them stood together, hearts pounding with both terror and hope. They had survived monstrous shadows and cursed chords. Now, they faced a new mystery, a restless legion of whispers echoing in the darkness. Somewhere in the attic, among the strewn pages and hidden secrets, the next chapter of their battle waited a final, haunting refrain that could lead these lingering phantoms to peace, or unleash a brand new horror upon them all. Chapter 8. The Choir of the Damned. A single flickering bulb in the attic could do little against the shadows gathering around Elena Carter, her grandmother Beatrice, Marcus, and Raymond. It was well past midnight, yet the four of them found no peace. Moments before, a wraith-like shape had surged out of the darkness and nearly knocked Beatrice to the floor, a haunting reminder that their battle with the supernatural was not over. Mortuus Melodia might have been neutralized, but something else, something older and deeper, remained tethered to the Carter house. Elena clutched a sheet of her grandfather's scribbled musical notes. The lines were half-finished, referencing a new composition that hinted at guiding restless spirits to peace. But the text was cryptic. The reversed chord alone is not enough. Another voice is required, a whisper at the threshold to guide lost souls from the dirge to the light. A whisper at the threshold. The words hung in her mind like a half-remembered dream. Part of her wanted to believe it was nothing more than the frantic scrawl of a man already consumed by fear. Yet the fresh horrors swirling around them told her otherwise. Even though the cursed record was banished, the house itself seemed to seethe with leftover energies, as if countless souls lingered, howling in silent torment. Downstairs, the clock chimed ominously, its echo creeping up through the rafters. Beatrice clung to Elena's arm with surprising strength for such a frail woman. Her face was pale, hair disheveled, and eyes haunted. She had hoped to be rid of the supernatural once Mortuus Melodia was neutralized. Yet here they were, huddled in the attic, confronted by an entirely new manifestation. "We have to do something," Beatrice managed, voice quivering. "I can't live like this, listening for whispers in every corner. It's as if the house is full of voices we can't see." Raymond, still gripping a makeshift weapon, nodded grimly. "It felt different from the shadows at the conservatory," he said, recalling the swirling shape that manifested only minutes ago. Like a ghost, or many ghosts, but all mixed together. Marcus ran a hand through his unruly hair, scanning the jumbled attic. Old trunks, broken chairs, and battered crates stood in disarray, half concealed by moth-eaten sheets. "Maybe your grandfather's final research can tell us how to release these spirits," he said, gesturing to the scattered manuscripts on the floor. "We ended the demonic side of the record's power, but it seems like not everyone found rest." Elena inhaled slowly, forcing her pulse to steady. She knelt to retrieve more pages from the dusty floor, eyes flicking between staff lines, searching for an explanation. The text described intervals reminiscent of the chord that saved them at the conservatory. Yet it also spoke of the Choir of the Damned, a gathering of lost souls trapped in the echo of Novak's cursed composition. She read aloud in a hushed tone, translating her grandfather's frantic handwriting. Their voices linger in the spaces between notes, a lamentation that never finds release. The composer's obsession, Novak's obsession, drew them from the edges of death, but left them in eternal dissonance. Only a choir of living voices, merging with the chord reversed, can guide them to peace. Elena's voice caught on the last phrase, a choir of living voices. She felt a ripple of unease in the group. They'd barely survived producing one chord. Now it sounded as if they needed an entire choral arrangement to free these spirits. A sudden, jarring slam from downstairs made them all startle. A hollow, reverberating note followed, as though a heavy door had just been thrown open and then slammed shut again. The stillness that followed seemed to hum with a low vibration, reminiscent of a pipe organ's lingering bass. Raymond shot Marcus a worried look. "Tell me we don't have more uninvited guests." Marcus gripped his flashlight, tension tightening his jaw. "Stay calm. Let's move together. See if something's forcing its way in." They descended the attic steps in a slow, tense line. The hall below was dark, faintly illuminated by the flicker of a single lamp in the foyer. The battered wallpaper, once floral and warm, seemed to ripple in the corner of their vision, as if half dissolved by the swirling presence in the house. Elena guided them to the top of the grand staircase, heart hammering. She remembered how this corridor felt when she'd first discovered Mortuus Melodia. Eerie, but not overtly hostile. Now the very air crackled with leftover energy, as if the rift opened by the record had never fully sealed. "Do you hear that?" Beatrice whispered, eyes wide. From the shadows below rose a soft, keening murmur, not exactly a scream, but a layered groan, like many voices crying in unison. It was faint at first, but as they leaned over the banister, the sound swelled. The hair on Elena's neck stood on end. She could feel each overlapping wail vibrating in her chest. Marcus closed his eyes, straining to discern patterns in the noise. "It's like chanting," he said quietly, "but not in any language I recognize. Almost like a reversed chant. All vowels and twisted syllables. A new wave of despair washed over them, carried by the sound." Elena wondered if this was what her grandfather had called the dirge, the lament of lost souls who remain shackled to the cursed intervals. They descended into the foyer, each step drawing them closer to that uncanny chorus. The front door stood closed, but a gust of cold air rattled the windows. From deeper in the house, the parlor, or perhaps the study, came flickers of movement. Each swirl of darkness felt like a sliver of the phantoms left behind. Raymond motioned for them to stay behind him. He pushed open the parlor door, crowbar held high. The ring was lit only by moonlight filtering through the lace curtains, illuminating dust motes dancing in the gloom. At first, it looked empty old furniture, walls lined with decorative plates, a single flickering candle on a side table that Elena couldn't recall lighting. Then the wailing rose again, so piercing that Beatrice pressed her hands to her ears. It seemed to emanate from behind the far wall, or perhaps through the walls themselves. The candle flame bent as if caught in a breeze, though the windows were shut. Marcus ventured inside, shining his flashlight around. Long shadows stretched across the rug. At the opposite end of the room, near a battered upright piano that had sat untouched for years, the air quivered. Elena recognized that space. That was where Grandpa used to compose. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted from the piano, as though all the strings had been struck at once. The lid vibrated violently. A chorus of spectral voices crescendoed, merging with the discordant resonance of piano wires hammered by an invisible force. Beatrice cried out, clinging to Elena's arm. "Stop! Please stop!" But the phantom pounding continued. One by one, the piano keys depressed, producing a savage atonal chord. The air crackled with tension, the voices rising in a frenzied crescendo, as if demanding release. Raymond raised his crowbar, uncertain what he could even do against intangible torment. With a surge of determination, Elena stepped toward the piano. The hair on her arms prickled with static, but she forced herself forward. "We hear you!" she cried, voice shaking. "Tell us what you need!" As if in response, the keys hammered one more time, forming a chilling melody that teased at the edges of Mortuus Melodia's infamous intervals. Then, all at once, the sound stopped. The phantom presence receded, leaving an almost painful silence in its wake. They stood in the center of the parlor, hearts pounding, struggling to comprehend. Marcus knelt by the piano, lifting the lid to check inside. There was no visible culprit, only dusty strings and an ancient hammer mechanism. Yet the air felt charged, as though something lingered. Elena pressed her trembling hand to the piano's wooden surface. "They're trying to communicate," she whispered, recalling her grandfather's notes about the souls trapped in dissonance. "They're not demonic, they're desperate." Beatrice swallowed hard, eyes glistening with tears. "I can't imagine how many souls are caught in that limbo." Marcus helped her to a nearby chair. "We need to figure out what the new composition is, some kind of choir arrangement," he said. "Your grandfather's notes mentioned living voices joining with an inverted chord to guide the spirits to rest." Raymond exhaled, lowering the crowbar at last. How do we do that? I'm no singer. Elena recalled the lines about another voice required and a final passage referencing the choir of the damned. Her grandfather might have tried to write a piece of music that encompassed more than just a chord, a fully formed movement that included a vocal component. They'd never performed such a thing at the conservatory. Could it be that they needed to gather multiple voices? A wave of doubt washed over her. The thought of leading an actual choir, especially in the middle of the night under these ghastly circumstances, seemed insane. Who would they even recruit? Then again, perhaps the choir was more symbolic, meaning they simply needed enough living voices to form a harmonic thread the spirits could follow. Marcus stood, gaze determined. Elena, do you remember seeing any references to how many voices are required? Could 4 of us suffice, or do we need more people? She chewed her lip, mentally rifling through her grandfather's scribbles. I'm not sure. The note said a chorus to unify the dirge and the light. Could be metaphorical. But if we only have 4 people, can we create enough harmony to counter an entire legion of spirits? Beatrice's voice shook, but she found her resolve. We'll try, she said. Standing up from the chair. This is my house, after all. I can't stand by while these souls wander in torment. Raymond gave a bleak chuckle. Well, I guess I can hum a tune if it saves my life. They agreed to reconvene in the attic, where the most detailed manuscripts were scattered. But as they made their way upstairs, the corridor lights flickered madly, a rapid strobe that twisted the hallway's length into an unsettling blur. The family portraits on the walls seemed to shift in the flicker, each painted face contorting in ephemeral shapes. A sudden rush of cold air whipped down the corridor, bringing with it a wail so piercing that Elena's ears rang. Marcus and Raymond stumbled. Beatrice nearly collapsed, only Elena's quick grip keeping her upright. The house reverberated with a dissonant chorus like moans overlapping into a macabre harmony. They're getting louder, Elena rasped, heart pounding so hard she tasted metal in her throat. An anguished scream tore from the air behind them, shrill and frantic, as if a phantom relived its final moment of horror. The hallway reverberated with that single cry, and in its echoes, Elena heard 1,000 other voices, each one locked in perpetual torment. It was a choir of the damned, indeed. Marcus pressed a hand to the wall, steadying himself. We have to hurry. If the presence grows stronger, we might be overwhelmed. They pushed onward, practically dragging themselves up the final flight of stairs to the attic landing. Once there, they half collapsed behind the door, breathing in ragged gasps. The overhead bulbs still flickered in the dusty space. Piles of old papers and boxes cast wavering shadows on the slanted ceiling. Grab every page that mentions vocal arrangements, Elena instructed, her voice tight. We'll piece something together. They spread out, scanning the scattered manuscripts by flashlight. The ghostly wailing continued below them, sometimes rising into horrendous shrieks, other times subsiding into a low, collective moan that rattled the vents. The entire house felt one breath away from unleashing a full supernatural storm. Elena finally found what she was searching for, a folder stuffed beneath a battered trunk. Inside were a dozen handwritten pages titled Requiem for the Lost. Each page layered with notation for both a small choral ensemble and an instrumental line that matched the chord they had used to defeat Mortuus Melodia. Her heart fluttered with hope. This must be the piece her grandfather never finished, the one intended to free the souls. Over here, she called, voice hushed but urgent. Marcus and Raymond joined her, kneeling on creaking floorboards. Beatrice hovered behind them, hands clasped. Elena flipped through the pages, scanning measure after measure. The arrangement combined dissonant intervals with sudden bursts of angelic harmony, weaving a structure reminiscent of a traditional requiem mass, yet laced with that inverted chord. Look, she said, pointing to a margin note in her grandfather's handwriting. Focus on resonance, not volume. Voices must unify on the pivot note. No break in pitch, or the souls may scatter, lost. Marcus nodded, studying the staff lines. This is advanced, he murmured. But we might be able to manage a simplified version if each of us takes a vocal line. You can handle the melody, Beatrice can do a gentle alto, and I'll attempt tenor or baritone. He glanced at Raymond. You do what feels comfortable, maybe a bass drone. Raymond exhaled shakily, humor flickering in his eyes. Bass drone, right, sure. Let's hope these old pipes can handle it. Elena tried to steady her trembling hands. We can't do this in the attic. We'll need enough space and some semblance of acoustics. The parlor has a piano, though it's out of tune and haunted by invisible fists. Marcus's expression tightened. Better than nowhere. Let's just pray they let us finish. Gathering the pages, they descended once more into the corridor. The gloom thickened, walls oozing shadow. Every so often, the flickering lights revealed fleeting shapes gliding along the edges, misty figures with anguished faces. The wails continued to echo, building an undercurrent of sorrow that resonated in the floorboards. When they reached the parlor, that battered piano loomed in half-light. A gust of wind rattled the windows, yet they remained locked. The house felt like it was breathing, exhaling centuries of regret in chilly bursts. Marcus set down the music pages on a stand near the piano. Elena placed a trembling hand on the wooden surface, half expecting the keys to smash down on their own. Yet the instrument remained still, as if waiting for them to speak first. All right, Elena said softly, distributing the pages. We'll start with a gentle introduction. No harsh chords. We need to call to them gently. Then, at measure 17, we shift into the inversion that merges with the chord from mortuus melodia. We have to sustain that pivot note for at least 4 counts, or so Grandpa's notes say. Beatrice's voice wavered. I haven't sung in years, Elena. Elena forced a reassuring smile, though her insides quaked. Just follow the lines. Sing lightly. The important thing is we unify on that pivot note. Raymond wiped sweat from his forehead. If we can't do it perfectly. Marcus gave a grim shrug. We might fail to free them. The alternative? They could haunt us forever. A hush fell. Outside, thunder boomed faintly, as though a distant storm threatened to return. The time had come. They arranged themselves around the piano, heartbeats thrumming in unison, every sense poised for the slightest supernatural interference. Elena placed trembling fingers on the piano keys, pressing a soft chord that matched the Requiem's opening measure. Beatrice drew in a shaky breath, humming a tentative alto note. Marcus joined in, his voice resonating in a low tenor. Raymond rumbled an awkward bass line, off-pitch at first, but adjusting quickly. The melody rose gently, weaving a quiet lament. Elena felt the notes in her bones, a soft hush of sorrow that seemed to reach into the corners of the house. Each measure they completed without interruption bolstered their confidence. She feared an assault of shrieks or a violent thrashing of the piano. Yet the shadows remained watchful and still. They reached the 10th measure, voices blending in fragile harmony. Sweat beaded Elena's brow, but she pressed on. The old piano responded with surprising warmth, as though it approved. With each chord, the uneasy hush in the walls shifted, and the wailing receded. She could sense spirits hovering near, drawn by the promise of release. Beatrice's voice grew steadier, tears glistening in her eyes as she poured decades of longing into the Requiem. Raymond found his rhythm, projecting a low drone that supported the chord progression. Marcus guided them, nodding or gesturing when they needed to hold a note longer. The parlor's dim light flickered, but no savage shrieks broke the spell. Then came measure 17. The Requiem pivoted into the crucial suspended chord that formed the heart of the piece. Elena's stomach clenched. This was the moment of truth, the same pivot her grandfather could never fully realize in life. She pressed the key combination for the pivot chord, a fragile suspension that teetered between dissonance and resolution. Marcus, Beatrice, and Raymond sang their respective pitches, each voice trembling. The chord glimmered in the air, delicate, ephemeral. Elena sensed the presence of countless souls pressing in, listening, hoping. A tremor ran through the floorboards, and from the hallway came a subdued moan, as though the spirits realized their deliverance was at hand. The chord wavered when Raymond's voice cracked, nearly collapsing into chaos. Marcus quickly adjusted, stepping in with a stronger note to reinforce him. Beatrice held her pitch, despite tears streaming down her cheeks. Elena sustained the piano's suspended chord for 4 full beats, then gracefully resolved it to the next measure, an ethereal harmony that soared rather than crashed. A wave of energy pulsed through the room, passing through their bodies like a warm current. Suddenly, a swirl of mist flickered near the ceiling, coalescing into faint outlines of faces. The wailing that once tormented the house transformed into a trembling hum, no longer agonized, but mournful. Yearning for release, they continued the Requiem's final measures, voices steady despite the tears. The apparitions overhead joined in a shimmering echo, forming a ghostly choir that blended with the living. Elena felt her heart swell with mingled terror and awe. We are singing alongside the dead. The music swelled toward its climax, a gentle ascension that repeated the pivot chord, this time releasing the tension into a luminous resolution. Elena's hands glided over the piano keys, conjuring each carefully crafted harmony. Marcus, Beatrice, and Raymond sustained their notes, forging a living chord that shone with compassion rather than fear. At the apex, a brilliant hush descended, as if the entire house inhaled. The ghostly faces floated above them, eyes closed, lips parted in silent song. Then, in one collective exhale, they faded into streaks of light. A final, ethereal chord rang out, so pure it prickled Elena's scalp. The chord resonated through the parlor, seeped into the walls, and lingered in the hush that followed. A hush that felt like dawn breaking after a long, harrowing night. Elena slowly lifted her fingers from the keys, tears blurring her vision. The house stood silent. But not with the oppressive dread of before. A sense of peace, faint yet unmistakable, filled the air. Raymond lowered his makeshift weapon, chest heaving. Beatrice wept quietly, pressing a hand to her mouth. Marcus exhaled, voice trembling as he whispered, "We did it!" For a long minute, no one moved. They listened for the moans, the shrieks, the pounding. None came. The lamp in the corner burned steadily, no flicker. The windows rattled only from a gentle breeze outside. It was as if the last vestiges of Novak's necromantic chord had finally lifted from the Carter house. Beatrice reached for Elena's hand, her voice husky with emotion. "They're gone, or free," she said. "You could feel them, couldn't you? Their relief?" Elena nodded, throat tight. "Yes," she whispered, recalling the swirl of spectral faces overhead. "They found rest." Marcus closed the music folder, wiping sweat and tears from his cheeks. "It was your grandfather's final composition. He called them to cross over, but he needed living voices to complete it. We were that chorus." Raymond laughed softly, the sound edged with disbelief. "I guess I can sing after all." They gathered in the foyer, the gloom replaced by a quiet calm. Beatrice insisted on making tea, a simple gesture of normalcy after such a harrowing ordeal. While she busied herself in the kitchen, Elena, Marcus, and Raymond exchanged weary smiles. The sun would soon rise, and with it, they hoped, a new beginning. Elena thought of Mortuus Melodia, lying dormant in the trunk of her car. Its hold on the living was shattered. Yet the entire saga had revealed a deep truth. Music possessed power far beyond simple notes and chords. It could open rifts, summon horrors, but also heal wounds and guide lost souls to peace. She wondered if Charon Novak, in some twisted corner of his mind, had sought that same release for himself, only to be consumed by his obsession. Marcus placed a gentle hand on Elena's shoulder. "Let's get some real rest," he murmured. "We've earned it." Raymond yawned, setting the crowbar aside at last. "If the house stays quiet for the next few hours, I might finally sleep without seeing nightmares." Elena offered them both a soft nod. Her body ached, eyelids heavy, but her heart was lighter than it had been in days. She glanced down the hall, imagining her grandfather's spirit watching them. A small smile tugged at her lips. Thank you, Grandpa, she thought. I hope you're at peace too. Just then, Beatrice returned with a tray of steaming tea. The aromatic scent of chamomile and honey filled the foyer, layering over the house's usual dusty fragrance. Together, they sipped from mismatched cups, letting the warmth flow through them. Outside, the faint glow of dawn crept over the horizon. In that quiet moment, Elena sensed the house exhale, as though it too had been holding its breath throughout centuries of accumulated sorrow. The hush was not ominous this time, but comforting, like the final note of a lullaby. The voices, the restless moans, the poltergeist-like thrashing, all of it was gone. The choir of the damned had found its resolution, and so they sat, the four of them, their hearts still fragile from the ordeal, but brimming with cautious hope. If new dangers lay beyond the horizon, they would face them together. For now, at least, the Carter house was still, the spirits guided onward by a chord reversed and by living voices that had dared to sing for the dead. Chapter 9. Confrontation in the Ruined Theater. For a few precious days, Elena Carter allowed herself to believe the nightmare was over. After freeing the trapped spirits in her family's Victorian manor through the new Requiem, the atmosphere in the old house had calmed. The sighing floorboards no longer rang with disembodied moans, and the swirling mists that once manifested at odd hours were conspicuously absent. Even the once ominous attic felt almost ordinary, its corners illuminated by the soft glow of a newly installed lamp. Marcus, Raymond, and Beatrice each found moments of peace in their own way. Beatrice tended her garden with renewed vigor, humming stray fragments of the Requiem's melody while pruning roses. Marcus helped Elena repair a few broken windows, ensuring no hidden drafts could stir up illusions of ghosts. Raymond, despite the lingering trauma, started sleeping better, at least by his own admission, and occasionally flipped through the caretaker's old notes on haunted places, studying them with an almost academic curiosity. Yet beneath the fragile calm, a subtle tension gnawed at them all. Each time a door slammed or a breeze rattled the shutters, Elena's heart leapt. Every flickering light bulb made Marcus stiffen, waiting for the gloom to swell into monstrous shapes. No one quite said it out loud, but they all silently questioned whether the darkness had truly lifted, or if it merely waited for an opportunity to return. That opportunity arrived one warm evening in late autumn. A letter arrived in the mail, addressed to Elena in a sweeping, old-fashioned script. The paper felt strangely textured, the color of faded parchment. Inside was a single sheet bearing an all-too-familiar symbol, a pair of overlapping crescents, the same cryptic emblem Elena had once glimpsed in Karen Novak's references. Beneath it, a short message in spidery handwriting chilled her blood. His work is not undone. Come to the place of his last triumph, or all you have done shall be for naught. Elena stood on the porch, holding the letter with trembling fingers. The setting sun cast fiery streaks across the sky, but its warmth offered no comfort. Her mind whirled with possibilities. Who sent this, and why? She recognized a vague threat in the words. Someone wanted her to revisit the cursed legacy they had worked so hard to banish. She gathered everyone in the parlor to show them the letter. Marcus studied the script, comparing it to the old notes they discovered in the attic. Raymond paced restlessly, crowbar nowhere in sight but clearly itching to have it back in his hand. Beatrice, perched on the edge of the sofa, wore an expression of quiet dread. I've never seen this exact handwriting, Marcus said at last, turning the letter under the lamplight. But the symbol and the reference to his last triumph, it must point to Karan Novak again. Raymond snorted. Fantastic! We've had enough of that man's works. Why can't these cultists let a cursed composer stay dead? Elena forced a wry smile, though worry tightened her chest. Because maybe something was left unfinished, she said softly. Or perhaps some group still reveres his creations. He glanced at the black vinyl record, Mortuus Melodia, which lay dormant on a shelf in the next room. Even though its power was neutralized, the memory of its lethal melody haunted them all. Beatrice cleared her throat. The letter says, "Come to the place of his last triumph. Is that the old theater in Silver Lake Town? The conservatory was only rumored to have harbored a performance." But maybe he had another performance site, somewhere left in ruins. The question lingered for a moment. Then Marcus snapped his fingers. "I recall reading about a theater on the outskirts of Linden City, a grand venue built in the 19th century, but abandoned after a catastrophic fire. Karen Novak traveled across Europe, but some legends say he did a secret performance in the States. Perhaps that was the performance. If so, the theater might be the place referred to in this letter." Raymond raised an eyebrow. "You really think we should go there? Isn't that exactly what whoever wrote this wants?" Elena held the parchment tighter. Despite her fear, she sensed they had little choice. If there's a genuine threat, someone trying to resurrect Novak's old compositions, we can't ignore it. The last thing we want is a new outbreak of curses, especially if Mortuus Melodia is only part of Novak's legacy. Beatrice frowned, clasping her hands. "Then we go prepared." No one argued. They left at dusk the next day, forging a plan that balanced caution with urgency. Marcus used his university contacts to confirm that a theater called the Linden Royal Orpheum had once stood on Linden City's outskirts. It was indeed in ruins after a fire decades earlier, never demolished, but condemned. Rumors claimed it was haunted, though no official record of Karen Novak's involvement existed. Raymond insisted on driving, citing that Marcus's and Elena's nerves were too frayed for highway traffic. They packed a trunk's worth of supplies: flashlights, spare batteries, a few protective charms Beatrice insisted might help, and yes, a battered old crowbar. Elena also brought copies of her grandfather's final composition, just in case they needed a chord or counter melody again. Part of her prayed they wouldn't. The drive felt strangely ominous, the highway mostly deserted, street lamps flickering like distant candles. Beatrice dozed in the back seat, worn out from a restless note, while Elena and Marcus pored over old notes by flashlight. The deeper they traveled into Linden's outskirts, the more the roads deteriorated, lined with crumbling buildings and vacant lots. Finally, past midnight, they arrived at a chain-link fence blocking the entrance to a weed-choked parking lot. Beyond it loomed the ruined theater, a hulking mass of charred walls and broken stone columns, the once grand facade battered by time. The moon's pale glow revealed gaping windows like empty eye sockets and a collapsed marquee that read, in faint lettering, "Orpheum." Raymond parked the car, cutting the engine. Silence pressed in, broken only by the distant hum of a power line. A chill wind rustled through tall grass, producing a dry, scraping sound. In that moment, Elena could almost swear she felt the air vibrate with echoes of Karen Novak's malignant chord. Marcus helped Beatrice out of the car, and Elena shone her flashlight on the fence. A rusted padlock dangled uselessly. Someone had cut it recently. The chain parted easily, letting them pass onto the old parking lot, strewn with broken glass and twisted rebar. "Someone's been here," Raymond muttered, prodding the lock with his foot. "Look at those scratches." Elena nodded. "We're definitely not alone." The theater's main entrance towered ahead, a set of heavy wooden doors, scorched black from a bygone fire. One door lay partially off its hinges, providing a gap wide enough for them to slip inside. The moment Elena stepped through, a wave of stale air and soot hit her nostrils. She coughed, covering her mouth as dust motes swirled in her flashlight beam. The lobby, once grand with marble floors and chandeliers, was now a cavern of shadows. Crumbling walls revealed scraps of old paint, while torn velvet ropes lay coiled like dead snakes. A toppled statue, perhaps once a muse or goddess of the arts, lay shattered against the floor, its face worn away by years of neglect. Marcus whistled softly. If Novak performed here, it must have been before it all went to ruin. Beatrice's gaze swept the darkness, shoulders trembling. This place feels heavy, like walking into a crypt. Stay close, Raymond urged, tightening his hold on the crowbar. They ventured deeper, passing what looked like ticket booths, now hollow shells. A corridor led away to corridors labeled balcony, orchestra pit, and stage. Each sign dangled precariously. Water stains marred the ceiling, forming jagged patterns reminiscent of creeping vines. In the distance, something clanged, a metallic echo that reverberated through the corridors. Elena's flashlight jerked upward. "Did you hear that?" she breathed. Marcus nodded, face pale. Could be the wind knocking something over, or something else. A soft scuttling noise made them turn. A rat darted across their path, squeaking in alarm. The group exhaled in relief, just a rodent. But the clang repeated, more insistent this time. Raymond gestured toward the sign reading stage. "We need to see the main auditorium. If Karen Novak had a last triumph, it was probably on stage. Let's check there first." They followed the corridor, stepping over debris. The musty scent of old ashes clung to every surface. At times, the floors felt unsteady, rotted from decades of water damage. The deeper they went, the more the gloom seemed to press in. Elena's thoughts drifted to the letter's cryptic threat. "Or all you have done shall be for naught." She clenched her jaw. "We won't let that happen." Suddenly, they emerged into the main auditorium, and its vastness took their breath away. Rows of decaying seats stretched toward a stage framed by a half-collapsed proscenium arch. The ceiling soared overhead, riddled with holes that let in moonlight and a few errant raindrops. Piles of rubble dotted the aisle. The hush was profound, like a cathedral of the forsaken. High above, the remains of a once majestic chandelier hung by a single chain. Swaying gently, its crystals were mostly gone, leaving twisted metal that clinked in the faint breeze. The echo of that metallic chink-chink reminded Elena of a slow, rattling breath. Marcus's flashlight roved over the stage. Torn curtains flapped in a silent draft, their color long since burned away. The planks were blackened from the fire, some missing entirely. Yet the ghostly shape of an orchestra pit was still discernible, half filled with debris. "This is," Beatrice started, voice trembling. "If there was a performance, it must have been enormous. Look at the size of this place." Elena swallowed, heart pounding. ... She imagined how it might have looked in Karen Novak's day. Crowds in fine clothing, the stage glowing with footlights, a hush descending as the composer raised his baton to unveil a forbidden melody. And then, something going terribly wrong. A fire, a tragedy, curses unleashed. Raymond edged forward, shining his flashlight on the stage floor. "Guys, footprints!" They crouched to examine them, several sets of footprints in the dust, relatively fresh, leading toward the backstage area. One set seemed especially large, the others smaller. Whoever made them had come prepared. The treads looked like heavy boots. An uneasy silence followed. Then, from behind the curtain, came a scratching noise, like wood being dragged. Elena's breath caught. A hush fell so complete that she heard her own heartbeat throbbing in her ears. The curtain twitched. A silhouette loomed, tall and angular, half hidden in the gloom. Marcus jolted upright, brandishing his flashlight beam as though it were a weapon. The figure froze, then jerked away, disappearing behind the tattered velvet. Before anyone could speak, a sharp, ear-splitting shriek tore through the auditorium. It resonated with a maddening pitch, echoing off the walls in a dissonant wave. Beatrice clutched her ears, nearly dropping her flashlight. The chandelier's metal frame rattled overhead with a nightmarish clink, clink, clink. "Move back!" Marcus shouted above the din. But it was too late. The figure behind the curtain lunged into view, flinging the rotted fabric aside. Illuminated in the combined glow of their flashlights stood a gaunt man in a dark coat, eyes wild and sunken. His cheeks were hollow, hair limp around a perspiring forehead. A jagged scar ran from his temple to his jaw. At his side dangled a rusted crowbar. No, a metal rod sharpened to a vicious point. He hissed at them, voice a ragged whisper. You shouldn't be here. Elena's heart thundered. Who are you? She managed, fighting the urge to step back. The man offered a distorted grin. A guardian of the old ways. His voice cracked with mania. And you? You're meddlers. You destroyed the rightful tribute to Karen Novak with your heretical chord. But it won't matter. The final performance is near. Raymond raised his own crowbar in a defensive posture, but the man withdrew into the shadows, moving with unsettling speed. He's insane, Raymond hissed. Watch yourselves. A second shriek, equally shrill, erupted from the wings. This time, multiple figures scurried into view, 3 or 4 shapes, their faces smudged with soot, clothes ragged. They brandished improvised weapons, pipes, chains, a broken axe handle. One, a woman with wild eyes, snarled like an animal. Beatrice let out a soft cry, stepping behind Marcus for protection. Elena's pulse soared. A cult? Devotees of Novak's cursed compositions? The largest figure stepped forward, an imposing man with thick arms and a shaved head. We'll take them backstage, he barked. Our master needs them, especially her. He jabbed a finger at Elena. Fear stabbed her gut, but she forced composure. Your master? You don't mean Novak is long dead, the man sneered. Dead does not mean powerless. The great composer lingers, and we have awakened his echoes. The letter we sent was but the first step. Marcus interjected. You're playing with forces you can't control. Silence, the large man growled. He swung his chain in a threatening arc. You'll be part of the final performance, willing or not. Raymond pivoted, crowbar raised. We're not going anywhere with you psychos. The gaunt woman lunged, brandishing a broken pipe. Another cultist, tall, twitchy, flanked from the side. Chaos erupted. Marcus thrust Beatrice aside to protect her as the large man swung his chain. Elena dove behind a toppled row of seats, heart racing. She heard the screech of metal on metal as Raymond's crowbar parried the pipe. Marcus stumbled backward, colliding with a broken seat, but swung his flashlight like a club, striking the tall cultist's arm. Beatrice crouched low, breathing frantically. A shrill clang echoed when the large man's chain lashed out, nearly striking Marcus's shoulder. Sparks flew off the battered seat frame. The woman with the pipe let out an unearthly shriek that rose to a maddening pitch, like an echo of the cursed intervals they'd heard once before. The sound reverberated in Elena's skull, making her vision blur. Ignoring the searing pain in her ears, Elena scrambled to her feet. She grabbed a chunk of debris and hurled it at the shrieking woman. It struck her shoulder, knocking her momentarily off balance. That brief opening let Raymond land a hit with the crowbar, sending her sprawling. We have to retreat, Marcus gasped, lurching over a broken seat to join Elena. We can't take them all in a direct fight. Elena's mind raced. If these cultists truly believed they could resurrect or empower Novak's malignant legacy, they must have some plan, perhaps a new performance of Mortuus Melodia or a variant. They had to be stopped. But first, they needed to regroup. Back to the corridor, she urged, helping Beatrice up. The cultists shrieked in renewed fury, their voices layering into a nauseating atonal chant. The group retreated toward the lobby, stumbling over rubble. One cultist lunged in front of them, but Marcus swung a broken chair leg, forcing him aside. Another tried to tackle Elena, only for Raymond to intercept with a fierce jab of his crowbar. A final push, and they burst through the side door into a dark hallway. The chanting behind them escalated into a cacophony of howls, followed by the crash of pursuit. Elena's flashlight caught glimpses of broken plaster and collapsed beams as they ran. The building threatened to confound them in its labyrinth of corridors, but adrenaline fueled their instincts. Breathing heavily, they ducked into what appeared to be an old backstage lounge, half collapsed under a fallen beam. They crouched, panting, hands shaking. Marcus peeked through the door's jagged crack. No immediate sign of pursuit yet. Beatrice's face was ashen, tears of fright in her eyes. My God, they're like wild beasts! Raymond tensed, crowbar flecked with dust. They're still out there. We can't stay hidden forever. Elena clenched her fists. They want a final performance. This theater is where they plan to do it. We have to stop them. But how? Marcus asked, pressing a cloth to a cut on his arm. They outnumber us, and we don't know what they're truly capable of. Elena ran trembling fingers through her hair. Maybe we can sabotage whatever ritual they're attempting. If they're trying to perform Novak's composition, we can ruin it. Beatrice looked at the battered sheet music Elena carried in her bag. Can we use the Requiem again, like we did at the house? Elena hesitated. The Requiem was designed to free trapped souls. This time, we might be dealing with living cultists channeling something else. But maybe the chord, our inverted chord, can still disrupt them if they try to play the cursed intervals. Marcus gave a determined nod. We need instruments or some means to generate that chord. The theater might have some remains of an organ or piano. But we saw the stage, everything is charred. Maybe the pit? Raymond's jaw tightened. If they're going to do a performance, they'll try to fix some instrument or set something up. We should find it and sabotage it before they can start. A distant bang rattled the door. Faint footsteps reverberated in the hallway. The cultists were searching. Elena's heart hammered. We need to move fast. They emerged from their hiding place, creeping down a side passage that sloped toward the orchestra pit. The thick smell of ash clung to every surface. Broken scaffolding lined the walls, and half-burned posters advertising old musicals lay strewn underfoot. The entire path quivered with an ominous hush, as though the theater itself waited for an unwelcome encore. Rounding a corner, they found a narrow stairwell leading under the stage. Muffled voices drifted from below, a guttural chant, occasionally spiking into those jarring shrieks. Elena braced herself, gesturing for the others to be silent. Step by step, they descended in the gloom. A faint glow revealed an underground chamber, likely the old dressing rooms and mechanical rooms for the stage lifts. The flames, decades ago, had mostly missed this area, leaving corridors of concrete walls. Water dripped from overhead pipes, forming puddles that glistened in the dim light of stolen lanterns placed along the floor. The chanting grew louder. They followed it, each heartbeat pounding in their ears. Then they came upon a sight that chilled Elena's blood. 6 or 7 cultists gathered in a half-collapsed hall, kneeling in a circle around an upright piano apparently salvaged from some unknown place. The piano's once elegant frame was scorched but intact. Tattered sheet music lay on its stand, lit by the flickering lanterns. The gaunt man from before stood at the piano bench, carefully turning pages. His face twisted with an eerie reverence. The large man with the chain knelt among the others, a wild gleam in his eyes. One cultist fiddled with a battered violin, drawing out hair-raising squeaks from the strings. Elena shuddered. She recognized the arrangement on the piano stand. It echoed the intervals of mortuous melodia, though twisted anew. The chord progression looked incomplete, like a grim reflection of the cursed record's structure. "They're trying to replicate Novak's piece," Marcus whispered, eyes wide. "But it's not exactly the same. It's a new version." The chanting swelled. A few cultists moaned, swaying in unison as though lost in a trance. The gaunt man tapped a broken baton on the piano, conjuring trembling notes that rang off the concrete walls. Each note stung Elena's ears, resonating with an undercurrent of malevolence. Beatrice clutched Elena's sleeve, whispering shakily, "They'll open some new rift if they continue. We must stop them." Raymond scowled, crowbar in hand. "We can ambush them. Wreck that damn piano." Marcus chewed his lip. "We might need more than brute force. If they've harnessed some leftover power from Novak, they could fight back with the same supernatural resonance we faced before." Elena recalled how the inverted chord had silenced mortuous melodia in the conservatory. If we disrupt their performance with the right chord, our chord, they won't be able to complete the summoning. She rummaged through her bag, retrieving the Requiem pages and the chord diagrams for the inversion. She pointed to a short progression they'd used at the Carter house. This might be enough to break their hold, as it resonates at the same frequencies. "But we need an instrument too, or at least voices." Raymond eyed the piano warily. "We'd have to get close." Elena set her jaw. "We do it together. If they see us, we'll have to fight them off again." A quick plan formed. Marcus would seize the battered violin, if possible, or any playable instrument, while Elena tried to reach the piano. Raymond and Beatrice would provide cover, Raymond with the crowbar. Beatrice, well, her presence might be enough to distract or confuse the cultists. At the pivotal moment, Elena and Marcus would unleash the inverted chord, ideally fracturing the malevolent progression. It was a gamble. But time was running out. The chanting rose to a fever pitch, the gaunt man jabbing the baton in the air as if conjuring an unseen conductor. Elena steadied herself, peering around the corner one final time. We can't let them finish. They launched their surprise. Raymond charged first, letting out a roar that echoed through the chamber. The cultists whirled, eyes flaring with shock. The tall, twitchy cultist scrambled to his feet, brandishing a makeshift blade, but Raymond swung the crowbar in a wide arc. Sparks flew when metal clashed, and the cultist staggered back. Beatrice followed behind him, brandishing a flashlight like a baton. She aimed its beam straight into the eyes of the large man, who snarled and tried to whip his chain around her legs. She jumped back, surprisingly agile for her age. Marcus darted toward the man with the violin. The cultist hissed, but Marcus feinted with a broken piece of wood, forcing him to drop the instrument in alarm. Marcus snatched the violin up, quickly examining its strings. They were old and brittle, but might still produce a passable note. Meanwhile, Elena pushed toward the upright piano. The gaunt man with the baton lunged at her, lips curled in a snarl. You're the one who destroyed the record's curse. Elena held her ground, chest hammering. The record was evil, she said, voice shaking. You have no idea what you're unleashing, he sneered. Evil is a matter of perspective. Novat's genius must be restored. He swung the baton at her face, but she ducked, stumbling. The baton struck the piano with a hollow thud. Mustering her courage, Elena grabbed the top of the piano's lid, swinging it open hard against the man's arm. He let out a pained yelp and stumbled back, baton clattering to the ground. Elena slid onto the bench, panting, her fingers trembling above the blackened keys. Marcus, she yelled, now! Across the chamber, Marcus raised the violin to his chin. Sweat drenched his forehead. He pressed the bow to the strings, coaxing a tentative note. The instrument squealed but held pitch. The cultists realized too late what was happening. The tall man roared something incoherent and lunged at Marcus, but Beatrice blocked him with her flashlight beam, shining it directly into his eyes. Raymond charged at another cultist, metal scraping metal in a furious clash. Elena's heart thundered as she pressed down the first chord of the inversion low. Resonant tones that she'd practiced in countless nightmares. The old piano keys responded with a ghostly echo, some strings woefully out of tune, but enough to summon that familiar dissonance that always threatened to break. Marcus followed with the violin, drawing out a harmonic pitch that layered atop Elena's chord. The combined sound wavered, precarious, as though the battered instruments might fail at any moment. But they persisted, weaving the chord's second measure in a rising tension. No, the gaunt man screamed, clutching his wounded arm. Stop! He lunged for Elena, but she kicked out, catching his shin. He collapsed to one knee, hissing in pain. The rest of the cultists howled, doubling their efforts, yet each step was matched by Raymond's crowbar or Beatrice's frantic flashlight stabs. The large man managed to clip Marcus's shoulder with his chain, causing him to flinch. The violin screeched. The chord faltered. Elena's breath hitched. If it collapsed now, they'd lose momentum. She steadied her hands, forcing the keys down harder, bridging the notes into the suspended interval. Marcus gritted his teeth and refocused, bow trembling as he found the correct harmonic again. The chord blossomed into that dreadful yet majestic pivot, the same pivot that had shattered Mortuus Melodia's hold. A high-pitched thrum emanated from the piano's soundboard, echoing through the chamber. The cultists recoiled en masse, hands clamped over their ears as if the chord was a sonic blade slicing through their twisted faith. A wave of cold wind swept the room, extinguishing 2 lanterns. Darkness pulsed at the edges of Elena's vision. Yet the chord rang on. A defiant clarion that fought the swirling malevolence. Lightning seemed to spark along the corroded pipes overhead, each ping a metallic shriek. The air thickened, swirling with the intangible fury of Karen Novak's near resurrection. For a moment, Elena sensed the presence of that ancient composer, furious at being thwarted again. She closed her eyes, pushing every ounce of will into the chord. We overcame your music once, Novak. We'll do it again. At last, the chord resolved in a harsh, triumphant burst. The battered piano trembled under Elena's touch, but held. The violin screeched one final note, then fell silent. A shockwave of resonance pulsed outward, toppling the gaunt man and scattering the other cultists like leaves in a gale. They hit the walls or stumbled over debris, crying out. The large man's chain dropped from his limp fingers, rattling on the floor. Elena sagged over the keys, breath ripping from her lungs. Marcus lowered the violin, face ashen. Raymond stood panting, crowbar raised, while Beatrice braced herself against a broken table. In the hush that followed, the cultists groaned, some unconscious, others too disoriented to stand. The once ominous chanting was reduced to pitiful whimpers. Even the gaunt man clutched his arm in stunned silence, eyes rolling back as if in defeat. Elena lifted her head, tears in her eyes. We did it, again. She felt no triumph, only weariness, another malevolent performance, undone before it could unleash havoc. Raymond stumbled over to help her off the bench. Marcus leaned on the piano, still struggling to catch his breath. Beatrice approached, gently placing a hand on Elena's shoulder. Are you hurt, dear? Just exhausted, Elena whispered. A soft moan from the gaunt man broke the hush. He glared at them with feverish hatred. You'll never kill his legacy, he rasped. Others will carry it on. Elena shook her head, her own anger tempered by pity. We've silenced him twice now, and we'll do it 100 times if we must. The man spat a curse, then collapsed, consciousness slipping. Outside in the corridors, the echoes of that final chord still lingered, a faint hum that soon gave way to the quiet drip of water and the rustle of debris under the night breeze. Marcus turned to the battered sheet music still propped on the stand. He tore it free, scanning the half-finished composition. They tried to combine mortuus melodia with some other necromantic text. Good thing we arrived before they perfected it. Raymond gestured at the fallen cultists. We should call the police. Let them handle this mess. Beatrice nodded, still trembling. Yes, let's get out of this dreadful place. We'll summon the authorities and paramedics. If needed, then let them sort out these poor fools. Elena's gaze roamed the gutted chamber. The upright piano stood as a silent witness to the confrontation, cracked and charred. No sign of spectral voices, ear-swirling mists this time. The chord had dispersed them before they could form. We've ended another chapter, she thought, though a flicker of unease told her the cultists' warning might be real. Novak's vile creations could resurface elsewhere, in other forms. Even so, they had managed to stop this twisted attempt, at least here and now. With shaky steps, they made their way back up the corridor, leaving the cultists groaning in the half-lit gloom. Sirens would soon pierce the night. The ruined theater would see more police lights than it had in years. And as Elena emerged into the open air with Marcus, Raymond, and Beatrice, she felt the weight of Novak's shadow still upon them, but it was lighter than before. Every confrontation, every chord of defiance, chipped away at his malignant ghost. We will keep fighting, she told herself, as many times as it takes. Outside, the moon had drifted behind clouds, allowing the earliest hints of dawn to smear the sky. The battered group limped to their car, battered but unbroken. The world beyond the ruined theater carried on as if no dark ritual had just been thwarted, no monstrous chord nearly conjured. But Elena knew the truth. Even in ruin, the stage of evil could be set, waiting for new players. For now, though, they had won. The battered theater stood silent and broken behind them. Stage once again denied its foul performance. Elena crumpled the cultists' incomplete composition in her hand, heart set on protecting the living from the ghosts of a dead composer's obsession, and from any who sought to resurrect it. Chapter 10. The Last Note. A heavy hush enveloped the Carter household. Dawn light filtered through the lace curtains, revealing smudges of soot on the windowsills and footprints tracked across the foyer. Elena Carter's shoes were caked with ash and dirt from the previous night's battle in the ruined theater, and Marcus's jacket bore a long tear where a chain had nearly snagged his shoulder. Raymond had a bruise blooming across one cheek, and Beatrice Carter's trembling hands refused to relinquish the flashlight she'd clung to since they'd fled. They had returned home exhausted, hearts pounding with residual adrenaline. Though they'd thwarted the cultists trying to resurrect Karen Novak's malignant legacy, the victory felt fragile, temporary. Even as they slumped onto chairs in the parlor, heads heavy with weariness, no one dared voice the question gnawing at them all. Is it finally over? Elena rose unsteadily and disappeared into the kitchen, emerging minutes later with a battered tea kettle and mismatched cups. As she poured hot water and set out tea bags, a hush fell across the group. The hush of survivors, uncertain whether they'd truly escaped the storm. "Thank you, dear," Beatrice managed, curling her hands around a steaming mug. Though her voice trembled, her expression held quiet resolve. "I can't believe those poor people, twisting Novak's music into some new abomination." Raymond exhaled, pressing a hand to his bruised cheek. "They kept babbling about a final performance, something about finishing what Mortuus Melodia started, but we stopped them, destroyed their new piece, and broke up their group." Marcus frowned. "Most of them, yes, but we can't be sure they were the only faction." "The letter we received was cryptic. It implied a network. Their group seemed small, though disturbingly organized." A chill coursed through Elena as she remembered the delirious devotion in the gaunt man's eyes, how he'd shrieked about resurrecting Karen Novak's genius. They said others would carry it on, but that doesn't mean they can succeed. We have the chord, and we can neutralize the cursed intervals if they try again. No one immediately replied. They all sipped tea in anxious silence. At length, Beatrice set her cup aside, crossing the room to an old wooden shelf. There, tucked behind a row of dusty hardcover volumes, lay Mortuus Melodia, the record that had started their entire ordeal. Though its once malevolent aura was stilled, its curse banished by the counter-melody, it remained a grim reminder of the price they'd paid. "What do we do with this?" Beatrice asked softly, lifting the black vinyl sleeve. "We sealed away its power, but does that guarantee no one can rouse it again?" Elena exchanged glances with Marcus and Raymond. They'd tried destroying it before, to no avail. They'd tried burying it too. It always seemed to reappear or survive. "It's dormant," Elena said carefully, "but only as long as the chord stands. If some fanatic discovered an even darker composition, it might reawaken." Raymond turned the crowbar over in his hands. He'd grown so used to carrying it that he rarely set it down. "Is there a place we can lock it up for good?" he asked. "Some vault or crypt so remote no one would ever find it?" Marcus chewed his lip. "Maybe, but we've learned that purely physical solutions aren't enough. It's not just an object, it's a gateway. It might take more than a vault or crypt. Maybe it needs a ritual that locks it out of existence entirely." Beatrice returned to her seat, eyes on the black sleeve. "I recall your grandfather once speaking of a final note, a rumored approach that could erase a cursed composition forever, but I never fully understood his references." Elena's heart fluttered. A final note. The phrase conjured an image of the new requiem they'd performed to free lost souls, and of the inversion chord that had silenced the demonic intervals. Could there be yet another hidden piece of music? Some last act that annihilates the malevolence for good? Marcus raked his fingers through his hair, weariness etched on his face. "If your grandfather left notes about that, we've never seen them. But maybe we can glean a hint from the references to Karen Novak's diaries. The ones we found mentioned an apotheosis chord, a tone so absolute it transcended mortal hearing. That might be the final note we're missing." Raymond gave a skeptical grunt. "Sounds like guesswork, but if it's the only lead we have..." Elena stood, setting her half-empty teacup aside. "Let's check the attic again. Maybe we overlooked something in Grandpa's journals." They climbed the winding stairs, each step groaning beneath the old wood. The attic's single bulb cast long shadows over boxes, trunks, and dust-shrouded furnishings. Though the space no longer brimmed with restless spirits, those had found peace through the requiem. Elena felt the lingering weight of her grandfather's obsession. She recalled how, not so long ago, Mortis Melodia had lurked in these shadows like a silent predator. Together, they rummaged through drawers and trunks, searching for any mention of an ultimate chord or final note. The hours slipped by in methodical sorting. Papers, diaries, scribbled sheet music. Finally, in a hidden compartment beneath a loose attic floorboard, Marcus found a tattered notebook with E. Carter scrawled on the cover. He carefully flipped through pages thick with margin notes. "Here," he whispered, pointing to a barely legible paragraph. "The records speak of a culminating tone, an ephemeral apex that can dissolve malignant intervals completely. Some call it the last note. It requires a perfect resonance of intention, the composer's unyielding will, and an instrument that can bear the strain. If that note is struck and sustained, the cursed composition, or any echo thereof, collapses into silence forever." Elena felt a surge of hope. That has to be it. If we find a way to produce that final note, we might be able to ensure Mortuus Melodia and Novak's variations can never resurface. Raymond pewed over her shoulder. "But it says it needs an instrument that can bear the strain. Our old pianos keep breaking strings. The pipe organs we find are half destroyed. Where do we get something strong enough to handle a note that powerful?" Beatrice frowned. Recalling the battered instruments they'd encountered, the upright in her house's parlor, the organ in the forbidden conservatory, the scorched piano in the ruined theater, none had come through unscathed. "We might need a new approach." Marcus flipped another page. "Your grandfather wrote a piano alone cannot hold the full range. The organ might, but only if fully restored. He also references building or modifying an instrument to channel sub-bass and supersonic frequencies simultaneously." Elena sank onto a dusty trunk, the page creaking in her hands. "We don't have time or resources to build a custom instrument from scratch. The cult might still be active somewhere if they regroup. They'll come after the record again." A thoughtful hush followed. Then Beatrice said, "What about the Carter family crypt? I know it sounds macabre, but your great-great-uncle, he had a pipe organ built in a chapel near the crypt. It's old, but I recall hearing it was well maintained until a few decades ago. Maybe it's still there. If we can restore it enough to produce the full chord range." Elena blinked. "There's an organ in the old chapel by the family plot? I never knew that." Beatrice nodded. "It's rarely mentioned. The chapel's been out of use for ages, but it was built to be strong. Stone walls, vaulted arches. The organ might be stable enough to handle whatever we attempt." Raymond looked uneasy. Playing a final note in a chapel by a crypt? Let's hope it doesn't come across as an invitation for more ghosts. Marcus exhaled, shutting the notebook. "It's worth a try. If this is the best lead on an instrument capable of sustaining that culminating tone, we should go." They wasted little time. After a quick meal, they packed the car with basic restoration tools, sheet music, and the inert record, Mortuus Melodia. Though the idea of bringing it anywhere seemed risky, they knew they had to attempt the final note in its presence to ensure the composition was truly obliterated. Elena kept it sealed in layers of cloth, every nerve on edge while handling it. The Carter family crypt lay on the outskirts of town, past a small forest of oaks and maples. The chapel stood on a slight rise, hidden behind centuries-old gravestones leaning in the tall grass. Weeds choked the gravel path, and the wrought iron gates squeaked ominously in the breeze. They arrived at twilight. The sky glowed with streaks of pink and gold, incongruously beautiful against the silent row of headstones. Beatrice led them through the rusted chapel door. Inside, moonlight and leftover sunset rays pierced stained glass windows, painting the stone floor in red and purple shards of color. The chapel's architecture was surprisingly grand for a family crypt setting. Arched ceilings soared overhead, columns of carved stone dividing the space. At the far end, half covered by a dust-laden cloth, stood an imposing pipe organ. Dozens of pipes jutted upward like metallic spines, each scuffed or dull with age. "Let's see if it's salvageable," Marcus muttered, approaching the console with caution. He lifted the cloth, revealing rows of keys and stops. Many were cracked or stiff from neglect, but the structure looked intact. Elena and Raymond examined the bellows behind the organ. A few cobwebs, some dried leaves, a bit of rodent damage. But the mechanism appeared robust compared to the damaged organs they'd encountered before. Perhaps the thick stone walls had shielded it from the worst of time's ravages. Beatrice ran a hand over a pew's wooden rail, eyes distant. Your great-great-uncle Carter commissioned this organ for special recitals. He believed music could guide souls even in death. Elena glanced at Mortuus Melodia in its wrapped bundle. Fitting that we try to end this curse in a place meant to comfort souls. They set to work methodically. Marcus tested the keys, discovering which pipes still produced sound. Elena found a manual hand pump for the bellows, hidden in a side chamber. It required considerable effort to feed air into the labyrinth of pipes, but once they coaxed the organ to breathe, a gentle hum resonated through the chapel. Faint, trembling notes emerged, eerie but powerful. With each dusty chord, Elena felt a ripple of possibility. They spent hours checking connections, patching small tears, and clearing debris from the largest pipes. The night deepened, the stained glass windows growing dark, except when lightning periodically flickered on the horizon. A storm brewed in the distance, a low rumble promising thunder. At last, they reached a point of tentative functionality. Marcus tested a full chord, wincing at the jarring dissonance from a few out-of-tune pipes. Elena adjusted the stops to reduce the worst of the misalignment. Raymond monitored the bellows, pumping steadily. Beatrice hovered, quietly offering encouragement, though her anxious eyes betrayed fear. They all knew this was the moment, perhaps the final confrontation with Novak's legacy. Near midnight, with the storm creeping closer, they gathered in the chapel's center aisle. The organ console loomed behind them, half lit by the lightning flashes outside. Elena held the record in her arms. Even dormant, it seemed to radiate a faint chill that set her teeth on edge. Marcus cleared his throat, producing her grandfather's last notebook. The final note requires us to replicate the cursed intervals, then ascend to a pitch that breaks them. A single note bridging sub-bass and supersonic. We'll have to unify it with our chord's suspended tone. If we do it right, he swallowed, it should annihilate Mortuus Melodia's power. Raymond grimaced. And if we do it wrong? Elena's stomach churned. Let's just not do it wrong. Beatrice placed a gentle hand on her granddaughter's arm. We've come this far, Elena. Your grandfather would be proud of what you've accomplished. Lightning flashed, illuminating the chapel in a stark blue-white glare. Thunder followed, shaking the stained glass windows. Elena gazed at the roiling skies beyond, feeling a sense of fateful inevitability. It's now or never. They assembled at the organ. Marcus took the bench, adjusting the stops for maximum range. Elena stood at his shoulder, providing the chord progressions from the notebooks. Raymond braced himself at the bellows, ready to pump air. Beatrice positioned herself near the largest row of pipes, prepared to watch for leaks or shifts. Outside, the wind howled, rain slapping the old stone walls. Every so often, a harsh crack of thunder reverberated through the chapel's vaulted ceiling. The atmosphere felt charged, as if nature itself recognized the gravity of the moment. At Marcus's nod, Elena gently laid the black-sleeved record on the organ side panel, exposing its dull vinyl surface. We do this in its presence, she murmured, so that it can't hide from the note. Marcus took a shaking breath, resting his fingers on the organ keys. He pressed a sequence that matched Mortuus Melodia's infamous opening intervals, a low, droning hum that rattled in Elena's sternum. The old pipes groaned in protest, releasing a faint dissonance that smacked of the cursed composition's signature gloom. Even in a battered state, the organ channels that dark timbre with startling fidelity. Keep going, Elena whispered. She recalled the times they'd played these intervals before, how each note threatened to unleash horrors. But this time, they had a plan. Marcus deepened the chord, layering sub-bass notes that vibrated the air. Raymond labored at the bellows, sweat beading on his brow. Beatrice bit her lip, eyes on the pipes. A swirl of wind sneaked under the chapel door, causing guttering lantern flames to dance and cast monstrous shadows on the walls. Then, as the chord rose to the heart of Mortuus' melodious structure, Marcus shifted to the suspended inversion, the chord they'd used to neutralize the record's power once before. The effect was jarring, two sonic worlds colliding. The malevolent resonance of Novak's intervals clashed with the uplifting dissonance of the Requiem chord. The air crackled with energy, as if arcs of lightning might spark across the pipes at any second. A faint shrieking noise erupted behind them, like a distant wail of wind through the crypt door. But Elena knew better. She recognized that shriek from the ruined theater, from the cult's monstrous illusions. It was Mortuus Melodia, fighting back against the rising chord. She braced her hands on the organ bench, resisting an urge to clap her palms over her ears. Marcus's face contorted in pain. Here comes the break. I have to push it further. He advanced the chord, bridging the sub-bass and climbing toward a note so high it seemed more a vibration than a tone. Lightning flashed again, thunder rattling the stained glass. The floor quaked under Elena's feet. Raymond let out a startled cry. The pipes are shaking! I can't keep them stable! Indeed, the largest pipes vibrated fiercely, threatening to loosen from their mounts. Dust rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Marcus's brow furrowed. Sweat streaming down his temples. Almost. There, just a little higher. The organ let out a bone-rattling clang, as if the entire mechanism threatened to tear itself apart. The chord soared into an impossible pitch, like shards of glass stabbing at the air. Elena heard it as a savage, pulsing scream, layered with the organ's roar. The black vinyl record on the organ side panel trembled, rattling with an unholy hum. She forced herself to watch. We must see it through. Then, abruptly, the vibrating pipes found a strange harmony. The sub-bass roared with unstoppable depth, while the top register keened in a pure, shimmering tone well above normal hearing. Elena felt her teeth chatter, her vision blurred. Mortuus Melodia quivered violently, the grooves in the vinyl seeming to warp. From the record's surface, an apparition flickered like a swirl of smoky darkness coalescing into a half-human face. It gaped soundlessly, features twisted in a silent, agonized wail. Elena realized with a spike of horror that it resembled the historical likeness of Karen Novak, hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, hair parted in an archaic style. He glared at them with unbridled rage. A tearful moan escaped Beatrice, who stumbled back from the pipes. "Oh my God," she whispered. Novak's phantom parted its lips in a noiseless shriek. Then it lunged forward, half rising from the record, like a figure pushing through water. A dreadful chorus of howling wind and static-laced moans thundered in Elena's ears. She felt her soul quake under that furious presence, a dead composer refusing to surrender. "Marcus!" she screamed above the chaos. "Hold the note!" Marcus grimaced, slamming more stops open, unleashing the organ's full might. The chord crescendoed to a luminous, ear-splitting peak. The battered pipes threatened to explode from the pressure. The swirling specter writhed, clawing at the air with translucent hands. A high-pitched "ee" rang in Elena's skull, so intense her vision sparked with white spots. Suddenly, a spasm rocked the phantom. Black tendrils peeled away from its form, sucked into the swirling vortex of sound. The final note extended, unstoppable and pure. Elena watched, breathless, as Novak's twisted features contorted in a last expression of defiance. Then, like a shadow caught in a gale, he dissolved into black smoke. The vinyl cracked down the middle with a sharp snap, splitting the record in two. A massive thunderclap roared overhead, as if the sky itself recognized the unstoppable conclusion. One final shimmer of the chord, then the organ gave a violent lurch. Pipes rattled, a few smaller ones crashing to the floor with metallic clangs. Marcus's hands flew off the keys as the entire console sparked. He tumbled backward into Elena, sending them both sprawling. For an endless heartbeat, the chapel fell into utter silence, broken only by the thunder outside. Elena coughed, dust settling around her in a choking cloud. The record lay in two jagged pieces on the organ bench, edges curling as if scorched from within. Raymond was the first to speak, panting heavily. "Is everyone okay?" Beatrice helped Elena to her feet, tears shining in her eyes. "I think so. The chord, that last note, it destroyed the record." Marcus rose on trembling legs, staring at the shattered vinyl. We did it. The final note." A shaky laugh escaped him, half relief and half astonishment. Elena stepped forward, heart pounding. Her eyes locked onto the black fragments. Mortuus Melodia, once unbreakable, now lay in pieces. An indescribable lightness spread through her chest, as though a centuries-old anchor had lifted from her soul. "It's gone," she whispered. "For good." Outside, the rain intensified, pounding against the chapel's walls in a cleansing torrent. Lightning flickered less ferociously now, the storm rolling away. They stood amid fallen pipes and swirling dust, a battered quartet who had just cast down the ghost of a composer's nightmare. They emerged into the graveyard an hour later, having salvaged only the minimum from the battered chapel. The final note had taken its toll on the organ. It was practically destroyed, half the pipes collapsed or twisted out of shape. But the deed was done. Mortuus Melodia's inert shards remained behind, black lumps of worthless vinyl. Even if the cultists found them, they held no more power. Karen Novak's last vestige was snuffed out. A pale dawn broke over the horizon, painting the gravestones with a gentle glow. Exhausted though they were, a strange peace buoyed their spirits. Beatrice paused near an ancient headstone, running her fingers across the weathered name. She seemed to offer a silent prayer for the lost Carters, for her late husband, and for all the souls unwittingly ensnared by Novak's music. Raymond leaned against the car, the crowbar finally lowered. He exhaled, letting tension drain from his posture. Marcus slumped beside Elena, a rueful smile on his lips. "Never thought I'd say this, but I might actually miss playing haunted organs," he joked weakly. Elena let out a tired laugh. "Let's hope we never have to do it again." Her eyes flickered to the chapel door one last time. A gust of wind rustled the overgrown grass, but no malevolent presence stirred. "We've put his ghost to rest." They climbed into the car. The drive back seemed surreal, like returning from some distant war. The early morning roads were slick from rain, and the sky turned pastel with the rising sun. Despite the smell of damp clothes and stale fear, an undercurrent of triumph lingered. They had fought the final battle, braved the unstoppable chord, and emerged united. When they reached the Carter house, the sun was well above the rooftops. Elena parked in front, the engine ticking as it cooled. She and the others staggered into the foyer, relief mingling with sheer exhaustion. The house felt different, lighter, no lingering shadows or uneasy hush. A sense of abiding calm embraced them. Days passed in a gentle blur. The local police updated Elena about the ruined theater cultists. Most were in custody, raving about a broken ritual. Despite thorough investigation, no one found any trace of Mortuus Melodia beyond the shattered scraps. Novak's legacy had vanished into dust. The university staff invited Marcus to speak about historical cursed music, but he politely declined, too drained to share their harrowing experiences. Raymond found small jobs around town, gradually rediscovering a semblance of normal life without the constant threat of nightmares. Beatrice continued tending her garden, humming sweet lullabies that bore no hint of dread. As for Elena, she sometimes woke in the small hours with her heart pounding, half expecting to hear the cursed intervals thrumming in the walls. But each time she found only silence and the comforting knowledge that no power lurked in a shattered record. One late afternoon, Elena sat alone in the parlor, a cup of tea in hand. The setting sun cast gold across the polished floorboards. She stared at the old piano in the corner, recalling how they had once battled poltergeist-like thrashings there. Now it stood quiet, slightly out of tune, but mercifully inert. "I should get it fixed," she thought, her lips curving into a gentle smile. A knock sounded at the door. She rose, heart fluttering with a familiar pang of anxiety. Could it be another letter? Another threat? But when she opened it, only a breeze greeted her, scattering a few dried leaves into the foyer. She stepped outside to the porch, scanning the street. No messenger, no stranger. She was alone. Yet something glinted near the threshold, a single piece of paper, caught beneath a flower pot. Carefully, she picked it up. Her pulse quickened, until she saw it was a note in delicate handwriting, not the spidery scrawl from the cult. It read simply, "Thank you from those who found peace." Tears welled in Elena's eyes. She didn't know who left it. Perhaps someone they'd helped inadvertently, or a soul once trapped in the cursed melody. But it brought a deep sense of closure, like an unseen hand offering gratitude. She placed the note carefully in her pocket, returning inside. In the parlor, the last rays of sunset lit up the piano keys. A gentle breeze rustled the curtains, carrying no malignant whisper, only the warm hush of a peaceful evening. Elena set her hand on the piano lid, recalling every chord they'd played, every sacrifice made, every shriek endured. "The last note," she whispered, a calm finality in her voice. The dreadful music had ended. The composer's ghost was gone. Their future lay open, free of the cursed intervals that once held them in fear. Behind her, the house breathed quietly, no hidden corners trembling with dread. Outside, the sky glowed in rose and lavender hues, as if nature herself was painting a new chapter. A place of healing, unburdened by Karen Novak's obsessions. The last note had been struck. There would be no encore.